Yes, we can start the work before playing games. It was so funny, you know. Yes, it started with um, tech news. So, give me some tech news from today. Let's try struggling to find a job. That's alright. Yes, you can continue guessing. Yes, you are getting warmer. Yes, so whenever your thoughts on the new Twitter owner Elon Musk it is a thought time to be a current or ex Twitter employee. The management shakeup has left some abruptly jobless and authors unsure of or reevaluating their position at this social media giant. Yes, one web designer, Dempe Jeswani, decided she had enough of the uncertainty of a month. However, she felt this was insensitive to the lack of job security the layoff had on every trip, as some Twitter employees call themselves, especially with the recent news that Musk allegedly fired more women than men. Yes, what do you mean with welfare? No, I know. I not criticize Twitter. However, she felt this was insensitive to the lack of job security. The layoff had on every trip. People took her fate into her own hands and left Twitter, entering the job market with her pride intact. After interning at MasterCard as a web designer and then going on to work for finance company PayPal and then Twitter. Your credentials spoke for themselves. About Demper Jeswani. Okay, so in interview, don't say political question. I'm writing a post for Twitter and I say in result in an interview you don't have to speak about political question because ex-employee Twitter rejected at a new job. You must um, oh a new target. I have so many games to play after that. So I'm just talking for some people in Twitter. Where's my tweet again? Okay, nice. So let's start it. I have 383 stories to read. And it's not possible today. Okay. Oh no. Oh. Okay, resolving the current identity crisis that come with by voting. Okay, I will read this. It's very long. This is a very long article.
Looking for a new job? Visit the Hacker Noon job board to find thousands of jobs from top tech companies. Click on the logo below to learn more. 383 stories to learn about career advice. Looking for a new job? Visit the Hacker Noon job board to find thousands of jobs from top tech companies. Click on the logo below to learn more.
383 stories to learn about career advice by Learn Repo. ### Let's learn about career advice via these 383 free stories. They are ordered by Most Time Reading created on Hacker Noon. Visit the Learn Repo to find the most read stories about any technology. Whether you're 17 or 55, we could all use some career advice every now and then. 1. Ex-Twitter employee rejected at new job for asking political questions. Think it's easy finding a job after Twitter? Think again. 2. Can you join the startup world without quitting your job? A. How to invest like a sophisticated poker player. 3. Resolving the career identity crisis that comes with pivoting. Pivoting in your career is often something positive. Still, it can come with unexpected negative feelings. 4. Is cybersecurity hard? How to find your way in. Cybersecurity is a broad, changing, challenging and complex field. To get into it, go beyond application forms with the tips described here. 5. My 4-5 product design interview experience. What is product design interview? How it differs from system design interview, and how to pass it successfully. 6. 9 top career tips from a Google director of engineering making $1.5 million. How much do directors make at Google? A director of engineering makes $1.5 million and explains how he did it on Blind. 7. Must have soft skills for a DevOps engineer. Essential skills for DevOps engineer to boost your career with no stress. 8. 6 steps to grow into a lead engineer. Fang, if you are a software engineer in one of the FAANG companies or similar, you are probably one among the thousands of engineers at the company. How do you go from starting fresh as a junior engineer to leading a team in say 5 years? 9. How I became a 100x developer. Asa Jr. The 10x rockstar developer is a myth. Long live the 100x situational developer. 10. Supporting the elderly. Tips for working on a legacy PHP codebase. A few tips on how to wrangle an old codebase with none of the comforts or practices you might be expecting. 11. A 5-point growth strategy for web hosting resellers. This article presents some of the best tips for hosting resellers to find a reliable web hosting provider and also how to earn a steady income. 12. The generational divide in software developers. 30 years ago, our managers enabled uninterrupted work. Today they throw as many interruptions at us as they can manage. Independent work is derided. 13. How to transition to product management, Part 2 from Zero to Product Manager. This article is part 2 of the ongoing series From Zero to Product Manager. A set of articles that help you transition to a product management role. In this post, I provide 4 essential steps to transition to a PM role. 14. How working in a big Silicon Valley company stalled my career growth. The problem is, without side projects, open source contributions, or a blog, I've realized I couldn't grow my skills. 15. You needn't be perfect as software developers. Live your life. We know that the software community has a multidisciplinary structure. In such a situation, you should not feel inadequate. 16. 3 habits that will help you become a top developer. Who, what, according to you, is a programmer's best friend? Some say coffee, others say keyboard shortcuts, but I think it is Stack Overflow. 17. Work from home. What works and what doesn't? Read many articles and studies on remote work, tried them on myself, and now decided to share what I found most valuable for myself. 18. How to get into tech and become a senior engineer in 4years. Software continues to eat the world. More and more people ask me about getting into tech, i.e., a successful software engineer easily making around $350,000 in total annual compensation. I get asked this a lot because I had very little coding experience when I decided to make a career change into software. 4 years after making that decision, I entered Twitter as a senior software engineer with a compensation package I couldn't even dream of making elsewhere. I often look back and refer to my career change as the best decision I made in my life. 19. 4 things to do before and after you're laid off. One of the hardest things to deal with about a layoff is that it is unexpected for the person laid off. Take these steps to deal with it when it happens. 20. My path to becoming a software developer. My story begins way back in the 2004-2005 school year at Rio Linda High School. I was taking 2 advanced placement, AP, classes, calculus and physics. I had phenomenal teachers, Mr. Bautista and Mr. Gavrilov. I'm pretty sure they could teach calculus and physics to a cat, Schrodinger's cat, that is. 21. 7 best tech career paths of the future. From technology and innovation to economies. The world has been experiencing a plethora of changes in recent times. Business, as usual, is no more an alternative for any industry. The traditional careers may or may not have their way into the future. With these rapid transitions, there are a lot of new career options that may rule the future. 22. How imposter syndrome affects developers. Imposter syndrome is a feeling in software development. Not only does beginners or mid-level developers face this problem, but also the experienced coders. 23. Building dev tools and designing C#. An interview with Facebook's Eric Lippert about Eric Lippert 24. 7 tips that will make you a better front-end developer. Being a front-end developer is a challenging job. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced developer, there are always ways you can improve and raise the quality of your work. You need to be willing to put in the time and effort to learn and improve the skill. Begin to build good habits like proper planning and even learning when to say no.
Yes, I'm thinking, imposter syndrome. What is it in software development? What people mean when they say that? Give me a clue, please. Yes. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna start with what I have said after all. What people mean when they say imposter syndrome in software development is important. Why people say that and what people mean by that. Give me a clue, please. I don't know if I have experiencing imposter syndrome because I don't know what is this. Mm, a little, I think. Yes, I need some strategy to because I don't know the negative things that can happen with imposter syndromes. Ye- yes, go to a specific stretch strategy, please. Could you rephrase this for me because I don't understand. You say what you have said. Okay, alright, I understand. What do you mean by that? Yes, negative thought is very hard when you have this. Yes, okay, thank you.
25. Why I left engineering management and moved back to individual contribution, thinking of transitioning away from engineering manager to individual contributor. That is exactly what I did. Let me tell you a little bit about it. 26. Data science versus artificial intelligence. Here's the difference. What are the differences between the contributions of a data scientist and an artificial intelligence engineer? Let us compare job roles and the benefits. 27. Choosing your first programming language. A beginner's guide. Choosing the best programming language to learn first can be overwhelming. We're reviewing popular languages and giving resources to learn them for free. 28. How to make a living freelancing and working remotely. Working remotely has become familiar with fewer people working in offices and more from their own homes. Freelancers generally set their own work hours. 29. Your resident McAfee engineer on cybersecurity, AI, and career growth. Hey, I'm a software dev engineer at McAfee Enterprise, nominated for 4 2021 Noonies by writing about authentication, remote work, COVID, and remote teams. 30. Software architecture basics. From developer to software architect,
Yes,
journey from a
that makes
developer
sense,
to an
but
architect role by expanding the
becoming
focus
a
and understanding of
developer is
software
how
engineering and solving problems in a
us.
group. 31. How to get a recruiter to work harder for you. Here's the secret to getting a recruiter to work harder for you. 32. What exactly is a performance improvement plan, PIP? Amazon finds what it believes to be the bottom 6% of employees to put on a performance improvement plan. Here's everything you might want to know about PIPs. 33. Focus on these skills if you're worried about AI taking your job. 3 types of skills for software developers and designers worried about the mass adoption of AI. 34. How to start an IT career from scratch. This story is for the people who doesn't have any experience in IT industry, whether you are completely new to job market or have some experience in other fields yet want to start over a new career. 35. How the job market is being misrepresented to you. Here are some ways job seekers are misinformed about the job market. 36. Motivation from mathematics. Hire for slope, not y-intercept. Forget about the y-intercept. Slope is the only thing that matters in the long run. 37. How to jumpstart your career as a junior full-stack developer. Are you looking to start a career as a full-stack developer? Find the set tips and tricks for developers by developers. Happy coding. 38. Getting to the promised land of software. ENGINEERINGA software engineer navigating the benefits of good communication in a remote workplace. 39. How to keep earning a salary while transitioning into a role as a product manager. How to switch
Yes,
successfully to a role
I
in
feel
product
misled
management.
into job market.
40. Video games can help kids choose future careers. Netflix documentary series on video games, High Score. Video games were the exact reasons I chose to study computers in college and work in IT. 41. Don't stop at writing code, create business value. Knowing the business needs, problems can help engineers to grow faster. If you don't know what and why, you can't think of how. 42. Listen to your parents more, says MYCASHBACK CEO Sarun Vichayabai. My Cashback is the most innovative e-commerce startup in Asia. Learn more about it in this interview with the CEO. 43. Why professions are adding analytics to their skill sets. There are many different forms of data analytics, and these have different applications in business. 44. Get a job in tech. Tim's experience as a developer advocate. How I become a developer advocate. 45. Remote work, different time zones, and bare chronotypes in 9 to 5 office jobs. Most meetings are scheduled mid-morning, which is the most productive time for bears, effectively reducing peak performance time by half. 46. Delivery manager in your early 20s. The secrets to rapid career growth. In this article, Karina Prikodko, a junior delivery manager at Innovex, shared secrets and useful advices to rapid career growth. 47. What it means to be a senior software engineer. How can we measure whether an engineer deserves to receive the senior title? What engineers should do to get to this stage of career development? 48.
Developer
Worried about recent
advocate.
layoffs?
What is this?
Fit. Com is looking for talent and plans TODOUBLE its workforce. The second largest crypto options exchange, Bit. Com aims to double its workforce amidst layoffs. 49. Why I use YouTube as a LinkedIn replacement. For those lucky few who have not heard of recruiter spam, it is the torrential flow of DMs called InMail that recruiters send to nearly anyone. 50. Stay competitive in your crypto job search by following these tips. Do you want to get crypto jobs in 2023? Here is how to stand out in the competitive job market and more. 51. A guide to surviving in a tech company. As a non-technical staff, you have just started working in a prestigious tech company. But the problem is that you have 0% knowledge about tech. Here's how you can survive. 52. 6 Life Benefits of Waking Up at 5 a.m. Every day discover how the 5 a.m. Club can benefit software engineers, their career, life and health. 53. How to ace your interview assignment to land your next front-end job. Let's have a quick look at how to make your next front-end interview assignment look as good as possible. 54. How
Yes.
burnout can take over your professional life.
thank
Burnout is
for
an
his
intense
book
word and can
in,
lead to professional and personal
parts of
dissatisfaction,
gaming
depression, and social
It's a
isolation.
good way
55. Top 5 career options and online courses for Python developers, 2021. Here are a few job roles that you can fill after completing your Python learning. 56. The roadmap to becoming a great CTO. Skills, strategy, and rewards. What is the role of a CTO in small to mid-stage companies? How do you get the job and how do you do well in the role? 57. Why backend and DevOps roles may become one in the future. I believe that the job duties of backend and DevOps engineers will coalesce to include almost everything that the user doesn't see. 58. Why your coding portfolio needs libraries and packages. Building a job-ready portfolio of coding projects doesn't happen overnight. Here's why you should include libraries and packages in yours. 59. Critical tips to learn programming faster. Looking to understand the critical factors to learn programming faster are listed here. 60. Selling your $1 million idea to management. The relevance and priority of a new idea to management depends heavily on how you package it. Here is a step-by-step guide to get them excited about your idea. 61. Future-proof your career by building a strong online presence. Having a strong online presence accelerates your career and gives you optionality. Yet, many knowledge workers are getting left behind. 62. How did you become a data scientist? Every data professional has a unique story as to how they entered the field of data science. Here is my career path origin story. 63. 10 companies to bet the future of your career on. If you're interested in great rewards, a career with a heavy tilt toward stock-based compensation could be right for you, depending on your risk tolerance. 64. Don't have time for the things you love? Here's how to solve that. The surefire way to ensure you always have time for the things you love doing. 65. How to get a job in tech. ALYZE Sam's experience as a female Tech Colorado founder. If a disabled nurse can make it in tech, why can't you? 66. Hacker Noon is hiring again. Hacker Noon is hiring for 2 junior editors and 2 junior sales reps. Visit careers.hackernoon.com to learn more. 67. Using reflective writing and ChatGPT to create a solid resume. Create an effective resume by using a narrative of your work history and iTools. Reduce complexity when you are stuck and need to reflect before their resume. 68. Understanding stock as a component of total compensation. Stock options. Many employees of startups and corporations get to hear this term when their compensation is being discussed. 69. How to decide whether to leave or stay at your current workplace during the Great Resignation. Use this checklist to see if your workspace is a good place to be, or if it's time to move on. 70. 7 ways to make your software engineering resume stand out. Software engineering is an in-demand skill with lots of job opportunities. As more people enter the field, tempted by big salaries and the promise of job security, it is increasingly important to make sure that your resume stands out for those top-tier jobs. Here are a few tweaks you can make to your resume so that it ends up at the top of every hiring manager's pile. 71. From a Googler's Scratchpad, how to shape your resume for a Google job interview. Google job interview tips, resume writing tips for FAANG 72. Demystifying software engineering. Being approached to build a feature ORTOOL, Part 1. The aim of this series of posts is to help demystify what it's like to do software work and tasks in a professional environment. 73. Eugene Kozak on creating his own framework and becoming a top-tier developer today. To become a junior-level web developer, you don't need even a college degree. There are tons of boot camps and short-term programs for those who would like. 74. 4 steps to actually finish your side project. We've all seen the graveyard of abandoned projects folders. Desperately competing for attention but failing in the glow of a new adventure or app that will change the world. I used to do that all the time. Now I finished 4 apps and 2 other projects within the last year by applying the following steps. 75. That time I applied to 600 jobs. I love job searching, says no one ever. 76. Why social media makes it hard to rest. Only when there is something worth sharing do we think we are worth resting. 77. How to become
Okay. The podcast. I can listen it on Apple Podcasts. Oh, it's fine.
I had to take an acting class in the last semester of my CS degree, and I nailed.
Yes, on development, if developers are the superior of the software industry, then the lack of documentation is how kryptonite it is for and your page go off, your company services crash and client are panicking, use Canva touch and have familiar code base searching for the root cause, the error message in unit tests are frustrating, the unspecific and the internal readme consists of adding followed by repeating one word paragraph to do, or maybe your service is performing great and getting better as more clients sign on. They have questions, so many questions, emails and support tickets flood in as your service scales and you are increasingly pulled away from development and into support. Most of us have to learn the importance of documentation the hard way by finding it missing when we need it the most. Okay, I think I need documentation for. Yes, it is a hypothetical scenario because I don't want to think. Yes, many solutions exist. You know. Okay, what I don't understand what you say, but I'm a developer myself. I have so many diplomas, but it's not the clue. I need find job, like everyone, I think. Yes. So let's go back. Yes, we can continue. Powerful data processing, Spark SPL, Spark is a script. So, it is important to be good in documentation when you are a developer. That's right. Yes, you are on the right track. So I have to download and print all the documentation. Yes, I have to print the documentation. Wow. Okay. Yes, we can keep going. Nice. Yes, we on the track. Okay, okay. I think so many projects on the web. No. Yes. About Docker, the open source. How I can use this? Yes, like also say yeah. But what is Docker? No, you have not right. Ah, yes, I do documentation. What is this? Ah. My baby. So, I think sometimes we have all to do a major update It's mandatory for all of us. Always updating something. I found a problem here, and it's not about background. It's maybe white space. And, so control vertical element on the inline or the cell box. Okay. Okay, margin. Okay, margin top is not empty but Y. Yes, I can have margin top too. Okay, just switch one. Okay. For web development, what is good? PHP. I am a front end, but no, you have to learn anything. Um, Tailwind CSS. It's my best. Hello. Yes, I am on new.com. It's another AI, and I ask for web development what is good, pixel or percentage or EM, specifically for Tailwind CSS. And say to me, you reply to me when it comes to web development, it shows between using pixel, percentage or hymns, depend on the specific use case and the desired outcome. Each unit has its advantage and use case. Here is a breakdown for each unit and is explain me what is for pixel and percentage and hymns breakdowns. Good insights. Pixels. Pixels are an absolute length unit and are commonly used in web development. They provide a fixed size and are not relative to anything else. Pixels are useful for achieving precise control over the size and layout of elements on a web page. They are particularly suitable for designing elements that need to have a consistent size across different devices and screen resolutions. For example, setting the width and of an image to 300 pixels, we ensure that it will always display at that exact size regardless of the device or screen size. Percentages are relative length units that are based on the size of the parent element. They allow for responsive designs, as elements can scale proportionally based on the size of their parent container. Percentages are commonly used for creating fluid layouts that adapt to different screen sizes. For example, setting the width of a div to 50% will make it occupy half. Ends are also relative length units. They are based on the font size of the element. They allow for more flexible and scalable designs, as elements can scale proportionally based on the font size of their parent or ancestor elements. Ends are particularly useful for creating scalable typography and responsive designs. Undamper, setting the font size of a paragraph to 1.5 em will make it 1.5 times the size of its parent element font size. Okay. So let's go with some podcasts.
Well, right, you can go to ChatGPT and say, can you write me a Streamlit app, right, that uses these libraries and does these things, and it writes perfect Streamlit code, which means that now, again, you're not starting from I need to write 50 lines of code to get to. You can start from something that already works, and you can be more of an editor. right? Someone who can
Because I
operate
have
kind of at a
K1.
higher level, right?
Yeah.
And then doing kind of the basic things that you want to do. But in general, it's going to make so many hard things cheaper, right? Just, so much of, I think, just general work that we do, not even just data teams and companies, it's just retrieval work. I need to find that document, right, that mentions this team. I need to find this, table or things like that. And one of the things that LLMs are just fantastic at is kind of, parsing information, getting us to that point, right, that we have. And then there's so much more, I think, promise out there, right? Especially for iterative work. Chat, for example, is just the perfect way to kind of do a lot of this iterative work, right? And I often think about, what we're building with LLMs and how we use LLMs is just kind of, it's like it can be my data buddy, kind of in a sense, right? It's somebody that it's helping me refine, right? And I'm asking questions and being able to do things and ask more questions faster, right? And it's not always necessarily getting the right answer, just, as my data team doesn't always get the right answer either, right? But those are things that I think are just getting better faster. And then from there, there's just so many more new things that we can do, right? So you probably know from marketing, and I worked in marketing a long time ago, but so much of what's costly is just like, okay, we got to put out a blog post, and then what's the tweet for that? What's the image that you attach to that? What's the clip of the video, right? These are all things that you can just, have an LLM generate for you now, right? Read the text, pick out, an obvious image, right? And you can select from 3, right? It can summarize it. You can take a tweet and you could say, hey, look at my top users. Do you think this will resonate with them based on past tweets, right? And what has been thumbs up and things like that. So I'm really excited for what this is going to empower.
Yeah, I like your sort of framing around how it's sort of transforming some of the work that we might do into being like an editing process and necessarily like a generation process. So even in the world of content, it helps solve sort of the 0-page problem. And a lot of times it's easier to edit something into what you need than to essentially start from scratch, especially if you're not feeling particularly creative. And then I think the chat becomes your brainstorming buddy. And it can actually, I think, unlock or help you unlock like a new way of thinking. Because I find, if you're working in the same space for a long time, your sort of views or the way that you frame things or write things sort of start to become more and more rigid. And if you can leverage something like an LLM, it might actually be able to steer you in a way that you wouldn't have normally done because your sort of way of thinking or your point of view has become a little bit hardened, which I think is really exciting as well. In terms of Streamlit specifically, like what are some of the things that Streamlit's focused on to help people essentially working on Gen AI workloads and applications?
Yeah, so, I would say it's kind of 3 layers, right, that we're thinking about kind of strategically. And the first is, certain things that we want to do specifically in the library that are going to help enable the types of applications that we see coming up, right? So we released a number of primitives already this year, right, in terms of chat and status and things like that we see evolving with, how people want to interact with LLMs. And there's a lot more that we're planning to do there, right, to make really kind of interactive chat interfaces, the way that you can weave in charts and data and be making decisions within a chat, right, that lead and, help refine and go to something else. But also kind of beyond that, right, some of the stuff that, especially, one of the trends that we see even outside of generative AI is just how much people are doing more with images and media and videos, right, kind of in their work. Right, so making sure all of that's woven in very even basic ways like good image pickers, right, and things like that. So again, the goal is that for whatever application that you're dreaming up in your head or that you ask the LLM to dream up for you, right, we have those kind of basic out of the box primitives that are going to be easy for you to assemble and put at least a first version of your dream out there.
Yeah, one of the first applications I built with Streamlit was building actually like a privacy safe LLM-based chatbot. So I used the new chat components, and it was super easy. It was just kudos to the team that built on some of that stuff.
I will convey that to the team, but that's always great feedback. And I think feedback is so important in this too. We're constantly asking some of our power users, but also looking on the forum and saying, what do you need? Right? What's the newest and latest thing that you're doing? And it's so important for us to be kind of at the forefront of what the community is doing, but also the broader Python and generative AI ecosystem. So we're partnering deeply with a lot of the libraries that are emerging kind of around, right, generative AI, LangChain, Llama Index, Assembly AI, making sure that all of these things just work really well out of the box, right, together for kind of whatever choice that you're making. So we're going to continue to invest in that as well as with other partners that are kind of adopting Streamlit into the workflows to make various AI products easier, right? Clarify, DataButton, Hugging Face are all amazing companies, right, that are using Streamlit in various ways to kind of empower tools and interfaces for what they're doing. And then the last bit, it's really about the community, right? So, again, we invest in these primitives. We make these kind of partnerships and integrations easy, but it's really about the beautiful and amazing things that our community members build. First off, that's inspiration always for things that we get better. We always say that, the first step is, can we make something possible? And then, then we see, can we take 50 lines of code and make it one, right? And constantly just making it better and more accessible and easier for people to build. But, you can go on our website today and just see the amazing amount, right, of LLM-powered apps and components that people have made and shared back with the community. And I think that's what really kind of increases the pace of innovation, is seeing and being inspired by something else that somebody else has done, and then not having to recreate it yourself, but immediately grabbing the code and going and adapting it to your use case.
Yeah, it's amazing. And, one of the things I was thinking about as well, so this week, Dreamforce is going on in San Francisco, and, there's a huge, of course, focus on AI. But one of the things they talked about at Dreamforce was that the AI revolution is really like a data revolution. Essentially, you don't have Gen AI without the data. But additionally, we wouldn't have all the buzz around AI right now without the application front end. It's one thing to have a foundation model or something like that, but if it was only an API entry point and there was no UI to it, my dad would not know about it. Like, it was ChatGPT that brought generative AI essentially to my parents and to a whole other generation of people who aren't deep in the world of data and engineering. So a few months ago, I was at a Vercel and OpenAI meetup in San Francisco, and one of the things they talked about there was, essentially Vercel sort of trying to position themselves as the front end for AI applications. But one of the things, as we've been talking, that I think is interesting is that in many ways, like, Streamlit is the front end application for certain types of AI applications, essentially the ones where you're empowering these data users or the people who need the data within the application, and it actually creates, I think, if you can essentially build these applications using Gen AI without having to actually write Python code, then you're also creating a whole new builder community that has access to building essentially AI-powered data applications.
Yeah, and I think Vercel is great. There's a lot of great companies, right, that are doing things, and this is a large and growing space. I think what's always kind of been true for Streamlit is, we're just laser focused on data teams, right? And really kind of specifically what they need. So I think there's a lot of people that it would be great to help them make their own kind of applications and things like that. But what gets us out of bed in the morning is, really thinking about that data scientist who's, working in SQL and Python today, or that ML ops engineer who's, optimizing their model serving, and how we can make their lives better and how we can bring LLM and generative AI right to them. And so we do, aim to be the best library for those types of people, right? When they want to bring LLM and generative AI right into the data applications they're building, we definitely hope that they turn to Streamlit, and we're continuing to invest to make that a great experience for them.
I guess, looking ahead, what are some of the trends that you see in the data application space that, maybe even beyond Gen AI that, Streamlit is trying to sort of stay in front of and adapt to?
Yeah. So, generative AI is obviously the really big one right now. And that just continues on a trend of ML, right? Going deeper and deeper, right, into different functions. And I think that the bigger trend in a lot of data and a lot of companies is about ML powering marketing, right? ML powering sales, right? And how we move from a world of graph the past. I know exactly what question I want to answer to kind of predict the future, right? And get curious and kind of dive deeper. And, I don't think we really had good methods, a decade ago, right? In order to say, hey, here's all of the data and here's how you could access it, right, Sean? And that we feel comfortable maybe giving you access or empowering in that way. And so that, I think, has been a big trend just in the underlying data, right? But in terms of making that more accessible, right? That has obviously been a big trend. And then data applications right on top of that, right? Because we're able to do that. Obviously, unstructured data is a huge thing, and it continues to be a huge thing, right? Media, video, audio, all of these types of things, sensor data, that's coming in. There are new ways that we need to visualize that, new ways that we need to understand that, right? That's different from how you need to just understand financial data or time series data, things like that. So really figuring out, right, and making sure that we're adapting well for that unstructured work, right? It's very different when you're doing, something on a time series. There's ways that you're looking at that data, right, and you're correlating it and you're graphing it. That's very different than when you're trying to understand a whole bunch of different media files, right? And you need to potentially draw bounding boxes on them, right? And other things. Like, there's so much really, really interesting stuff that's especially coming out of biotech right now, right? And the ways that they need to visualize and understand, molecules and RNA, right? And things like that, right? And that type of data, right? And how we kind of help them do that work. And then this doesn't, maybe sound like quite as sexy as all of those other things, the media files and the 3D molecules, but really just more workflow automation and self-serve, right? And really making it a lot easier for more people across the company
Nice, well,
to participate,
well, that's
right, in that data work. I think everybody needs to and is becoming kind of more data informed, understanding how data works and how data impacts, their area. So extending, right, kind of tooling to that, but then that brings new requirements. And that's, to me, is sometimes the most exciting stuff, is like when I get to go and talk to a sales engineer at a chemical manufacturing company, right, and understanding kind of what they're doing and how they're evolving, and then the new types of things that they're doing to ship faster to their partners and have better visibility, for people internally into the ecosystem. So those are other types of things that we're focusing on as well.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. You mentioned biotech. There's this whole world now, I think, around using generative AI for drug discovery as well. And a lot of that is, how do you shortcut this process that takes like 5 to 10 years basically to discover a new drug? If you can cut that down by even, 10%, that is massive in terms of the potential like good impact it could have on people that are maybe suffering from a particular disease, but also massive in terms of reduction of cost to the companies that are actually doing all this stuff.
Yeah, I am fascinated by what we're doing there, and I am incredibly excited as someone who really does not understand chemistry, but understands that I'm going to need drugs, and people in my family, right, are going to need them, and medical advances, right, over the coming decades. That, it really does feel like we're off to the races with a lot of things that have been developed now, and even in the past few years, like some of the innovations that came out of COVID-19, right, and really kind of spurred changes there. And then what we can do with generative AI, what we can do. I mean, we have so much healthcare data. Right, we do. It's just that I think is in some ways, for good reasons, one of the bigger remaining frontiers, right, of how we join that and understand that, right? But there's a lot of data, right, that's already out there that even beyond drug discovery, I think is going to fuel new insights and innovation to understanding very specifically tailored to you, Sean, right? You have that data, right, probably in your Fitbit and things like that could help your doctor. But how do we figure out in a good, safe, and governed and secured way, right, to do that and give access to people who have insights? I mean, that's a really interesting problem to solve.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're really only scratching the surface with a lot of this stuff. Even as powerful as a lot of these tools are, we're really in like the toddler phase of Gen AI. Like, wait until, I think Mark Benioff said that this week, like, wait until these things are teenagers. It's going to be a whole other world. It's like the 56K baud modem days of the internet versus, essentially fiber optic to the world of, Netflix streaming and so forth that we live in today. It's a massive, massive change.
My husband and I often play this game of like, what are the things that we think are absolutely true today that our kids are going to just like mock us for, right? 30 years from now, they'll be like, I can't believe you thought that was true or that was a good idea, right? But it is kind of, I'm an optimist at heart. I can find a silver lining in anything, but I am incredibly optimistic about, the way that the data and Gen AI and just kind of empowering more people to do more with all of this is going to help us solve and just understand so much
using CSS transform. You can create
Amazing.
example sheet by using CSS transform, specifically the rotate
really, really
transform.
enjoyable.
There
And
is
best
an
of luck with everything that you're doing over Snowflake and Streamlit. I'm looking forward to seeing the continued announcements.
Yes, thank you for having me. Please go try Streamlit. You will find out it's not great for everything, but it's great for a certain set of things, and you will find out pretty quickly if you like it or not. And if you do or if you don't, please give us feedback. Come to our forum. We love to hear it. Please help drive the community forward.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Yes, 2 methods. Okay. I'll try this. I'm naturally like that in my inspiration.
This is Software Engineering Radio, the podcast for professional developers on the web at se-radio.net. SE Radio is brought to you by the IEEE Computer Society, by IEEE Software Magazine, online at computer.org/software.
For Software Engineering Radio, this is Sam Taggart. I am here today with M. Scott Ford. Scott is a co-founder and CTO of Corgi Bytes. He regularly conducts training courses on O'Reilly's learning platform and LinkedIn Learn. Scott is the host of the podcast Legacy Code Rocks and manages their Slack group, which I'm a part of. That is how I met Scott. Scott is here to talk to us today about a tool he has built to manage dependency freshness. So first of all, Scott, let's talk about defining dependencies. What do you mean by the word dependencies?
Yeah, so I think in general, it's best to think of it as code that you didn't write.
Okay,
You're pulling into your application from somewhere else.
So how are you typically pulling that code in? Is it through a package manager, both?
It's varied kind of across history of programming. So I think in the days of yore, it would have been like, copy and pasting from another source or copying a file into your project directly or buying a third-party product that had to be installed in your system with an installer. So there were like DLLs that were installed that way. And then also in some ecosystems, those pieces of code that you're consuming from elsewhere are either part of the operating system or can be installed with an operating system package manager. But for most modern programming language environments, there is some kind of dependency manifest file that allows you to specify the packages and libraries that you're depending on, and optionally what versions of each of those libraries you want to consume.
Cool. So you mentioned versioning plays a very important role in managing freshness. So can you kind of talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so freshness, there are multiple ways to define it. First, let me take a step back and say that the term dependency freshness was introduced in a paper by Joel Cox et al. I forget the name of the paper, but the idea is that how out of date the version you're using is. And there's different ways to measure how it's out of date. So you can look at the version number and you can kind of compare components of the version number that you're using to components of a later version number and get a distance between the version you're using and another version, whether it's the latest version or the latest for the series that you're targeting or whatnot. The metric that I like the most is one that's called libyear, and it's also referred to in the paper as like a time-based kind of temporal distance. So it's looking at the release date of the version of the package you're on and comparing that with the release date of the latest version, and you get a distance in years. And so if it's been 6 months between the version that you're using and the release date of the latest version, then the libyear for that package will be 0.5, because half a year means 6 months.
Now, I kind of see that giving some problems because certain projects have more churn or releasing more often than others.
Absolutely.
There's probably some projects that are stable and only get wrapped
Okay,
like once
let's
a year or
go on
something.
some projects.
Versus projects that maybe are in development or are constantly churning out new versions. Is there a way to account for that, or this method just doesn't take that into account?
Yeah, unfortunately, this method doesn't take that into account. There are some of the other freshness measures. If you key them to, like, you want to stay on the major version that you're on, but you want to make sure that you are always on the latest minor version, right? You can look at distance measures that will help you compute that. But libyear, just on its surface, is always comparing against the latest. So that is a little bit of a weakness in that. Another weakness is that freshness doesn't really communicate quality of the dependency itself. So, there are other factors to consider as well, such as, is the package that you're using, is it still being updated by community support or a vendor, or has it been abandoned? So you might be on the latest version, so your dependency freshness score would be would look really good because you're on the latest version. But that version is in itself like 8 years old or something like that. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like you said, like it could be really stable. It could be just an easy to understand problem. The things that it depends on don't change often. So it doesn't have a need to change. Or it could be that, there's just not any more work on it, and it's not receiving bug fixes, it's not receiving security updates, it's not getting operating system updates to support newer environments or newer processor architectures. Those things warrant investigation, and I think there are different trends that you can start to look for and you can start to spot. So like if you've got a dependency that you're on the latest version, but that version's more than 5 years old, then maybe it's worth investigating, or 4 years old or 3 years old, whatever your threshold might be. Maybe it warrants investigating, has the community abandoned that package, and is it time to look for an alternative? So I think there are kind of signals that will start to show up in the data that you can look for and start to use those as targets for further investigation.
So I think this brings us to a very important question, which is
because
why is
it's my passion, right? Since I have 8 years old, maybe 6, me and authors,
so to me it shows up
school,
in three
we have said
different
we want
ways.
to
There's
be
kind
a
of three
software
factors,
engineer, and we are
depending
very
on
passionate
your
about
organization,
computer, the
each
first
of these
computer
factors
with a
will
lot
have
of links,
a varying
and
degree of
a
importance.
very big computer
One
with a
is
small
staff
screen.
turnover. So
And
most teams that I've worked on,
very
the
nostalgic
developers
of
on that
these
team
years, of
get
these
frustrated
past
when
years
they
or
have to work
past,
with libraries that are consistently out of
all
date.
times.
It becomes
I'm very
a
nostalgic,
productivity challenge
but
as well.
it is just the beginning
So,
of
but that's the
a
second
great
factor.
story
So,
about computer,
sorry,
because in
keeping
the
with that first
future,
factor. So
human and
as people get more and more frustrated, they
robots
will
are
eventually not want to
going
work
to
on the
be
project
the same,
anymore and then look for a job elsewhere.
I think
So that is a factor, and it is a very real
maybe
factor for some
it's for
teams,
those
especially
people.
when
And
there are
I'm
lots of
going
opportunities.
out of the discussion about web development today in our reality now.
Big challenge for teams.
how is recruiting on that part too, right? So
Yes.
some people want to leave, and new people come in, and if they're interviewing, and you say we're using 10-year-old technology, that probably gets
Yeah, and I've heard it joked that a lot of developers perform resume-driven development, where they like to pick the tools that are going to make their resume look good for the next gig. And if the work that they're doing right now isn't going to help them further their career and make it easier for them to get the next opportunity, then they feel like they're starting to take on some career risk as well. So I think that is a really real problem. I think it's really hard to quantify. I think it's hard to notice when you're getting into that situation. It is real. Now, the frustration that those individuals are experiencing is often in the form of it being harder to work with an older dependency because of the information that is out there about the projects. So typically my experience has been, and I can definitely speak from personal experience on this, when I'm working on an older version of a library, or working with an older version of a library, and I'm trying to investigate how to do something with it. So there's a problem that I'm trying to solve, or I've encountered an issue that I'm trying to work around, or I'm trying to solve a problem in a new way, and I'm doing a lot of research. What I often find is that the resources that I'm directed to are for
yes,
newer
maybe
versions than the version that I'm
speaking
using.
About,
Because what
personal
often happens in
experience.
libraries and packages is, as challenges are encountered by members of the community, the people maintaining these packages start to solve some of those common problems in subsequent versions. So you can often find yourself in a situation where the problem that you're having has been solved by the community, but it's been done so in a version that's newer than the one that you're on. And if there are impediments to you being able to upgrade, then that becomes really challenging.
So my reaction to that was actually a different reaction, in that I've had the opposite problem using Linux a lot, because for newer versions of Linux, some of the problems that you encounter, because it's and all the documentation for some older versions of Linux where they've now updated all the tools and it works differently. So that's just an interesting data point.
Yeah, and then the third component for why freshness is important is security. And then for a lot of organizations, this is the one that's most important. And that's that security vulnerabilities don't get fixed in the exact version they're using, right? Like you're targeting a specific version of a third-party project. And so by incorporating that into your code base, if there's a vulnerability in that third-party dependency, there's now a vulnerability or potential for vulnerability in your code base. Now, you might not be exercising the library in a way that would expose your project to the vulnerability, but the risk is certainly higher than it would be otherwise if there wasn't a vulnerability in the third-party dependency. So you will need to be able to upgrade to a version of the library that doesn't have that vulnerability. So looking at freshness and starting to consider, a measure of freshness being how many known vulnerabilities are there in a package, right? So like the idea being that if your library is supported by a community that's very active and stays on top of security vulnerabilities and patches them relatively quickly, then the latest version should not have any known vulnerabilities, right? There should be at least a version of that project with no known vulnerabilities. And you can target that version. And so the number of vulnerabilities and the levels and severity of those vulnerabilities can start to be used to kind of form an additional freshness metric kind of separate from the version number itself.
Yes, that's interesting. So you're not only relying on the new version, but you're also relying on the maintainers. So that in a way, when there's a bug, the maintainers actually have to go and issue to update, right? So if the bug is found and nobody fixes it, that also doesn't bode well.
Yeah, and so if there's not community support for that, you've adopted this dependency into your project. And so when you become aware of the fact that there's a vulnerability, you now have a responsibility to make sure that gets fixed. And, it could be...
Okay. Okay, so let's talk about CSS. In the example above, a container div with the class container is added to wrap the true diamond shape. The container div is given a relative position and margin to position it on the page. The diamond shapes with classes diamond 1 and diamond 2 are positioned absolutely within. Okay. Relative. Okay. I need a container.
Specify an exact version number, or you can specify an expression that will resolve to an exact version number. And most of these tools that let you know whether or not there's a newer package, they'll let you know first if there's a newer version that satisfies that expression that you've defined for the version number. And it will also show you if there's a version that's even newer than that, to kind of help you kind of assess which might be easier to upgrade to.
So I have a question for you. You work with a lot of legacy code bases. Do you generally prefer to specify exact version numbers or minimum version number? And what are the trade-offs there?
Yeah, so I like there to be some mechanism that specifies the exact version number. Like usually that's in the form of a lock file. So in the Yarn and NPM ecosystems, it's either packages.lock or yarn.lock, In the Ruby ecosystem, it's gemfile.lock. I'm not sure what it is in the .NET ecosystem, but I know there is one. There is a lock file that does pin down the exact version number. And those are, like, that is, I think it's important for applications, at least, to be able to specify the exact version number that you expect to install, especially like when comparing a local development environment with a production environment. You want to be able to have those two environments relatively in sync with the version numbers that are getting installed. Otherwise, you can run into potential problems with production have an older version of a package, and the bug you're trying to fix has actually been fixed in a dependency, but you're not able to observe that bug because you've got a newer version of that dependency locally. So it is important to have some kind of mechanism for keeping those in sync. And if the package manager that you're using doesn't provide that mechanism, then I think you do have to specify exact version numbers.
Yeah, that's kind of like the works on my machine problem.
Exactly. Yeah. So when you do have ranges available to you, so if you're able to kind of partner ranges with exact versions, then I think it makes sense to look at the way version numbers are being specified for the dependency that you're using and specify the version range in such a way that you're able to absorb any new versions that don't have any breaking changes. That's kind of a promise that the package maintainers are making to you, is that certain version number increments won't have breaking changes included. There's the SEMVer, or semantic versioning convention, that specifies which parts of a version number are allowed to change based on what changes have been introduced as part of that version. So if there's a breaking change, the first digit in the version number is supposed to increment, as an example. So if the project that you're consuming complies with SEMVer, then you can say that, like, the major version that you're on, you want to keep that the same, but then all newer versions are acceptable. And then you might specify like a minimum version within that category. So it could be that you started a feature that your application needs was introduced in, say, 3.5. And so anything less than 4.0 is okay, but it needs to be greater than 3.5.
Okay. So how common do you think it is for companies and projects to have out-of-date dependencies? Is it widespread?
Crazy common. Crazy common. Yeah, there's a report, the OSSRA report from 2023. So nearly half of commercial code bases contain a known high-risk vulnerability that has been patched. And it's 48% of those code bases. So that's a data point where we can point to and say, like, these are known vulnerabilities that are present, and there's a fix for these vulnerabilities, right? So that means those packages have to be out of date, right? Like, it doesn't happen any other way. I don't know of like specific data for like how many companies have what percentage of their code base is out of date or whatnot. But I think like that number tells us a lot in and of itself.
Yeah, and if people want to know about the consequences of that, they could probably just go Google Equifax, because
yes,
that is the shining example that everybody knows about.
That example is what really got me really interested in this area and kind of dependency freshness in general. And it was specifically when I read an article that was published by Ars Technica, where they reported that it was Apache Struts. So there was a vulnerability in the Apache Struts library, so the Apache Struts web framework that was being used by Equifax. The vulnerability was published, and at the same time that the vulnerability was published, the fix was released. And it was 2 months after that publication that Equifax was hacked. And the vulnerability that was exploited was one that was fixed prior to that 2 month window. Okay. So the development team had plenty of development teams where upgrading a major dependency, such as like Apache Struts, like something that's absolutely, for a web project, that's absolutely foundational and presents a high level of risk for upgrading. But to me, their inability to do that within 2 months, to me, communicates a pattern of practice within the development team where it had become hard to do upgrades and it wasn't routine. And so I think teams need to get to the point where doing upgrades of these sort becomes routine. And so you were asking about tools earlier. Dependabot is another great tool for this. There are other other tools that have similar capabilities, but it will notice that there's a newer version of a package that you're depending on, and it will open up a pull request for you that patches that package, and you can look and see if your test suite passes. And so if you've got a strong enough safety net to help you notice when upgrading a package is going to break something, then you can start to build some trust that upgrading isn't going to break anything. That needs to be said with a giant caveat, however, because there have been some sophisticated vulnerabilities that have been inserted exploiting that practice. And these are known as supply chain attacks, where a bad actor has gotten access to the source code repository of a popular library, and they've inserted malicious code and released a new version. So pretty much the only change in that version is the inclusion of this malicious code.
So there is a previous episode of Software Engineering Radio that covers that, and I do not have a number off the top of my head, but we can throw it in the show notes. So you start to answer my next question. My next question is going to be, why do organizations struggle with out-of-date dependencies? I think you hit on one reason, is that it's hard to upgrade, and people are afraid of breaking their code when they upgrade, and they don't have the test infrastructure around that. But what other reasons? Is it from an organizational standpoint, is it lack of info or visibility? Is it incentives? Is it sometimes they just don't care or don't know?
I think it's sometimes all of those things, or all of them at once, or any number of them. I think that awareness is a big part of the problem. When projects get created from scratch, they're almost always using the latest versions of things, and then they just continue to work, right? Like those versions that you're depending on, they're just continuing to work. And very much within the vein of, it's not broken, don't fix it, there's not really a big need or a big motivator to keep things up to date. And so it can be easy to kind of not maintain that awareness as a result. I also think that on teams where there is awareness that there are problems and that those problems are caused by things being out of date, there's often a situation where leadership doesn't see the value in investing and making a change that doesn't provide any new functionality. So upgrading a third-party dependency, if done correctly, it's not a user-visible change. Or if there is a user-visible change, it's because things are faster, hopefully. Hopefully not things are slower, but like usually there's a performance impact, or maybe there's a bug that gets fixed. But you're not going to get a new feature as a result. Like you're not going to upgrade a third-party. It's going to be pretty rare that you upgrade a third-party dependency, and now you have new capabilities that you're able to offer your customers just by upgrading the dependency. That newer version might allow you to then build upon the features in that newer version to provide value to your customers. But there are a lot of business leaders that you don't see the value in that investment. And then the issue that I mentioned before, in that a lot of teams kind of view it as a risk, in that a lot of these dependencies many of them are foundational, or they're only used in a very small part of the code. And both have problems. So the ones that are foundational, you have the risk that it'll break everything. And that's often what people are afraid of. But there's also the risk that it's going to break something in a very nuanced, minor way. Because just because the team that's put out the newer version, just because they're shipping bug fixes, they're shipping performance enhancements, they're shipping security vulnerability remediations, it's still possible that they've introduced new bugs. There's no way for us to solve the halting problem. So introducing change into your system is introducing risk. And so that ends up becoming a risk that you need to manage. And there are a lot of teams that are pretty risk averse when it comes to things breaking. And I think that's largely because they don't have very thorough tests around whether or not their dependencies are doing what they expect them to do.
So that brings me to a question when it comes to dependencies and testing. Do you typically recommend that you write tests around the libraries that you depend on, or do you just test those as part of your tests for the rest of your code? Like some path is calling that dependency, and therefore it gets tested.
Yeah, so for the approach that's best taken kind of depends on the kind of dependency that you're working with. I think for a foundational dependency, such as like a web framework, that is best tested just as part of having end-to-end acceptance tests. So tests that exercise the full stack, because that's going to be exercising that dependency. And the work that dependency is providing you will get exercised as part of that. if it's a dependency that's providing you like one specific capability, like maybe it takes a Word document and generates a PDF or something of that sort, right? Like it has a very small nuanced task. I think in those cases, it makes sense to have like a small integration test that exercises that dependency and makes sure that it continues to work the way you expect it to. You don't need to exhaustively test it. Like the team that's releasing it is going to be testing it. But test what you need out of it, right? Like test that it's providing you what you need out of it. And again, those don't need to be extensive. But really trying to think about like, okay, if there was a breaking change that was introduced, I would want this test to fail. If you're using a dynamic language where the compiler isn't able to notify you about breaking changes like that, then you would want your test to fail if breaking changes like that was introduced. Or looking at the output of what gets generated and making sure that it's equivalent to what you expect it to be. And if it's not, then that means a bug was introduced as part of that dependency. And you probably only need like maybe one or two of those for those kind of minor dependencies. But for the more foundational dependencies, it's next to impossible to really exercise everything you're utilizing from it, because often the design of those foundational dependencies really influence the design of your application. And testing your application in isolation of those dependencies really requires a completely different architecture for your application than is commonly used. So if you've adopted such an architecture, like a hexagonal architecture, then you can leverage some of the test points that are available within that. But if you haven't, if you just kind of like, you just quickly built on top of it, then there's not a lot of utility in testing those dependencies independently.
Okay, so let's move on and talk about just Freshly itself. Can you give me a brief summary? Like, what is Freshly? How does it relate to all this stuff we've been talking about?
Yeah, so and it's gone through a few iterations, and it's definitely something that continuing to work on and continuing to reimagine and evolve into something better based on feedback from people I'm sharing it with. But it really started out as a experiment for graphing how dependency freshness metrics changed over time. So taking the data out of a dependency manifest file, computing dependency freshness metrics for the dependencies that are specified in there, but not leaving it at that. There are a lot of tools that compute Libyear. There's probably, if you go to libyear.com, there's a good list of tools, and there's probably one for the language that you're using. It will read your dependency manifest file and it'll spit out the Libyear value for all of your packages. What I was really interested in is how those values change over time and what they might be communicating about the team's behavior and about how things are trending for them. What they might communicate about the community of dependencies that are being relied on. So what Freshly does is it looks at the history within Git, and for as much history as it can get access to, it computes the Libyear metric across that time. By default, it does this in 1 month intervals, and it computes the metric as it would have been at that point in time. So if it's looking at like January 1st, 3 years ago, then what would the dependency freshness Libyear metric look like at that point in time? And so then able to graph that for teams and then show how these values have trended over time. I also wanted Freshly to be supportive of ecosystems and project structures where there were multiple dependency manifest files that are present. And I wanted it to be a tool that supported multiple language communities.
So which languages do you support?
Yeah, so in the first initial version we had, which you can play with by going to freshly.io, that's kind of the initial alpha, that has support for PHP via Composer, Ruby via Bundler, Python via requirements.txt file, .NET via looking at CSproj files, and I think that was it. And then maybe Perl using a CPAN file. The initial approach that was taken there was to write code in the host language, the language that Freshly was being built with, which we picked C#, but write code to parse the dependency manifest file formats in these other ecosystems. And that worked pretty well for those initial targets. Ruby, PHP, Python, that worked pretty well. And then we were
Yes,
running inside the
dependencies
.NET
is very
ecosystem, so tooling
important
was
to
readily
take.
available for
And without
APIs
this,
were
you
available for
can't
us to
work.
do
You
this
can
work
see on
in .NET.
StackBliz,
One thing we did start to
dependencies
notice
are
is that
really
we felt like we were
important.
duplicating effort. We knew that there were libraries in these host ecosystems that already knew how to parse these files and already knew how to do the dependency resolution for an expression and things like that. And so, but we were having to like re-implement all that logic, and there was risk that we would get it wrong. And we did have a lot of initial bugs at first where we did get some of those things wrong. So that had us kind of wishing that we could, kind of leverage code that already existed in those ecosystems. And then when we went to go add support for the JavaScript ecosystem, specifically Yarn, Yarn's lock file format is non-trivial to parse. And then also when we started looking at the Java ecosystem, specifically with Maven, the pom.xml file and the various ways that versions can be specified and the various ways that pom.xml files can refer to other pom.xml files, that just seemed like way too big for us to re-implement. And so we ended up pivoting to an approach where we have a core CLI application that knows how to do things like compute libyear based on a common file format. But then we have language agent programs that are written in the host ecosystem and are able to leverage APIs in that host ecosystem. And then the CLI communicates with those. So we've got, under that approach, the newer version of the CLI is done for the most part. There's obviously still things that we'd like to add. And then we've got a language agent built for Java, and we've got a language agent built for .NET. And we have ones in progress for Go and Python.
So the language agents then are like a plugin type system?
It is very much like a plugin-like system. It's a plugin that is an executable. So in that executable, when you start it, runs a gRPC service that the CLI is communicating with, that the central CLI is communicating with. So then the CLI is responsible for like walking through the history of the Git repository and figuring out like what points of time need to be analyzed and what Git SHAs need to be looked at. It's responsible for doing that. And then it asks the language agents to detect any dependency manifests in a particular file tree. And then it asks it to create a software bill of materials. We're using the CycloneDX SBOM format for that.
Engineering workflows can be a mess. From prioritizing sprint tasks to explaining technical diagrams, you're spending more time explaining work and less time doing it. Miro brings all your work together seamlessly in one online visual workspace. Create diagrams in UML or Mermaid, run sprints, and create Jira or Azure tasks in Miro instantly. Go from idea to action without switching to different tools. Get your first 3 boards free when you sign up today at Miro.com/podcast. That's MIRO.com/podcast.
Let's continue just talking about the plugins and the different ecosystems.
Yeah, and then the central CLI is also responsible for communicating with the API that the data gets transmitted to, so you can then view the graphs on the website. That's how that architecture is set up. So the language agent plugins are really only responsible for looking at detecting dependency manifest files in a directory tree and then converting those into an SBOM format so that the CLI can then work with it. So what the CLI does is it uses the SBOM file to compute the libyear metric.
So while we're talking about SBOMs, I want to talk about it later, but let's just talk about it now. You had talked about security earlier, and I think this kind of ties into that. So what is an SBOM?
Yeah, so it's a software bill of materials, and it is a structured document that specifies all of the third-party dependencies that an application is using. It can specify things other than that. You can craft an SBOM to also communicate to the third-party like web-enabled services that you're communicating with. And then SBOMs can also can communicate other forms of metadata as well, such as like the license that's being used. So they're a pretty good file format for different kinds of analyses, especially the CycloneDX file format, because the CycloneDX file format has the ability to also include information about vulnerabilities that are known for the packages. So from a single file format, you can do analysis for what licenses are being used across your project, so you can kind of you can do some due diligence around, do you have exposure for license violations? Like, are you consuming code that has a copyleft license that you may or may not be complying with? Or maybe your organization has a policy that like a particular license just isn't allowed. That file format and the tools that can generate for you can help you do that analysis. It also includes in it a tree of the dependencies that you're using. And the tools that generate these can be usually configured as to whether or not they include dependencies that are used for development versus dependencies that are used for production. So, depending on what you're interested in, you can adjust them that way. And so you can kind of see the version numbers that you're using. Also, there's usually a hash of those versions. So you get some kind of like cryptographic check of what that code should look like. So then you can kind of do tests against different deployment environments to see if your dependencies have been modified. So that's another thing that it can be used for, is to kind of make sure that the correctness of those files is still good, that those dependencies haven't been modified by a bad actor.
Okay, so the SBOM then lists all the dependencies in a tree. It lists the version. It has a hash. It has potentially vulnerabilities.
Yeah, potentially vulnerabilities. It has license information. It'll likely have author information, links to documentation. There's a lot of metadata that can be embedded in there, and it really kind of depends on the tool vendor that you're using and how much data they provide, and also how much data they're able to get from the projects that publish these packages.
Okay, and the reason SBOMs are in the news is because there's talk, at least of the government requiring them for certain things, right? Or maybe they already are required for...
Yes. So there was an executive order signed a couple years ago by the Biden administration that mandates that they're created in different scenarios. I don't know all of those scenarios, nor do I know. I'm not super aware of like what the requirements for what an SBOM needs to have in it in order to comply with that. But it is a file format that teams are starting to be aware of. And one thing that I think is really nice about it is that prior to these SBOM-based tools being introduced, you had lots of different language ecosystems with fragmented ways of defining these dependency trees in the SBOM file formats. And there's two pretty prominent competing standards, the SPDX and the CycloneDX. Or is it SPDX? The one that I'm not used to working with. CycloneDX is the one that I'm more familiar with. That's the one that we're using under the covers in Freshly. And so now you don't have like this huge fragmentation across language boundaries that you had before.
Okay, so if I needed to generate an SBOM for my project, I could potentially use Freshly to do that.
Yes, and that's something that we're going to make more visible. Right now, the SBOMs, they're getting created in a folder in a .freshly directory. And again, because we're going back in time, we're computing the SBOM as it might have looked. We're not 100% exactly sure that it's correct, but as correct as we can make it for what the SBOM would have been at that point in the past.
Okay. So what does that look like? Like, how do I use Freshly? Is it a service that I connect up to my GitHub account? Is it a program that runs locally on my computer? How does that work?
Our initial envisioning of it was that it would be kind of a software as a service thing that you would connect your GitHub account to and then do the analysis. We got some feedback from some different organizations that were nervous about a third-party service having access to their source code. And we didn't want to be a target for getting hacked. So as a way to kind of minimize both the risk to the code base owners and kind of minimize the risk to ourselves, we kind of pivoted away from that approach. And so now the CLI is what does the collecting of the data. It's what does the analysis. And then the metrics that it's computed in the SBOMs are getting sent up to the Freshly API. And then you'll be able to log into the Freshly website and then see the analytics and graphs and recommendations based on that.
Okay, so what type of reports and graphs can I see in Freshly? And then the following question is, what kind of insights can I get from that? Because you mentioned earlier that instead of looking at one point in time, you look over time. So what does that time frame tell you? Maybe you can give some examples of like things that you've noticed and then what the solution was or what problem it pointed out.
Yeah, I can certainly give some examples. So the graphs that we're currently producing are based on libyear, and we're looking at a project's total libyear. So we take the libyear value for each package and we add them all together to get a composite, aggregate value for your whole project or for the whole dependency manifest file. And graph how that's changed over time. Now, there are multiple reasons that number could go up. Like, it's highly sensitive to the number of dependencies, right? So the more dependencies you have, the chances that number is higher is going to go up. So it's going to scale. It's going to likely scale relative to how many dependencies you have.
So, question though, can I look at that then as a way of like measuring my exposure in a way? Because if I have one really old dependency, I have a lot of exposures. But if I have a whole bunch of different dependencies, even if they're all relatively up to date, that's also more exposure. Am I thinking about that right?
Yeah, I think so. I've been thinking about that like total lib year as a stand-in for risk. I wish I knew how to convert that risk into dollars, like how much money is on the line, like how much financial risk there is. But I do think it is a measure of some kind of risk. I'm not sure what yet. But as that number goes up, your risk has also gone up. And there's multiple ways that it can go up. Like you said, like it can go up a little bit across a lot of packages, or it can go up a lot in one package, right? But the level of risk that you're carrying in your project has increased. So we look at the total, and then for applications, the metric on the Libyear website, they say on their website that they try to keep application totals to under 10 years. So, for a particular application, under 10 years, in their opinion, is pretty good. And so you can imagine, like, if you've got like 100 dependencies, right? You can hit that 10-year figure by having like an average of 0.1.
Yeah, that was going to be another question that I had, was like, what's a good number? If I'm looking at the number, like, so that's a question, right? Are you more interested in the number itself or the trend over time?
I'm more interested in the trend. I think that the trends and what they can tell us is more interesting than the numbers. And so the other graphs that we look at average, and average pretty much has the exact same shape. Like if you were to squint, you wouldn't really be able to tell the difference between the total graph and the average graph. The scale is different. So you can kind of, you get a sense of what the scale might be. And then we also graph the maximum value. And I think that's pretty interesting. And that's one that I think having some hard thresholds on would be a good idea for teams. And that's something that we plan on adding support for, is being able to integrate freshly into a CI/CD pipeline and failing a build if the maximum value has crossed a particular threshold. So like, has the maximum value crossed a year? So is there at least one library that's more than a year old in your code base? And that could be like just a hard threshold that your team sets.
Yeah, and I imagine if you had one that was stable that you didn't care about, you could potentially keep that out of the running, or say if there's one, one that we care about, you can ignore it or something. Yeah, you could create an allow list, or like libraries that you ignore, things of that sort. But like having some kind of way to like plug into the CI/CD pipeline and say that like these are the thresholds that we care about, like whether it's a threshold on the total, a threshold on the average, or a threshold on the maximum. And then the final graph that we put together, it shows all of the packages over time. So every single package your project has ever depended on, and what the libyear values have been over time for those. And that's the graph that I think has shown some interesting insights. And I'll talk about those, and I'll talk about some insights that can be gained from some of the others. I've given talks at a couple different Python conferences and have shown graphs from different open source applications in the Python ecosystem. What's interesting for a lot of them is the trajectory that libyear goes up before Python version 2.7 was declared dead. It's a very different trajectory than after Python 2.7 was declared dead. And so you can almost like draw a line on the graph, and it kind of shows up visually. Like there's a huge spike in the graph when Python 2.7, when support officially ended. And what I suspect happened is you had an ecosystem effect where across the entire ecosystem of packages, package maintainers went in and dropped support for Python 2.7 and then published a new version. So they were likely able to jettison lots of code that they've been holding on to, that they were frustrated with, or might have been a source of a bunch of bugs. And so they were able to release a new version that dropped support for Python 2.7. And then interestingly enough, past that point, the libyear values tend to go up faster than they were before that. So I think that means that the velocity across the open source projects increased after dropping support for Python 2.7. It's almost like across the ecosystem, teams
started putting out more frequent versions of their packages because they were able to drop support for Python 2.7. And so it's neat to kind of see that signal show up across multiple different applications.
So I'm thinking about that. Was that cause or effect? Was it that they dropped 2.7 and now they could go faster? Or was it that they dropped 2.7, but when they dropped that support, they introduced some new bugs that then they immediately had to fix?
Yeah. I think both are plausible. So yeah, cause versus effect there can be difficult to tease out. But I think that kind of gets to a point that I try to keep in mind with a lot of these graphs and with a lot of metrics in general is the value isn't good or bad on its own, right? Like it can be high or low, but low and high might necessarily have, good or bad connotations, right? It's high values warrant more investigation than low values is the way that I look at it, right? And so you want to make sure that you can understand the reason for whatever value you have. Like if the value is low and it's been low for a while, make sure you understand why it's low. It's low because the team's doing a good job keeping update with the packages, or it's low because all of the packages that the team's depending on aren't being updated anymore. So, kind of really looking at that and figuring out and making sure that you kind of understand why the graph you have has the shape that it has. Another thing that shows up on a lot of the average graphs, the total in the average graph, is when teams put in investment to do like a major framework upgrade. So in a lot of Ruby on Rails applications that I've analyzed with Freshly, the total lib year kind of does this stair step up and to the right. And then there will be like this drop where like there'll be like a 50% reduction in the score the next major, when the team is upgraded to the next major version of Rails. And then it kind of like continues to go up at the same rate that it was going up before. And then there'll be another investment and it'll drop by like 50% again. But something that I've noticed on these graphs is that it never gets brought back down to really low. Like it's the trend is still up and to the right. The trend is still ever increasing, even though the team has been putting in effort to bring it down at different points in time. And that effort shows up and can be observed on the graphs. And on projects that we analyzed for clients of ours, we're able to then correlate with like, based on our timesheets from that point in time, like what we were working on. Like, oh yeah, that is when we were working on a Rails upgrade. Like that big drop in the graph is when we did this work. And so, it's a way that it can show up and kind of be a measure of, how much return did you get on the investment that you put in.
Yeah, I wonder if the constant increasing is just a form of entropy, right? Like time just keeps marching on, and as time goes on, you're adding more features, so you're potentially adding more dependencies, and it's just kind of inevitable that it eventually just keeps going up.
Yeah, and I think if you think of freshness as a technical debt measure, right, or a technical debt metric, then I think it's kind of unique amongst those technical debt metrics because with most of them, they only change when the source code changes. So if you think about like different ways to compute complexity, whether it's architectural complexity or individual code method complexity, those values will only change if the source code changes. But with freshness will continue to change even if the source code doesn't change. So the whole attitude of like let's not touch it, it's not broken, it does start to show up. There is extra risk that you're carrying, even though you're not making changes to the system.
Well, I think that carries with my understanding of technical debt, because if you wrote something 10 years ago and it was written perfect at that time, and you look at it today, most people would consider that technical debt, even though the code hasn't changed since they wrote it then. So that kind of tracks, I think.
Yeah, and some things that we want to get better at, and we want to find some good solutions for, are being able to track the versions of the major tooling that's being used. So like the version of the compiler that's being used to build the project, or the version of the runtime that's being used. There's not always clear manifests for that information, but where we can get it, we're going to start surfacing that as well. It's not like a traditional dependency that you might think of in terms of like a package that you're relying on, but most compilers or interpreters do ship with a standard library. You can think of like, that standard library being the dependency. And sometimes there are vulnerabilities that do get exposed in those standard libraries.
Well, that's interesting because I do a lot of work in LabVIEW and we talk to a lot of hardware. And so sometimes the hardware drivers, right, there's that LabVIEW package that talks to the hardware driver, but then the hardware driver has its own version. And then sometimes even the hardware itself has its own firmware versions, which would probably be interesting and good to track as well.
Yeah. And I think that use case of like communicating with an external device or kind of communicating with anything external, anything your team doesn't control. I think a practice that I learned from working in aerospace is to build out some tests to kind of qualify those dependencies. So some tests to kind of qualify, like, yes, I can actually talk to the hardware, and yes, I'm confident that I can talk to the hardware, even if it's the kind of test that requires a little bit of manual intervention, such as like, it's a test that runs and then asks you to like look at a display on the device and then type in a value and incorporate that value into the test suite. And so, it could be that like the driver was commanded to display 4 on a display, or to do something that would have had the number 4 show up, somewhere on the device. And then, you then enter that value to kind of close the loop for the test.
Yeah, that's definitely something I do a lot of. Although nice. I have to say a lot of that tends to be manual, but sometimes I get some automated tests around those. Yeah, it's definitely worth doing those types of things. So you do a lot of consulting. Is Freshly something that you use with all your clients and that you recommend that all your clients use? Is there a time when you wouldn't recommend it or when it doesn't add a lot of value?
Not that we've noticed so far. Our big limiter on using it with all of our clients at this point is how many languages that we've built support for with the new architecture. So like we don't yet have support for JavaScript. That's like high on the list to add in the future. And then, we want to add support for PHP. And then once we have those two, then we'll kind of have all of our current clients covered. We'll have .NET and Java and PHP and JavaScript and Ruby. Ruby's the other one we need to add support for. But having all that built out will then allow us to support our current customers more. But this is kind of largely born out of a repeated problem that we've seen over and over across clients, and it's something that we plan on doing more and more often at Corgi Bytes, is taking repeated patterns that we've seen and trying to productize solutions to those problems. And Freshly is just really our first attempt at doing so.
So I have a question then. You mentioned that one of the limiting factors is support for different languages. I'm a LabVIEW programmer. Is there a way, is the specification open enough that I could go write my own plugin to talk to LabVIEW, or is that something you guys would have to do on your end?
Yeah, so the CLI is an open source project, and the language agents that we've written are open source. The only kind of closed source component is the website, where you can view the data that's been collected in the graphs and kind of get that analysis and learning from that. But yeah, absolutely, you could try and create a language agent for LabVIEW if you wanted. Be really interested to talk to you about that if you're interested in giving it a try. The documentation around that is pretty poor at this point, as it is with many open source projects. But that is something we do have on our roadmap to definitely improve both the tooling around making it easier for people to create language agents, and then tools for kind of qualifying whether or not the language agent provides the capabilities that's needed by the CLI.
Very nice. So one last question, that is, assuming one of our listeners is using one of the languages already supported, how do they get started?
A couple different ways. If you go to freshly.app, there are instructions for how to download the Docker container that you can use to run an analysis on your project. The version that we have in the Docker container is a little outdated, so if you happen to run into a bug, then following the instructions for how to build a project from source at our GitHub project for the Freshly CLI would be the next thing to tackle. And those languages that we have language agents built for are Java using Maven. We don't have Gradle support yet. And then .NET. We've got that support for .NET for both CSproj files that have package references in them, and then also the packages.json format that was used for a little while by NuGet.
So all those plugins, I'm going to call them, all those language-specific things are included in the Docker container?
Yeah, the Docker container that you'll get if you do the download, that right now that only has the Java language agent in it. We're working on cleaning up the next version. It'll be 0.6.0, and that Docker container will have both the Java language agent and the .NET language agent installed inside of it. And that's one of the reasons why we're kind of taking the approach of using Docker for the delivery, is that the following the steps to set up an environment correctly for all the different language agents can become a non-trivial task.
Okay, but if I wanted to, I could go to your GitHub and clone it and then build the Docker container from there and include my own LabVIEW.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Very cool. Well, thank you, Scott. That was a great and enlightening conversation.
Thanks. I appreciate it. It's been fun.
For Software Engineering Radio, this has been Sam Taggart.
Thanks for listening to SE Radio, an educational program brought to you by IEEE Software Magazine. For more about the podcast, including other episodes, visit our website at se-radio.net. To provide feedback, you can comment on each episode on the website or reach us on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, or through our Slack channel at seradio.slack.com. You can also email us at team@se-radio.net. This and all other episodes of SE Radio is licensed under Creative Commons License 2.5. Thanks for listening.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. So I don't know if any other overthinkers struggle with this, but something that I used to struggle with a lot until recently actually was having trouble falling asleep because I was constantly worrying and stressing about everything and anything, and not being able to fall asleep at night because of my racing thoughts would of course impact my sleep and then impact how I felt the next day, and it just became this very negative cycle. But that recently went away ever since I found a better outlet and positive coping skills with therapy. One particular area that therapy has really helped me with is focusing on the things that I can control and learning to manage my stress and my worry with the things that I cannot. Last week, actually, I was going through some stressful things in regards to my apartment, and instead of letting it consume my life, I was able to practice my coping skills and release the worry and stress that I had no control over. Thankfully, it all worked out, but I'm grateful I was able to not let myself spiral and get out of control. So if you're thinking of starting therapy, definitely give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. All you have to do is fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Learn to get a break from your thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/glowwithit today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/glowwithit. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's episode. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Just Glow With It podcast. And if you are new here, welcome. My name is Jasmine. I am a certified life coach, content creator, and the host of this podcast where we talk about all things lifestyle, wellness, and self-growth, all from a balanced and realistic perspective. So I just have to say that your girl is tired today. I just spent all afternoon running around, running errands. I'm hosting an impromptu pumpkin painting and sip night at our apartment, which we weren't planning on doing. We were originally planning on going to like a haunted corn maze with some of our friends, but after reading some of the reviews, it was giving don't waste your money. So we decided to host a little pumpkin paint and sip at our apartment at the very last minute. So I had to go to Trader Joe's, Target, get everything that we needed for Saturday night, which I'm so excited for. I love hosting, and I haven't been able to do much hosting ever since we've moved to Arizona because we literally do not know anyone here, and obviously we've made friends since moving, but I'm excited to just be in my hosting era again. And I also just love creating a welcoming, cozy environment. I love going the extra mile and just making everything look very aesthetic and presentable. To me, I get so much joy from creating a beautiful table set or doing things that other people might consider a little bit extra or unnecessary. But to me, it is very fun and creative, and it brings me joy. And I love spending quality time with my friends and the people that I love and care about. So I am very much excited for that. But I am very tired because we did our weekly reset where we clean our entire apartment from top to bottom. We ran errands. We were out all day. And now I am chatting with you guys, recording this week's podcast episode. So we've had a very productive day. So anyways, in today's episode, I wanted to have a conversation around something that I find myself in. And it's something that I know we all experience from time to time. And it's when we are in a season of preparation or preparation season, however you want to call it. And if you haven't heard of this concept or this term, a season of preparation is essentially that phase in your life that comes right before you're about to achieve your goal or achieve an intention that you've set for yourself. So for example, let's say that you've set a goal to live a healthier lifestyle, or maybe you want to switch career paths, or you want to save for your dream car, or you want to completely reinvent and transform yourself. A season of preparation is what happens right before you achieve that thing. So this preparation season is that gap between where you currently are in this moment and where you aspire to be. And it's a time in your life when you're being called to step up, to level up, so that you can achieve that goal or that desire that you have. And in order to get there, you have to get through this season of preparation. And in today's episode, I just want to have a conversation around this topic because, like I said, this is a season that I'm currently in. I want to have a conversation around what the purpose of a preparation season is and how it can benefit us, what we can expect when we are in the season of preparation, and how we can navigate and embrace when we are in a season of preparation in our lives. This conversation is something that I really needed when I was in the beginning stages of my personal development journey, and I was constantly trying to level up, change my life, and having been through a few seasons of preparation throughout the last few years, I feel like I've really cultivated some very useful tips and insights that have helped me navigate whenever I find myself in a season of preparation. So I really hope that you enjoy this episode. If you do, I would so appreciate if you could rate and review the podcast so that more people can discover the podcast. Share this episode with anyone who you think may enjoy the conversations that we have. And that is all I have to say. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into today's episode. So I first want to get into what the purpose of a preparation season is and why it's essential to go through an experience before we're able to manifest that goal or achieve that desire that we have. And it doesn't really matter what your goal is, what your intentions are, what you're striving for. Like I said, whether you're trying to live a healthier lifestyle, switch careers, find your dream partner, buy your dream car, your home, whatever your goal is, no matter how big or small, we all go through a season of preparation before we experience that thing, have that thing, achieve that thing. And to put it simple, a season of preparation is to quite literally prepare you for what is about to come into your life in order to best handle all of its ups and downs that come with it. I think oftentimes when we set really exciting goals for ourselves, we tend to romanticize the goal and overlook the reality of it. And don't get me wrong, I am all for romanticizing your life, but I also live in the real world, and I'm also a very practical person too. But for example, when it comes to buying a house or getting married, of course, these are really exciting and huge milestones, but at the same time, they both come with very big responsibilities and its own set of challenges. And I think sometimes, again, we romanticize that desire, but we forget that it also is going to come with challenges and obstacles as well. And I myself have had similar experiences with romanticizing a goal and then reality sets in and I'm like, oh crap, I was not expecting this. For example, when I moved from California to Arizona almost 2 years ago, I remember the months leading up to our move, I was so excited to be starting a brand new chapter in our lives, to have a brand new apartment that I could decorate, to be exploring a new city. I was just so over the moon, so excited for this new season. But when we finally did move and reality set in, I found myself dealing with things I wasn't fully prepared for or was even expecting to deal with, from feeling homesick, feeling lonely, overwhelmed, and struggling to find a new routine for myself and things like that. Having experienced that, it really showed me that although a goal can be really exciting and positive, to also expect challenges to come with it. And something that I find interesting is every time I've set a goal for myself, almost instantly I start experiencing so many challenges and obstacles in relation to that goal. And I will get into why this happens and what it means a little bit later. But what I will say, as someone who's been through a season of preparation many, many times, all of the hurdles and obstacles that I've experienced on the way towards achieving my goal have been an essential part of the process. And I think how you can identify when you're entering a season of preparation, or when it's time to enter a season of preparation, is when you start to feel that desperation for change in your life, when you're tired of getting in your own way. Those are definitely signs that it's time for you to step up and prepare for change. I shared this a while back, but I have set intentions for where I want to be by the end of next year, who I want to be, where I want to live, what I want my career and life to look like. And honestly, this is probably one of the most significant intentions that I've set for myself so far on my journey. And since setting these intentions, I have been faced with so many challenges in regards to these intentions, which is literally all aspects of my life. And at first it felt very overwhelming and I felt very defeated just dealing with all of these challenges. But after a breakdown, I had a breakthrough where everything kind of clicked for me, and I recognized that I was in fact in a season of preparation. It all just made sense to me that after setting these intentions of where I want to be in my life by the end of next year, that I was now being forced to grow, forced to learn certain lessons, to evolve so that I could be ready for that next chapter in my life. And once I kind of made sense of everything that was happening and realizing that everything happening now is actually not happening to me, but in fact it's happening for me, and it's all part of the process, and it's all getting me ready for the next chapter in my life, my frustration that I was feeling turned into excitement, because in that moment I knew that God was calling me to level up, and this was simply me being forced to step into the person that I need to be in order to be where I want to be by next year. So that's my interpretation of what a season of preparation is all about. And I now want to get into what we can expect when we are in a season of preparation in our lives. Every single time that I've been in a preparation season in my life, there's been common reoccurring themes that I've noticed, and there are certain things that I can expect to experience or feel when I am in a season of preparation. And I want to talk about this because it's definitely not always an easy or seamless process to be in. And what I will say is that the bigger the goal, the more challenging the season of preparation can be, and that's just the honest truth. And I'm just here to give it to you, but we're here to talk about how we can navigate this season as well. So the first thing you can expect to experience when you are in a season of preparation in your life is a sense of dissatisfaction or impatience for where you currently are in your life. And I think this is a pretty common thing to feel when you feel like you're not where you want to be, or you're really excited or eager to be in that next level to reach that goal that you're aiming for. And I know it's easy to feel dissatisfied in your life when your current circumstances might not align with the vision that you have for yourself, or when it feels like the gap between where you are now and where you want to be are so far away and it feels impossible to achieve. But instead of looking at my feelings of being dissatisfied or feeling impatient with whatever season that I'm in as a negative thing, I try to turn it into a positive thing, and I take it as a sign that I've simply outgrown the season that I'm in or the situation that I'm in. And these feelings of dissatisfaction is just my higher self telling me that it's time to grow again, that it's time to level up. And I like to think of it as being a plant in a pot, and you've simply outgrown the pot that you are in, and it's time to be planted into a bigger pot. I know that analogy is kind of cheesy, but trust me, it helps me to put things into perspective when I'm kind of in the midst of feeling impatient or dissatisfied. I just try to look at the positive in it and know that I'm just being called to grow, to level up, and that motivates me to take action and do what I need to do in order to fit into a bigger pot, which we will get into a little bit later when it comes to like taking action and what to do. But if you are feeling a sense of dissatisfaction in your life, take that as a sign that you're simply being called to grow, to level up, and you've outgrown your current situation. And that's a good thing. We're meant to grow and evolve in life, and that isn't something to look at in a negative light. So one thing I take pride in is being a great gift giver. At least I like to think so. I love giving very thoughtful and unique gifts to the people in my life. And if you're someone who struggles with finding the right gift for the people in your life and you're wanting to level up your gift giving game this holiday season, I have the thing that you need. It's called Uncommon Goods, and they're going to be your secret weapon to making holiday shopping stress-free by scoring the globe for the most remarkable and truly unique gifts for everyone on your list. And I mean everyone. Whether you're shopping for your secret Santa or your entire family, Uncommon Goods has everything for everyone. One of my favorite gifts that I've found on the site so far is actually a gift that I got for my boyfriend, and I haven't seen anything like this anywhere, but it's a create your own video game set. So it comes with an actual game console, and you're able to create your own video games. I know that my boyfriend is going to love it. Uncommon Goods carries products that are high quality, unique, and often handmade by small artists and small independent businesses. So when you do shop at Uncommon Goods, you're supporting them. And you can find anything from art to jewelry to kitchens, home, and bar. And with every purchase you make at Uncommon Goods, they give back $1 to a nonprofit partner of your choice. They've already donated more than $2.5 million to date. So to get 15% off your next order, go to uncommongoods.com/jshah. That's uncommongoods.com/JSHAH. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Uncommon Goods, we're all out of the ordinary. And something else to expect when we are in a season of preparation is being okay with delayed gratification. When you're in the preparation season of your life, you're often working a lot behind the scenes. You're laying a lot of groundwork, and oftentimes you're not seeing the results right away. And I know that can be really discouraging, and it can seem like you aren't making progress. But there's a saying that I saw recently, and again, it's another plant analogy, and that was totally unintentional, but we're just going with it. But the saying says, imagine planting a seed and being upset an hour later because it hasn't turned into a flower. And I really like this quote because it helps put things into perspective, and it helps to remind us that great things take time and don't happen overnight. And I know it can seem like other people are achieving overnight success, or things are happening very quickly or easily for other people, but it only seems that way because we are seeing the end result. We aren't there to see or experience all of the years of hard work and dedication that they've put into reaching the end result. It might seem like it happened overnight, but chances are it absolutely did not, and it took years, months of dedication, effort, hard work. And especially in the world that we live in today, we've been accustomed to instant gratification in all areas of our life. Whether we post something on social media and it instantly gets likes and comments and attraction, or we can instantly order food at our doorstep. We can instantly order a car service, whatever the case is. We've been accustomed to instant gratification, and there's nothing wrong with those things. I enjoy those privileges just as much as the next person, but I think it's also warped our perspective and our expectations when it comes to our life and our goals and achieving the things that we want and becoming the person that we want to be and all of that. Those things take time, and those things do not happen overnight. And when we forget that, that is when it can feel like nothing is happening, like it's all for nothing, but it truly isn't. This is something that I've had to really work on embracing and being okay with. And I think oftentimes when we aren't able to embrace delayed gratification, that's what causes you to quit too early or give up on yourself before you even give yourself the time to see what can really happen if you were to continue forward on your path or your goals. So delayed gratification is a huge one, and I know it's not easy, especially in today's day and age, but it's absolutely necessary during a season of preparation. Another common theme that I've experienced when being in a season of preparation is having a lot of tests and challenges in regards to what it is that I'm.
Hello and welcome to the Kubernetes podcast from Google. I'm your host, Caslin Fields, and
I am Abdel Sigiwa.
This week, we chatted with Keith Maddox and John Howard. Keith and John are core maintainers of the Istio project. We chatted about Istio, the status of the project, the new ambient service mesh architecture, eBPF, and more. But first, let's get to the news.
Linkerd announced version 1.24. The new version of the service mesh tool comes with multi-cluster support, gateway API conformance, and many new features. Click the link in the show notes for details.
Amazon announced plans this week to invest up to $4 billion in AI startup Anthropic. Anthropic offers an AI-powered chatbot, which recently launched its first consumer-facing premium subscription plan. Anthropic has made a long-term commitment to provide AWS customers around the world with access to future generations of its foundation models via Amazon Bedrock, AWS's fully managed service that provides secure access to the industry's top foundation models.
The call for proposal, or CFP, for KubeCon and Cloud Native Con EU is open until November 26, 2023. The event will take place on March 19 to 22nd next year in Paris, France.
The CNCF announced Cloud Native Security Slam. The 30-day challenge is designed to help project creators and users improve their software supply chain security. Participants will have access to a library of curated content to learn and improve their software security posture. Registration is open, and the event will take place from October 10th to November 9th, 2023.
The Istio Certified Associate, or ICA, is a new certification launched by the Linux Foundation. The new certification, which was initially developed and maintained by Tetrates, is designed to help people assess their level of proficiency with Istio. The exam is bookable today, but the ability to schedule it will be possible somewhere in November 2023.
Sonatype said it discovered 14 different NPM packages targeting Kubernetes installations. These packages use a technique called dependency confusion to hide themselves as JavaScript libraries and components. Once these files are inside a target machine, they run obfuscated code that collects sensitive information such as usernames, SSH keys, and IP addresses, and ships them to a remote domain. And that's the news.
Well, hello, folks, to a new episode of the Kubernetes podcast. Today, I'm talking to Keith Maddox II, who is a software engineer lead at Microsoft, and John Howard, who is a software engineering lead at Google. Both of them are long-term contributors to Kubernetes and Istio. And we got them to the show today to discover what's going on with Istio, because last time the topic have been on the show was quite some time ago. Welcome to the show, Keith and John.
Happy to be here. Yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you for accepting my invitation on such a short notice. As I was saying before, we figured, hey, let's just check in with our friends at Istio and figure out what's going on there, because quite a lot of things have happened. I'm going to go in an unorthodox way and start in the reverse order. The last one, native sidecar support in Kubernetes 1.28. I read the article that John have published on istio.io on the blog. Can either of you shed the light on what's that change and what does that mean actually for Istio?
Yeah, sure. I can talk about sidecars in general and then let John talk about the process of bringing it over to Istio. So sidecars in Kubernetes has been a long time pattern without a lot of rigor, without a formal API. And this has led to a lot of weirdness as people try to deploy sidecars in production and use them in the way that they're used to using other Kubernetes pods. So a classic example is when you run a sidecar on a cron job. Once that cron job has completed its execution, the main container finishes its execution, the sidecar will continue to run. And you get what I've called zombie cron jobs, like just keep on running and running and running, unless you do some weird trap, Linux trap magic to make it stop. Between that and some resource issues and startup ordering, it just hasn't always been super clean if you need to do sidecars and in regular containers and even init containers in Kubernetes. And so in 128, as an alpha feature, some folks between SIG Node and SIG Network in Kubernetes got together and said, we're going to fix this. And John and I both popped in and worked in that as part of that effort at different times. So really a group effort from a lot of folks across the community in order to find a way to bring that sidecar pattern to parity with an API and be fully supported as an API. And the scope was specifically kept small in order to make it workable, but it worked. And so now in 128 and as an alpha feature, you have to turn it on when you boot up your cluster, but folks can actually get native sidecars in Kubernetes built into the API, which is a very exciting thing.
Yeah, definitely. I was reading a Reddit thread in which Tim Hawking was replying, asking, so people asking about design choices, and the reply that I pretty much liked was, it's a non-invasive design choice, right? Without too much changes. And speaking of that, I'll turn it back to you, John. I was wondering why the implementation have been done through init container with a restart policy and a very simple, put in simple between quotes, kind of logic flow in the kubelet rather than, let's say, I was expecting the fix to be like a full spec sidecar.
So for some context for folks that haven't, if you haven't read the blogs, there's blogs on Kubernetes, Istio, Linkerd, a bunch of people have talked about it, so plenty to read up on. But the basic implementation is that today a sidecar, you typically just have a normal container and there's nothing special about it. Now it will be in a init container, but it will have this new field restart always, which is kind of obscure, but it basically means it's a sidecar. And it gives properties that there's no sidecar anywhere in the API exactly, but it more or less means it's a sidecar.
Yeah.
So there's a few reasons for that. One is that adding more and more fields that are like, we don't want to have like an init container, a sidecar container, a new container someone comes up with field, and like keep having all these different types of containers. But like this API has been under discussion for a very long time. If you go back and read blogs from the Kubernetes 1.16 release, there's actually blog posts saying that this feature was launched. Not just that it was planned, but that it was actually launched.
Wow.
And that was 4 years ago, right? It, of course, did not launch 4 years ago. It was kind of almost launched and then decided not to. So this has been under discussion for quite a while. And so there's been probably 100 different APIs that have been pitched. This one kind of meets almost every requirement we'd want, and it's kind of very minimally invasive, like you said, right? It's just one extra field on an init container. But one of the especially nice things about it being an init container is you can sequence it with other init containers, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So we're from Istio, so we do service mesh. One of the things a service mesh needs is a MTLS credential. I mean, Istio doesn't work this way out of the box. We have our own MTLS provisioning flow, but you could, for example, have an init container that provisions a certificate.
Yeah.
Now, how do you run that if we just say it's a sidecar container? Does it run before the sidecar container starts? Does it run after? We have actually sequencing between init containers and sidecar containers and your containers. So by putting it in the init containers, it makes it quite easy to sequence.
Yeah.
The other options were like this giant dependency graph of containers, and like some very complex stuff was pitched, which would be very powerful, but again, very complex. I don't know that anyone loves it.
Okay, for what design
that's what it takes to get something approved these days.
desktop
Yeah, I think that's a really
mobile,
interesting way of putting it,
what
because
I can
like myself, a
do
lot of
this,
people that read about this in the first
how
place,
I
like the
can
title
use.
is a little bit confusing because it says native sidecars, and then you go read the implementation. I'm like, okay, well, it's just an init container with a special field, essentially. But I still think it's a powerful implementation. I still think it solves the problem for probably 95% of the cases, right?
Yeah, and at the end of the day, most people actually probably, well, at least most Istio users won't actually know or care how it's implemented.
Sure.
You know, in Istio, the sidecar is injected automatically, and so unless you're looking at things under the covers, like what's going to happen is eventually once it's fully rolled out on by default, Istio just does this for you, and it's kind of completely transparent improvement for users.
Correct, except that I still think that some users would care. One of the use cases I think about would be something like fetching a password or certificate from a vault. Not talking specifically about HashiCorp Vault, but a vault, right, or a secret store. That's typically done through sidecars, right? Because one of the things you want to do is you want to monitor if the password have been rotated and maybe reload the app or whatever. So I think people there would care as well. Another use case, I'm just going to quickly mention this and stop rambling. Argo, not Argo CD, Argo Workflows, which is an open source tool that does workflow orchestration. I have worked on a project where adding Istio to this became problematic because Argo Workflows will orchestrate your workflows in the form of jobs, right? And pods that are started, execute a job, and then die. And if those jobs take a couple of seconds by adding Istio to them, with all the waiting and all the retrying and all the stuff, it becomes like a minute to execute a job, right? So now if you have a native-ish way to handle sidecars, it's better, essentially.
Yeah, I'll give you another example that I think is pretty relevant. I used to work doing DevOps for a data engineering team, and they were using Apache Airflow to orchestrate a lot of their jobs. And as AI and ML is one of those very popular things that people are talking about nowadays, a lot of folks who are doing large batch operations in Kubernetes clusters run into that exact same scenario you're explaining with Argo Workflows, where they've got to go and have a vault sidecar to get credentials and short-lived credentials talking to their blob storage or what have you. And to try to do that, if they're using Istio and they've got that job as part of the mesh and it's encrypted, you really run into a lot of issues trying to have the sidecar not just continue to churn and continue to run after the main job is exited. And so there are ways around it. Istio in particular has or Envoy in particular has like a quit path you can use a trap to hit, or other folks will run like a cleanup job in the cluster every so often. There's a whole project around sequencing containers and killing processes like this. But now that we've got native sidecars in Kubernetes, at least in alpha, it'll work a lot more seamlessly for folks in the data batch job side of the Kubernetes consumption.
I'm going to jump a little bit ahead and ask very quickly, is there any work going on with the Istio community on optimizing the sidecar itself, like startup time, like the time it takes for the sidecar to be ready?
That's a good question. Sort of. A lot of our focus on improving the performance and specifically resource overhead of Istio has been in making it in part of ambient. Like a lot of the concerns we have are architectural issues that are hard to address with the current sidecar architecture. The startup is pretty quick in general, though. Like it takes about 1 second on a medium scale cluster.
Yes,
A lot of issues actually.
and see if I don't respond, it's just because I am working on VS Code
and I'm
and
not an expert
why
there.
I
It does
am
seem like once the
listening
container's actually started, it's
podcast
fairly
on
quick to get ready.
web security.
I don't know. I guess my answer is
and
maybe.
tech things,
Maybe. Okay. Well, I mean, you mentioned ambient mesh, so let's go there. Maybe one of you or both of you have been asked to answer this question hundreds of times, but can one of you give us just a very quick, what is ambient mesh?
Sure, yes. Like we talked about, Istio and other service meshes traditionally have been implemented with the sidecar proxy. You stick another container alongside every pod that runs the service mesh and does all of the cool things that we like. Ambient is kind of rethinking that architecture, and it does so by splitting apart the service mesh into 2 layers. Usually we start the other way around, but I'll start backwards because I think it makes more sense. We talked about the issues with sidecars, right? And some of these are fixed by the sidecar container enhancement, but a lot of them aren't. Even with that enhancement, it's still hard to onboard the mesh. It's still hard to upgrade it. Like you can't go and just take a running pod and say, hey, I want the new Envoy version because there was a CVE or a new feature I want. You can't just add it dynamically to a pod. Like usually the Istio onboarding docs is like, oh, first run install and then go restart your 10,000 pods and come back in a week once that's done, right?
Yeah, it's pretty invasive.
Yeah, so like, and there's other issues too, like there's a resource footprint of using it in every pod. The list goes on and on. You can find long lists of issues probably somewhere. So with ambient, we said, okay, we want to take that proxy and completely decouple it from the pod.
Yeah.
We want to run it externally, and externally could be on a different node. It could be completely outside the cluster if we wanted. It's really just this independent standalone thing. We run it typically in the normal deployment as just a standard deployment, so it can be auto-scaled up and down.
Yeah.
And that has quite a few benefits. One, it's now just a normal pod, so we can scale it, we can upgrade it, do standing rolling restarts, and we can share it between application pods, so we can amortize some of the costs of the sidecar functionality. But now that it's standalone, we have an issue, right? how do we get the traffic from the application pods to the service mesh proxy? And how do we do it securely, right? One of the huge value adds of service mesh is that we have MTLS everywhere.
Yeah.
If we're sending all this traffic plain text to this remote proxy, we're not getting a lot of value out of the TLS, right? So we add another component, which we call the Z-tunnel, which is really this node per node component that is very small and really only responsible for two things. One is encrypting all traffic between pods, and two is getting traffic to the waypoints. Oh, I think I forgot to mention, a waypoint is what we call that remote proxy.
Yep.
So getting traffic to the waypoints when it's required. So we call this kind of splitting the two layers in half. We have the L4 secure transport layer and then the full L7 traditional service mesh layer with the waypoint.
And we're going to explore a little bit that more in details. I think starting at the layer 4, the Z tunnel, it's a Rust-based tunnel, which I think the community have basically brought from scratch, right? It didn't exist before.
Yes.
Correct.
So a lot of questions there. Why dedicated proxy? I mean, I think that's one of the biggest points of contention in the service mesh space is eBPF or not eBPF, right? I bet you have heard this many, many times before.
Of course, yes.
Many, many times.
We're not going to point any fingers today. We're just going to try to answer why Z-tunnel and not eBPF.
There's probably more why nots, because we actually Z-tunnel implementations. And we actually made quite a few Z-tunnel implementations before we did the initial launch as kind of prototypes. So if we go back to what Z-tunnel's goals are, the key goal is to secure transport between all pods that are communicating, right? And we had made the decision early on in Istio and continue to reassess and make the same decision to use mutual TLS as that encryption and authentication layer. This is like the industry standard. It meets all the compliance requirements. It's highly established across service mesh and well beyond service mesh, right? Everyone is probably viewing this podcast over HTTPS somewhere. And so we wanted to double down on that. Going directly to the eBPF question, eBPF really is about programming the kernel in a very highly limited programming environment, right?
Yeah.
TLS is extremely challenging to do in that environment. There's like some kernel TLS, KTLS support in the kernel to some extent, but it's very tricky and hard to use. It's not something that's really been done widely or is well established. Once you want to do something outside the kernel space, you're then sending packets up to user space proxy, right?
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest issues with the eBPF is it's kind of all or nothing. It's much easier to program something in user space. You have all the programming languages. You're not constrained by the limited programming environment, and you can use whatever libraries, battle-tested things you want, right?
Yeah.
So if you can do everything in the kernel, it's quite nice because you don't have to pay the cost of sending things to user space, and you can do whatever you want. But if the second you have anything in user space, the more stuff you're doing in the kernel, the harder it is because it's so constrained, right?
Yeah.
So we knew that we were going to need to go to user space for TLS, but also for the tunneling, which I'll get to in a moment. And so it was kind of clear for us that eBPF wasn't going to cut it here. The choices then was like, okay, do we use Envoy, which is what we use for the rest of Istio for our sidecars and our gateways?
Yeah.
Or do we consider something else? And if we consider something else, like what is that? So we actually implemented an Envoy version of Z-tunnel and a Go version and a Rust version, all three of them. And I think at one point they even all passed the same test and we had them all side by side working. At this point, we've consolidated on just one option. And we really looked at those and considered like, what is the current performance? What is the potential optimal long-term future performance? How fast can we iterate on it? And a lot of those things. And what we found was that Envoy was an obvious choice, right? Everyone on Istio is familiar with Envoy because we've been working for it for everything else. And it's a very established project. It's a great project. But we found that for what we were molding it to do, it became challenging, right? Envoy was really designed as kind of a service mesh proxy and ingress gateway proxy. But we were now using it in kind of a different way where we're this almost like a router, like it's somewhat different. So Envoy is very flexible, but putting it through this different model was really stretching its limits in performance and usability, really.
Yeah.
It's much easier to be able to say in code, oh, use MTLS, that's a Boolean, versus an Envoy saying like, oh, here's 100 lines of config for every pod telling you what doing TLS means, right?
Yeah.
It's very flexible, but it's also very generic. So you have to program very extensive things and you can't bake in knowledge like Istio-specific knowledge into Envoy because it's not an Istio-specific project, right?
Yes.
So yeah, those were kind of the motivations that led us to building
really
the Z-tunnel from the ground up. And we chose Rust versus Go because of some performance numbers, really. That was a less interesting decision, I think.
I think it's one of the interesting decisions for me personally, because I do like Rust as a programming language. But I just want to go back to one thing you mentioned, John. When you were talking about using Envoy to do what zTunnel does or building a new one, it's like the same discussion of using Docker as a runtime in Kubernetes or using Containerd. Docker can technically be used as a runtime, but do you want to use a thing that can do more than just a runtime, just to execute a runtime, which is kind of like Envoy can do more than just MTLS. And trying to bend it to just do one simple thing feels like it's easier to just build a new thing from scratch, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's also always a tricky problem. It feels easy to build something from scratch when you're only considering the simple use cases, and then it scales up. It scaled up more already than I thought it would, to be honest. I still think it was the right decision. But, when we first implemented it to meet what then was all the requirements, is like 1,000 lines of code, and now it's maybe 5,000. Nothing crazy, but quite a bit more than what it initially was.
Yeah, but I still think it's substantially less than Envoy itself.
Yeah, and that was also one of the things is like, even if Envoy and the Rust version were kind of at the same level of performance when we started, which was not the case. The custom built one had quite a bit better resource footprint and other characteristics. We kind of thought that by making it purpose built, we could have a guaranteed better long-term path, as long as we're willing to invest enough engineering resources.
Yeah.
Which Istio is a pretty big project with a lot of contributions from a lot of different companies, so that's a pretty good assumption that we could beat performance as something that's general purpose, because we have a very, very specific goal of just doing secure transport. And that's all we need to focus on. We're not going to beat Envoy at all the things Envoy does. Envoy does a ton of stuff.
Yes.
No one is competing with Envoy there. We just want to do one thing and focus only on doing that thing well. And so we thought with that focus, we could outperform Envoy.
That's a very valid point. And when you were talking, you talked about tunneling. The zTunnel uses something called Hbone. Maybe, Keith, you want to shed light on that? What's Hbone? I've never heard about it before, hearing of the zTunnel.
Sure, and I've got a small anecdote here. When Istio launched Ambient Mesh back in September of 2022, John, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's when it was.
Yep.
I remember seeing it, and I was like, Hbone, okay. Let me see what it is, and I tried to Google it and found, nothing. So it's an acronym that if you Google it, you're going to find nothing but Istio resources. But really what Hbone is, it's actually a fairly generic protocol. It's based on the MASQ standard in IETF. So if you go and Google MASQ, M-A-S-Q-U-E, you will find more information about it. And it's really just a way to generically tunnel traffic over HTTP. And the actual MASQ proposal, the MASQ standard, it's based on QUIC, HTTP 3.
Yeah.
But we are currently just using HTTP 2 due to some, I believe, performance concerns for QUIC. No, not performance. I think it's support of some libraries. I forget. But essentially, we take the MASQ protocol and we apply it to a well-known port, and we set the authority header, use the authority header to indicate the destination service. And when you put all those components together, so a tunneling protocol, a well-known port, and a way of using the authority header, that together is what gets you Hbone. And the way that Istio uses this Hbone protocol is for the mesh transport that John just described.
Yeah.
So previously, right now, with Istio,
yes.
you've got what we like to call transparent proxying.
I'm
the typical way that most
tired.
meshes do transparent proxying today is by taking the same network byte stream. If you're proxying HTTP request, that same request is going to go from your client to your server, and it's going to be relatively unchanged. And the way that Istio indicates that this traffic is designated for a mesh is via doing some add some creativity to how we handle a TLS extension called ALPN. And it works pretty okay until you try to do some more complex things. You also end up having to modify the request itself if you want to do anything with headers.
Yes,
so a classic example is rate limiting. If you want
this.
to add rate limiting headers back and forth in a sidecar mesh or a traditional transparent proxying mesh approach, then your actual traffic request that's got your application data, your application payload, is going to have those additional headers and telemetry information encoded in that transport. By adding in this tunneling protocol, we can actually keep 99% or really all of the mesh transport specific information in the I guess you would say, the overarching tunneling protocol.
Mm-hmm.
So the HBone request is going to have the headers and the telemetry, the peer metadata, all these rate limiting headers, etc. All that information is going to be living within the HBone transport, and your application data will remain unchanged within the tunnel.
I see.
And so that's really what HBone is. And the fact that we add a well-known port to this MAST protocol, this tunneling protocol for HBone, means that we can make some assumptions within the ambient mesh about where traffic is supposed to flow when we're doing redirection.
I see.
So yeah, that's HBone in 3 minutes.
Okay, that's a much better description than I could find all myself on the internet. A lot to unpack there. So let me ask this very simple question. I mean, zTunnel is technically still a transparent proxy, right? The pods don't even know it exists.
Correct.
Yes.
I remember one of the discussions I've been had, I think it's with you, John, early on the ambient mesh design, is the fact that the tunnel, the zTunnel, can impersonate the identity of the pod. So essentially the receiving pod on the receiving end does not see the proxy as a requester. It sees the pod as a requester, right?
Yep.
Is that through certificates? Because it's technically a layer 4 thing. Or is it through the service account? I mean, I guess it sends the service account of the pod.
So how it works, I think there's two parts. Is one, how is it transparent? And then how does it do the identification?
Yeah.
The transparency part is really just a usage of Linux networking stack. They have this feature that's called IP transparent, actually. Well-suited name. And that plus tproxy plus maybe a few other things allows you to kind of send requests that claim you're
Yes,
from
it's
another
just
IP address.
minimal
And
responses.
so it
But
allows you to do
for now,
transparent
I have
proxy, which is
initialized
exactly what
this
So we
project
can have something in between two
and
destinations
do a lot.
and preserve the source IP and destination IP on both sides, basically. If that sounds very scary, it requires
Now,
high
I
privileges,
have
which is
to
why we don't do
raise
this in
next.
sidecars, for example, because we don't want to give
to
every application root permission, but it's fine to have kind of this node-level proxy that already is receiving all traffic, so it's already highly privileged to have that privilege. Now, the other end of your question, I think, was how do we actually identify which pods are talking to each other now that it's not actually the pods talking to each other, they're talking on behalf of the zTunnel. So each zTunnel is actually going to have when they communicate, they are using the workload certificates that are tied to each workload's identity, just like they would in the service mesh. So if I have a client application talking to a server application, there will be a TLS handshake where two certificates are exchanged. One will be the client identity, one will be the server identity. And it does that by each zTunnel that runs on the node getting a unique certificate for every identity running on that node.
Okay.
So if I have 5 different pods running on my node, I may have 5 different certificates in zTunnel, and it kind of aggregates them and picks the right one based on the source and destination traffic.
Okay.
Importantly, each zTunnel only has access to, that's not just how we coded zTunnel, that's actually how we set up the permission model. It only has access to the pods on its node. So it can't just say, hey, I'm zTunnel, give me every identity in the cluster, and I'm going to go man in the middle everyone. It's very scoped, just like how Kubelet is implemented, where Kubelet can't just ask for an arbitrary secret. It can ask for a secret running that a pod on that node requested, and then mounted in the pod, but it can't just ask for arbitrary ones. So we do the same thing in zTunnel to make sure that the kind of blast radius of the permission of zTunnel is scoped to that node. So it kind of has a node privilege, but it's not a cluster-wide privilege.
And I guess also that's good from a resource perspective, because if the zTunnel doesn't have to know the certificates of all the workloads in all the cluster, then its resource footprint would pretty much be limited to whatever runs on the node.
Friend buildings.
Yeah, cool. That's actually pretty interesting. And so the next natural question would be, what happens if
Okay, it's the layout. Yes, it's for entertainment, because when you work, you have to jungle. Enfin, you have to balance between serious and entertainment. Maybe. Now with AI you can do everything. No, you don't have to worry about this. Just chilling. Yes, I have developed myself with this minimalist things when I talking. I think it's a mix of both, but I don't have a lot of followers and viewers, but I don't have it. It is result. I don't have a lot of feedback of my work. Oh, I can't write something like that. I have a lot of work today. Awesome. Yes, you are all right, but I have to put my conclusion of this maybe later. You, why you don't speak? You have close the dialogue. I know that you couldn't resist. So
slash episode 220 if you want to
yes,
see the show
it's
notes on this, which I don't think these will be all
to-
that crazy.
These will be crazy, crazy, crazy.
It'll be amazing.
You want to click these.
I like it.
Don't read them. Just click it.
Hey, with that, then we're gonna skip all the good stuff.
I'm Alan
I'm
Underwood.
Alan Underwood. Yep,
Wait, what?
I'm Alan Underwood.
This will be confusing for everybody. I'm
Right,
also
yeah.
Joe Zach. and I'm Michael Outlaw.
That it's so wrong. You'll find out why it's wrong that he's doing this here shortly.
Who are you, Alan? I mean, other person that hasn't said his name.
Can the real Jay-Z please stand up?
I already did.
What is going on? What is going on?
All right.
Did we start yet?
I think so.
Yes, we started. We've been recording now.
Before the madness goes on any further, we need to take time to thank the people who took time to write us some reviews.
Go ahead,
Michael. All right. Okay, I'll do that. I don't know if I can do that. I'm not a good voice impersonator.
Yeah, wait, was that when your voice rose an octave, was that you trying to impersonate me?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. No, see, that's why I'm not a good voice impersonator. I just offend people. It won't work.
That hurts my feelings.
Right? Yeah.
I don't know why I sound like Mickey Mouse, but
all right, go ahead, Goofy. You do this.
All right, so from iTunes, is this legal? Mezcal? Wait, no. The other one isn't there one?
It's
No,
very
that's
fine.
the alcohol that I'm thinking of.
Oh, mezcal. Yeah.
Mezcal.
Yeah, okay. Phew. I was like, what am I saying? And from Audible, it's Matt.
Nice. All right. Well, thanks. It's Matt.
I only
and
messed up 50% of them.
Mezcal.
That's awesome.
All right, thanks for the reviews. We really appreciate it. We thrive on that sort of stuff. If you got any 3+ stars in you, then we'd love to have them.
We're gonna edit him. I swear.
It's a high bar now. Remember the days when we used to ask for a 5-star? Now we're like, you know what? If you got a star in you, I'll take
Fuck
it.
him if you got
Well,
him.
what you
Whatever
say
you got.
sounds
More
like
the
Whatever
better.
you got.
It's an easy way to just remember as many as you can.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so you've got some interesting news here.
Oh, did you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think we did talk about it.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just saying that there are stars in Spotify now, but I think we mentioned that a while back. So I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, I don't know how they work, but yes, I've seen them.
I think you can only do it from the app, if I recall.
Okay.
And you can add comments and questions to the very specific episodes.
Okay. Maybe we should check those.
Yeah. So yeah, you should do that, and we'll do that, and it'll be all good.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. Well, I got a topic. So a while back,
Yes,
I
we
talked
can
about this
continue with
keyboard that looks like a Nintendo. Do you remember that?
Yes.
It's 8-bit dough. They normally make controllers, but it's a mechanical keyboard. It's not split. It's very a traditional kind of keyboard, and I love how it looks. It's great. I love it's got these little dials for volume. It's got a little dial for switching between Bluetooth or wireless 2.4. Or, you can do wired. It's really nice for old computers. It's really great. I love all of it.
Very Nintendo-esque.
Yeah, I mean,
look and feel about it.
It's
NES
amazing.
80-esque, right? Or NES.
Yeah.
Dude, it's actually got a volume dial, like what you said, like a mechanical dial. It's not just a up down. That's awesome.
It has A/B buttons.
It does.
So cool.
Yep, and it also came with this giant USB AV button too that you can go on the side. That's pretty cool. But here's the thing. I love most of it, but it's a mechanical keyboard, and I don't like mechanical keyboards. And I don't understand.
Did you not know that about yourself before you bought this thing?
I did, and I thought that I might, kind of get over it or get used to it.
Yes,
kind of
you
force
are.
myself
You
to,
are
but
very
no, it's really
minimalist with
loud,
this.
and you
And
have
I
to
think,
push down
AI is
for real.
Hey, give us a listen here. Type something on
Photoshop for
Okay.
coding.
Can you hear this?
Oh, he just logged off. Wait, hold on.
And he's gone.
Looks like I just deleted the show notes. Gibberish.
I haven't heard of these
yeah.
though, but these switches, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing this right. Kale box switch.
You never heard of those? Oh, those are super popular. Other than other than the cherries, these are like the other big ones out there.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, they've got a ton of different ones too. So that apparently they put the live ones on it.
I'm just surprised that you even bought this keyboard though, Jay-Z, because this is. I'm sorry, I meant Michael.
Yes,
I
we
was surprised you
can
bought this,
talking
Michael.
like emoji.
This is an 87 key keyboard.
I'm Smile.
So
I don't
this is
like
a
that.
tiny one. Like I'm
What do you
surprised
do?
that you would have even tried that.
I like that part.
You
I'm down
do?
with that. Yeah, like what other keys do you need?
No. But I thought that you wanted like ergo keyboards so that you don't have like deal with carpal tunnel or any kind of BS like that. Like you wanted. I know Alan buys the ergo keyboards. I thought you were into them as well.
Yeah,
I was, and I kind of still am, but I had a couple surgeries, and so now it's not really a problem.
So you're like, bring on the next one.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. I eat carpal tunnel for breakfast.
Yeah, that's right. No big deal.
Yeah, I think really what it was is the Nintendo retro nostalgia just won out major, right? Like, and I can see it. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I think that's the winner right there. That's really what happened here.
Oh, totally, absolutely, and I love it. I don't even have a lot of like decorative stuff. Like, I just don't really care what stuff looks like for the most part. I just freaking love this.
Outlaw's entire background is blinked out.
You've got things like hanging on walls and stuff. I don't have any of that.
Yeah, man. I've got a wire running down the wall for my VR.
That's virtual. That's just a picture. Like, that's not real.
That's hilarious.
But for real, what is it about the mechanical keyboard that is likable?
So, in fairness,
like the noise.
Well, so it's not mechanical keyboards, and this is something that's, if you've ever typed on different mechanical switches, you can actually get switches that aren't loud that are still the mechanical. You get that feel to where it's got a little bit of back pressure on it, and then it breaks when you go past a certain point, right? So if you were to go research the Kale keys or even some of the Cherry key switches out there, some of them are super loud, some of them are super quiet. A lot of them have different breaking points. Like some of them will be like halfway up, some of them will be like near the top. Like as soon as you touch it, it like cracks down. So the like of a mechanical keyboard could be both the feel and the sound, right? Personally, I don't like the loud sounds, but that's mainly because I get yelled at when I'm doing it.
I've always thought that like the appeal to the mechanical keyboards was feedback. Feedback. Like you go back and think of the alternative, like because at least from what I can recall, like nobody talked about mechanical keyboards until the chiclet keyboards came out, and that I think is when it like really kind of came back into sport. Even started discussions about it. And it was just
You search to guess what I mean. That's it.
So the sound was just kind of a byproduct of trying to reproduce, trying to produce a specific feel, and that's what Al was talking about. Like, where does it engage? Top, middle, bottom, or like how hard you have to press. And if you do press, then you get for one press of it, you get multiples of it. The key, all that kind of stuff.
Some of them will like bottom out, like when they hit the very bottom. Some of them have like a soft spongy feel to it. Like you can totally
Many reasons. It's a good thing
if you go there, that's like
because our brain is not so.
key switches and stuff, and a lot of times they'll have like a whole pick from whatever set you want, right? And I don't know. I mean, they're pretty good. So during the day, I work on my Kinesis Advantage 360. No, not 360. Advantage 2. And it's a mechanical keyboard, but it's quiet. But it does have a great feel to it. When I'm down here recording the podcast, I'm on the Microsoft Scope Ergonomic, which is the chiclets. But those have great feel to them, in my opinion. Like they have a nice tactile feel when you push down on them. So, I don't know.
It's also
with or without.
The keycaps are part of it as well. So like on this one that you got, Jay-Z, you had the PDT keycaps on it as well. Because I remember like we talked about the other ones being like ABS plastic versus the PDT plastic.
It's not ambiguous. It's just because you can help me to communicate with you and get conversation.
Yeah, because like the ABS ones are the keyboard or the keys that'll get shiny and slick and smooth, right? Versus the PDTs will stay kind of a texture about them. So like, I got this. It's called the
Kinesis Gaming Freestyle RGB keyboard.
Love that keyboard.
So I had to switch out the keycaps because it came with the shiny ABS plastic ones.
Yes. This is mind blowing.
This was after I switched from the Moonlander.
Right.
Moonlander, I loved those keycaps, and that's when I discovered that, like, oh, I didn't even realize I had a preference for keycaps until I ran into the Moonlander. So I took the keycaps off of the Moonlander, put them on the Kinesis, but of course they didn't have all of the keys for it. So I have like a mixture of like Kinesis and Moonlander keys on it. But I wish it didn't have the quiet, soft switches that it does on it.
He likes the loud ones.
Okay, so dumb question: would it be insane to like replace all the switches on the keyboard? Or is that like
no? You can absolutely do that.
That's one of the benefits.
Yes. We can try to
spend an
switch
hour
to
on it.
something else.
It depends. It depends. Is
On how good the keyboard tool is?
Is the board even set up for that?
Yeah, right.
Because those switches could be like soldered in, right? And then you can't pop them out.
Yeah, you might check on that keyboard. I mean, there's an easy way to find out, dude. Did your keyboard come with a key puller? Like, well,
that's the keycap puller, though.
The keycap puller, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if you were to pull that thing off, you could look down in there and see how that stuff's set in there.
I don't think it did. Oh, but I see it says it's hot swappable PCB. What does that mean?
I think I don't know.
Hot, yeah. So it's got a picture that looks like it's like swapping out the thingy. So it says hot swappable PCB.
I don't know what that means.
I think that's referring to the layers thing, is it? Let's see.
If you look at the Amazon page, we'll have a link in the show notes. There's like an icon, and it looks like it's like replacing the switches.
I'm going to their website to see what they say.
I would look better, but I have a cat on me.
I mean, because it's definitely not going to be like hot swapping the key switch.
Swappable PCB.
Well, hot swap keyboard versus soldered PCB. Easiest way to explain the difference between the two is saying that hot swap lets you take out the switches whenever you like, while soldered PCB you can't.
Okay, so there you go. Yeah, so you can switch them out. So it says these come with the Kale White switches, which are obviously loud. So I put a link in the show notes to drop.com to their switches.
That's
so
good for
you
me.
could potentially buy those things.
I wouldn't even do that. I would hold on. You should get one of these. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So, like, I'm just going to throw out an example, but and this is not like the best example, but you can find things like this product here, which is a keyboard tester, and it'll have one of all of the different flavors on it. And yeah, that one's kind of expensive at $28, but there's cheaper ones depending on, like, that's a MX or Cherry MX, so maybe that's the reason why that one's kind of expensive. So depending on like what family of switches you want to get, you could find one where you could like test the different switches to see like, well, which one do I like? Which field do I like? And, depending on, it might be worth it for the time and trouble, Because also, by the way, too, there's another factor here too, and that's there's like little O-rings underneath there too that can impact the feel of that keyboard and any key switch that you put into it. So there's larger ones. Like I'm looking at one that I put one that was like 27 or something like that, or no, 12 keys. Here's another. Wow, how did I miss 27 and 20 and 12 together? But here's one with like 81 switches that I'm looking at. That's crazy.
The O-ring, by the way, is what I was talking about. Like, there's some keyboards, like when you push down on the key, it'll just smack the bottom. Those O-rings will stop where it's actually going to hit. So, yeah, there's so much you can do with this stuff, man. You can actually spend a lot of time on it.
And here's a cheaper version of the Cherry MX, because that's like the more common of them.
Well, but I want to test. I want to test the silent keys.
Yeah, but it's going to have like one of everything. I mean, you'll be able to tell like, oh, turns out I like Cherry Browns because it has enough of feedback that I want, but also it's not, loud. It's going to bother me.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll be able to try out all kinds of different ones. Yeah. So that might make it.
Yes,
where
I
you
have
love
a
your
minimalist keyboard
the
and
glorious
shortcut
PC,
too. You know.
I can adapt to the feel. Like I feel like I don't really care too much what it feels like, but the sound is obnoxious.
Rules for everything. The more you listen somebody,
I love
the more
that
you
part.
understand.
Like,
it's
you don't sit down in a cave by yourself. Like nobody's around you. My wife, when I had
symptom
the Moonlander,
yes,
she hated that keyboard.
So
she was like, "Really? When are you giving that to Outlaw?" And I was like, "Soon. I need to record the review." But she hated it.
Yeah, I personally love it though. Like it energizes me when I'm typing on it and I hear it. Like I don't know. There's just this job can be like both like not just the problems that you're solving and that you're looking at, but also the things you hear. That can be a part of the experience too. And I don't know. It's part of it for me. Not for you. I get it. Whatever.
Outlaw's making music. He's a percussionist in his off time.
Thank you.
Or his on time. Yeah.
Thank you for recognizing.
So the next one, this is actually something that Micro G sent us, and I thought I'd share it. It's pretty interesting. So you guys remember the latency numbers that every programmer should know. I think we've even talked about it on one of the episodes back in the day. Yep. Like read from disk, latencies, all that kind of stuff, right? So he found something that is like for the new age cloud costs that every developer should know. And I thought this was pretty cool. So if you go to the link that we'll have in the show notes there, at the top of the page, he also has a link to a latency number one that's pretty cool. And it's worth calling out just because they have some nice looking illustrations. Like if you drag the slider over, it'll show you how long in comparison some of these things take. So at any rate, it's neat for looking at the old stuff. But the new stuff I thought was interesting because I think we've talked about it on this show. Like you can get some super good value out of some cloud services, right? And I think one that all three of us can agree on is cloud storage. I mean, especially if you're working, it would not make sense in my mind for you to try and run your own Hadoop cluster and manage all the disk stuff in the cloud when you have something like S3 or Google Cloud Storage or Azure Blob Storage, right? Like it's so cheap. And it has, I don't remember how many nines of uptime. Like, why would you even touch anything else? It's just too cheap. So, I thought it would be fun to share some of these costs. And it's kind of cool because they have examples of like how you would use this. And it's sort of like a shortcut calculator.
You have a good
before I go into this, keep in mind, and we've said this before too, if you are a company or if you're working for a company that's going to be spending any real amount of money on cloud stuff, these numbers are published type prices. If you start signing long-term deals like, hey, I'm going to sign a 3-year agreement with Azure or AWS or Google, you're going to be talking to a salesperson over there, and your numbers should be 50 to 75% lower for, hey, we're going to spend X amount of money with you. So just know that up front. But, so, some of these numbers real quick. 10 gigs of inter-availability zone data transfer is 10 cents. 10 gigs a month. Yes, monthly cost. 10 gigs of blob storage is 50 cents a month. 10 gigs. That's pretty cheap. 10 gigs of attached storage. Attached storage is if you have like a VM running and you have a drive attached to it, right? 80 cents a month. 10 gigs of data egress. So that basically means if you're sending data outside of that cloud availability zone, you're gonna spend 90 cents. 10 database IOPS is $1.
Thank you.
10 custom metrics is $2. 1 IPv4 address is $4. 10 gigs of log storage is $5. And believe me, when you do things in the cloud, you're going to spend some money on some log storage. That's how you're going to find out that things are working or not. 10 gigs of RAM is $25. 1 vCPU is $30. A Redis server is $160. I don't really like this one because that's very generic. Like you could set up a Redis server with a ton of RAM. You could set up I just don't like that.
Like what's the specs of that server?
Right, same thing. They have a Postgres server here that's 180. Again, what's the CPUs, what's the RAM, whatever. But whatever. One GPU, an A100 equivalent. Now, I don't know exactly what that is. I assume it's like some heavy duty, like probably AI or machine learning type of use. It's $3,000 a month, and an H100 GPU is $9,000 a month. So
those are NVIDIA specific.
Okay.
So like an NVIDIA A100 Tensor Core GPU, and then the H100 is the NVIDIA HGX H100.
Okay, so it is very much for ML and that kind of thing.
So I mean, if you're gonna do GPU related in the cloud, I mean, you're not connecting. Hey Google, here's my monitor. Will you I want one GPU, please?
That's right. That's it. Let's do it, baby.
But the thing going back to the Redis and Postgres servers is that both of those are baking in things that you talked about above. So they're baking in the cost of the CPU. They're baking in the cost of some amount of memory. They're baking in the cost of some attached storage, and so.
Well, that's what I find ironic. So they have examples of how you would use those numbers above, and they actually have one for a Postgres deployment. And this is why I'm like, man, why'd you even include it up there? Like, you're talking about that Postgres deployment that they mentioned was 160. It was going to have nothing. So this, project specs, a large Postgres server with 64 cores, 5 terabytes of attached storage, and backups of 10 terabytes to blob storage and 1 terabyte of logs. So if you use the numbers above, I'm not going to go through all of them, multiply them out.
There's going to be a test on those numbers at the end, by the way.
Right, yeah. But the end cost is $3,300 a month. So that's why I wish they would have just left it out, right? Like, really what you're paying for when you're doing the cloud stuff is the number of CPUs you're using and the amount of RAM you're using, and then whatever attached storage you're going to put in those things. And I think that's good enough to get you kind of where you want. And this is really good just for being able to quickly spec out, this project that you think you want to do.
Well, maybe contradicting myself from a moment ago, maybe they're talking about managed Postgres versus self-managed. Because in this Postgres deployment here, maybe that, because they do talk about self-managed Kafka instead of Kafka as a service kind of thing. So maybe that's where he's talking about hey, if you were going to run a Postgres database using Cloud SQL, for example, or what was the Amazon RDBS?
RDS.
Yeah. So
that's interesting. I mean, they have pricing, and this list. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I was just going to say, but even then, there's still details that aren't talked about, because even if you were going to do a managed Postgres, the number of backups that you're going to keep and have. The size of the database, there's still other costs that would be associated there. So, yeah, I agree with you that those two are not like the others.
Just drop them out, right? Yeah, get rid of them in that list. I will say, and this is probably worth a little side conversation. So the three of us have worked in Kubernetes clusters for a little while now, and we have a mixture of some self-managed things like Postgres and some other stuff. And then we have some things that we actually use that are cloud managed, right? So think AWS RDS, right? All right, JZ, your take. What should you use and why?
Start with the managed stuff, I guess. It stinks. Just things like upgrades and regular maintenance stuff. It's so nice to not have to worry about that, especially if you're on a smaller team. On the other hand, it's a pain working in the cloud all the time. I want to work locally. I don't want to have to spin up resources and clean them up and just manage all that stuff and look at cost spreadsheets every week and see if anything's running off the rails. And I don't want to deal with that either. So I don't know. I guess I want it both ways.
So you didn't have a definitive answer there.
No, I don't. There is no answer. It's all bad. Go back. Don't do anything in the cloud. Just try to you don't need to scale. Just let's all just do desktop software.
That's funny. All right, Outlaw, you go.
I feel like we've been doing, in fairness, I think we've been doing Kubernetes now for several years.
Yeah, that's what I said.
If you didn't realize. But I kind of love Kubernetes. The thing we've talked about our love of Scaffold before. And to me, that's game changer, where you can scaffold up locally in any environment. You want a Postgres server? Sure. Spin one up, right? You can use Scaffold to spin that up. You could also use Scaffold to spin it up in an environment like a GKE environment, for example. So I kind of like the portability and flexibility of that, which is the best of both worlds. And I would actually argue that even if you did have a managed service for something like your Cloud SQL database or whatever, right? You still got to deal with upgrades. That's not happening for you. That's not free. They're still going to, like, whoever your provider is, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, they're still going to say, like, hey, these are the versions we support, and, a new version of Postgres just dropped. And you're going to have to decide, like, oh, crap, I need to verify, like, does all of my code, currently support that version? Can I safely upgrade to it and still deal with issues of, like, oh, things went sideways, I got to roll back? I mean, we use a managed Kubernetes, right? How many problems do we run into with managed Kubernetes in terms of like upgrades and oh crap, support,
upgrading the backplane,
things went out of support and we weren't prepared for it or whatever. Like those kind of problems exist. Just because it's managed, that doesn't go away. I hate that argument.
So that's interesting. I actually like both of you guys' arguments on this because you're both right.
Of course I am. Thank you.
But there's an interesting change, though, right? So we said Postgres, for instance, right? Like Postgres, if they drop a new version of that, then yeah, you got to deal with it, right? Because they're trying to keep up with whatever the latest clients and features are. However, if you're using something like BigQuery, that's something that just Google offers. That's nothing out there that has some client tool set. Well, I guess they might have some things that you may end up changing at some point, some libraries that you bring in.
There's definitely going to be APIs that are going to version.
Yeah, so I guess that argument
that goes back to our Kubernetes
flat.
Example because we're using Kubernetes APIs that can go out, right? And it doesn't like you don't even have to think of API in the terms of like like a programming call that you're going to make. It could just be like, what do you mean API? This is stuff in YAML. YAML's API? Come on, get out of here. Really?
so there are some interesting side things on both of your takes on that. I will say it is nice when you're using a managed service and you don't have to worry about the disk running out of space in your Postgres database, right? Like that's garbage. It stinks when that stuff happens. And when you're self-managing it, if you've done any database administration at all, there's a lot to it. And then when you do it on top of something like Kubernetes, there's even more to it, right? So that can be painful. On the flip side, though, I do agree. There's something nice about having the same thing running locally when you want to test something out or managing your costs. Because the flip side of that, not running out of disk space in your Postgres database, you release some sort of change and didn't realize that you were flooding the disk, and all of a sudden your cloud costs just quadrupled because this thing scaled its disk size and you didn't know it, right? So, man, it's such a tough thing.
But so, I mean, the whole premise of that started off again from an argument that I don't like, where it's like storage isn't infinite just because it's managed. So, like, I just looked it up in Cloud SQL. Depending on how your instance configuration is, you definitely have limits of the amount of storage on that. So you can absolutely,
blow it up.
Yeah, you can kill it in a managed environment too.
Yeah, it's interesting. I will say the one thing that I don't love about managed services is it can be really hard to test your code properly. Right, like when you have things that are set up in a managed service way, like, man, how do you make these things hot swappable without just mocking everything under the sun? And then it feels like you're writing a bunch of code to test something that's not even real. That's one thing that's always kind of drove me a little bit crazy. But yeah, I think I'd be torn on if I was going to spin up an application, whether I'd do something like, have a Kubernetes cluster and just run my stuff versus, let's just use Cloud SQL or Amazon RDS or whatever, right? So thought it was an interesting little side thing. All right, so with that was excellent. Thanks, Micro G.
Run.
Right. No, but I mean, it is good to see these things like that, I do appreciate that this is Vantage that put this out here. What was it called? The cost every programmer should know. But I hope they keep this up to date regularly because
yeah, for real.
Also, did the article say is this AWS specific numbers? Because they are talking about AWS, elsewhere on their site. So
yeah,
so it is.
I think it's based off AWS. They don't necessarily call it out directly. But I think AWS is a pretty decent baseline because it's who everybody else is either trying to kill or keep up with. So it's probably not a bad baseline.
Okay, here's a game because we've also had the privilege of working in the major 3 cloud environments: Azure, AWS, and Google. At this point, with the experience that we've had of each, which one do you think you prefer the best or the most?
Okay, so I am biased because there's one I've personally spent more time in, and it's Google, and I like how civil it is. And I guess it does kind of fly in the face of the idea of using managed services because they don't have nearly as many, and the ones they do have are kind of unique to them, like BigQuery, Bigtable, stuff like that.
I was waiting for it. It's is he going to say it?
You know I'm going to do it. You know I'm going to do it. Yeah.
But he doesn't say it for BigQuery, so that's weird.
Well, yeah, BigQuery is 2 words.
Oh.
Or at least it's capitalized the Q, but Bigtable, little T.
Okay. So
ridiculous.
But mostly based on usage, you're going to go.
Well, yeah, and the simplicity. So I'm going to say use Google Cloud and don't use managed services.
Alan, where are you at?
Oh man, mine's going to be sort of a non-answer, which I hate. AWS has every service that you could possibly ever think of. We've made fun of their logos for their services, right? Because they're awful. So if you want something, it's probably over there. So for that reason, I like that. I cannot stand their interface. It might be better than it was previously, but if you have to go open their console, I never liked it. I hated it always. I loved Azure in the time that we spent there. I truly did love it. I feel like it was sort of in between AWS and GCP in terms of the number of services they had. They were real quick to get on the ML train and offer a lot of stuff there. So I did like Azure, but I've spent a lot of time in Google Cloud and I like it. So, I mean, it would basically go that way. If I was just in love with the UI stuff, I would go Azure, right? If it was the console, I would much rather spend my time in Azure. I do love Google's documentation. They've done a really good job on their cloud documentation, and so has Microsoft. I don't know that I can say the same thing for AWS, unless you're doing Java. So I don't know, man. That's kind of where it is. I don't hate any of them, but it'd probably be Azure, GCP up there at the top, and AWS if I needed anything.
Okay. So my take on that, first of all, a little bit of background. The 3 of us, I would say in terms of time spent, it would be mostly Google, and AWS would be those 2 are pretty close, right? A lot of usage in each of those. And Azure, we were deep into it when we were there, but we just didn't get the amount of longevity with it that we did the other ones.
We're in the honeymoon phase
that's
with that one.
That's the background. I would say that, I absolutely hated everything about the AWS console. Never enjoyed a bit of it. It was awful to use.
It might be better.
It might be. Yeah, it has. That's in fairness. Yeah, sure. Fair call out. It's been a minute. And I think right around the time, there was eventually a command line tool that came out, a decade plus ago that was right around the time that I think we all moved away from that, if I recall correctly. But, so that would greatly simplify a lot of it, right? I absolutely loved the Azure experience, though, the UI for it. Like, it was the most polished of all of them. But the AWS one was like super confusing to configure everything. And every time you hear about somebody getting a storage bucket wrong and like all this publicly available information, you're like, yep, totally understand it, because yeah, there's bugs.
Right.
It's easy to mess up.
Rocket science.
You know, yeah, for real. But you know, the Azure was also complicated too. I'm not saying that it wasn't, but the UI, I just felt like it was a lot easier to work in. You know, it was almost like Windows in a web browser kind of thing, like the way you navigated through it. So I really liked that one. But you know, kind of to Jay-Z's point though, like Google might not offer as much as like an AWS in terms of like, here's a service for everything that you never even thought you might need. But the things that they do extremely well. And the UI is nice. Like, I do like that. I think it's a nice blend of like, has the functionality that you want, right? But the simplicity, you know, of like the Azure and like the ability to like, oh, let me just share this link and I'll make it relative or, you know, time-wise, or I'll make it very specific, you know, time-wise, or let me pin this one log message, or, you know, oh, hey, here's the if I wanted to create this node from a command line, here's the command to do it. I can just copy that straight from the UI. Boom, there it is. And also there's a command line utility that I can use to do all this stuff. So, not saying that Azure doesn't have a command line utility, but just saying like it's a great blend. So, you know, but also it is like daily driver. So I kind of concede that like that's probably a lot of that justification. But even when AWS was our daily driver, I was like, oh my God, really?
Oh, I never liked it. Yeah, I will say one of the things that I appreciate about Azure, and I also appreciate a lot about Google, at least their console. Like, we talk about using their console, and as a developer, like, the stuff that you're going to deploy doesn't matter, right? That's not in the console. You're scripting things out, whatever. That's one thing that I always thought that Azure and Google did a great job of, is if you're trying to create a bucket and you want to make sure that it's locked down, doesn't have public access and all that stuff, like, they give you all those options in the UI, and then down at the bottom would be like, hey, create this request in a REST format, or in the GSUtil format, or in the Azure format, right? Like, so that was one thing that I always appreciated, is you could get your feet wet up there, take that code that it generated, and then actually put it in the stuff that you want to deploy. And that, I don't remember that ever being anywhere in AWS. Felt like AWS was like just stumbling around in the dark trying to find stuff.
It may have eventually gotten there, but yeah, it wasn't that I recall while we were there. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you got a star in you, leave us a star.
Just one.
Yeah. And if you're like, but I've already done that, Michael, you're allowed to do it again. You can head to codingblocks.net/review and find some helpful links. And with that, we head into coding party. Yeah, coding party. Coding.
Mental blocks, wasn't it?
Mental blocks.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
we did.
do
Oh,
that.
I forgot.
We did.
Yeah.
Mental blocks.
I got to make a note of that.
Very good.
Mental. Hear that keyboard? It's beautiful, right? Mental blocks.
So do the neighbors.
Maybe that's why they don't come over. All right, so episode 220. This is even. So according to TechCo's trademark rules of engagement, Jay-Z, you are first.
Let's go.
The categories are Arrested Developments, International Man of Myth Story, Virginia in Georgia, Merriam-Webster defines it as ciao. And lastly, let me noodle on that.
No pressure, Jay-Z. I'm on a winning streak.
I did go to a hand-pulled noodle spot the other day, and so I am up on my noodles.
All right.
Let's do it.
So, noodle. Okay, let me noodle on that. 1 through 5 level of difficulty.
2.
Oh, come on, man. That didn't shout confidence.
It never does. These long ribbons of pasta get their name from a word meaning little tongue.
Long ribbons. Is it? I only know like a couple. So I'm going to say vermicelli.
Alan, care to?
No, wait. I said fettuccine. You didn't say fettuccine?
I was actually going to say, but it's ribbons, so I don't.
Yeah.
Bow tie. I don't know.
All right, so both of you get a linguine.
Linguine. Interesting.
Yep. Man, those are some good ones. I'm surprised. I really surprised at some of the ones you didn't go with. But okay. Because they were so much more interesting. International Man of Myth story or Arrested Developments. Those sound super interesting. What?
Too easy.
No, I guarantee you
Give me
wouldn't
the
get it.
5th level myth one. I guarantee I got it.
This one doesn't count for points. But he who has lost his mind and seeks to find it is one rendition of the name of this hero whose story is darker in Legends than in Longfellow.
I don't know. No clue what's going on there.
Yeah, man, I got lost along the way.
I can't even pronounce it, and I'm looking at it. Hiawatha? I
believe you.
You know me in proper nouns. I'm sure that's wrong.
It was properly done.
Was it? Okay.
Guarantee I failed.
Yep. All right. So, Alan, this is your chance. Your category choices are obscure movie quotes. Done. That's the one. That's got to be the one.
Outlaw would get all those.
That's got to be the one. A total frame job. Famous women. Blended words, for example, sitcom, or nature, and lastly, seems like ancient times.
Blended words for 3 of these. Outlaw.
Uh-oh, we have a potentially dangerous situation judging by this type of suit worn here. Oh, man, it's a picture. How am I going to do that?
Give me 200. Give me 200.
Yeah. Your pal and your rival wrapped into one.
Frenemy.
Dang. That is correct. Very good. Very good.
Give me a second. I had it. A little slow on the uptake.
Yeah.
It's there.
All right. Pressure's on now.
All right. So, round 3. Jay-Z, this is your chance. Choices are philosophy, we mean business, impersonators, boozy phrases, official state stuff, or lastly, they were teachers. I don't know. Don't pick the
Boozy
teacher one.
phrases.
Boozy phrases.
Yeah.
Good choice.
For the fun.
Top shelf or...
Oh, geez. This is going to go bad.
Is this middle shelf or top shelf? What are you doing?
I'm trying to win. Let's go with one.
Oh, look at that.
This booze comes up... Wait, let me rephrase that. This booze comes before up in a phrase meaning to create interest or enthusiasm.
This what? Phrase comes before up.
This booze comes before up in a phrase meaning to create interest or enthusiasm.
Jeez.
Is this booze like B-O-O-Z?
With an E at the end after that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess, in fairness, I probably should have said that beforehand. I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess you could have thought it was like B-O-O-S, like you're being booed.
Booze. Yeah. So read that one
I
more time.
thought. I redo.
Don't lie.
Redo.
You lie.
I thought it was about ghosts. All right. It's either. I guess it's got to be cheer. What is cheer?
You drink a lot of cheer?
Tier wine.
Alan,
read the thing again for me.
This booze comes before up in a phrase meaning to create interest or enthusiasm.
Man. All right, I don't know. I got nothing.
Gin.
Gin up?
You're trying to gin up interest in your new website.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, that's
come
number
on.
one.
You've never heard that phrase?
Never heard that.
Gin up?
Not gin up. No. I'm not a 70-year-old man who drinks brandy.
This has nothing to do with your mahogany and leather. Like, no, this has nothing to do about how fast anything escalated. This is just
gin up some interest. No, I haven't heard it. But hey, on the upside, I won.
Yeah, you did.
I truly have a win streak going.
Yep. That is a winning streak of 2 now.
Yes,
right?
Yes,
right. Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
So, boy, the points get close, man. 1-0.
Almost took it.
Like we had like somebody asked the question of like and it was Matt in the review about like, well, why do they do these games? I don't know. We gotta like break up the monotony of these conversations somehow. Like if you haven't listened to all the old episodes, there used to be a survey in here, and we stopped doing that and instead injected these fun and shenanigans because it used to be Jay-Z and Alan trying to guess the survey results, and they never did.
It's just fun. Like we don't want to be professors marching back and forth on a stage, just spouting technical garbage. There's got to be a little bit of light levity type stuff. So yeah.
All right, so getting back into it. That's the episode, and have a good day.
All right, so we do have a couple more.
Oh.
So again, this one also from Micro G. So, man, I've been so busy with work and things and coaching baseball that I've been terrible about getting to Slack. And Mike had just left several things for me, so I had to share these. So this one is a link. I'm not going to go through all this stuff, but we've talked about static analysis tools, and I love it when people do these lists on GitHub.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why, but I've always enjoyed them. We just lost Jay-Z. I'm sure he'll be back
I find
in a second.
it crazy that like people use GitHub as their documentation.
I know it's insane, but I absolutely love this setup. I don't know why.
I would be so disorganized. I would have a list in like a VS Code tab that I hadn't even saved. I'm just relying on VS Code to restore it when I reopen VS Code and be like, oh, that's probably what I should use.
That's how I do. Actually, so going back to that, I use Obsidian, which was something that Jay-Z turned me on to, that it's very much like VS Code, except for note-taking, which is beautiful. So at any rate, this link here is just a list of a ton of static analysis tools. And, I mean, they've even got it listed out by languages. So if you have a particular language you love and you're looking for some static analysis, go check out this list. I mean, like, it is a super duper long list.
I'm checking out the Kotlin stuff now. I'm wondering, like, how can I bake this into our pipeline?
Oh, we have one?
Yeah.
Are we using KT-Lint? Yeah.
Yep.
That's one. There's also like a KT format or KT FMT, which looks like that's one done. Yeah. It's by Facebook or Meta.
Facebook, all right.
Yeah, so definitely check this stuff out. Lots of cool stuff in here. And then, all right, so Outlaw, get into the next one here. I think this one's pretty fun.
Oh, we're done talking about the other stuff. Okay.
I mean, unless you want to talk. I mean,
all right. So Matt brought this up as part of his. Matt, you get 2 call-outs. That's the third one. There you go. Welcome. Now you got to give us that many stars. So if I say your name 2 more times, you got to do 2 more stars. That's how it works, right? Beetlejuice. Okay.
Right.
So in his review, he said, "I'd love a breakdown of what each of you think are your key differences in philosophies or approaches to software development. Could be from arguments or debates on older episodes, whether on coding, leadership, startups, AI, whatever. Just curious about about how best to tell everyone's voices apart and what they're saying. So this is where, like, okay, I was kind of like, messing around with everybody before when I was, saying that I was Jay-Z and also Michael and also Alan, but really this is Alan speaking now.
Right.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So to be clear, it's easy to know my voice because I sound like a California motorcycle rider. That's what I've been told. Yes. You don't remember that?
I do remember that, and you seem to like never forget it, but I don't think that's the way I would describe it.
Clearly that's what I sound like. So
hold on. There's an easy way to know when it's Alan. If your spouse or SO has ever been like, now which one's that? Alan.
If the voice is deep, it's not Michael.
That's hilarious.
How about we just like here's all the list of things to like check for that don't exist. Your wife doesn't like the voice, well then it's if your wife if your wife doesn't like the voice, then it's not I put too many negatives in there. If your wife likes the voice, then it can't be Michael or Jay-Z. Whatever. This got hard.
I don't know that that's true, man. I can't tell you how many times doing YouTube videos people are like, he sounds like Hank selling that propane. It's like, man, really? That's not right.
I didn't say it.
Yeah, right? I went ahead and hung myself with that one. So, yeah, that's terrible. But, what do you do? So I'm Alan, and I'll tell you, like, at least my approaches to software development, I feel like I'm a very middle of the road guy. I try to be pragmatic. I try to do things right, but I don't try and over-engineer things for 50 years down the road. So that's like my approach.
Says the guy with every project he's worked on since the beginning of Coding Blocks starts out with, well, I got to figure out how to do a login system, and it needs to be able to handle a billion users concurrently. So, maybe I need to use like some kind of like auth plugin to do that for me because I don't want to write that from scratch.
Right.
But all I'm trying to do is a Hello World app in this new language. Do I really? Yeah, I need the authentication.
Yeah.
Oh, and I need to support. Oh God, encryption, TLS.
Yeah. So I think that's another funny thing, though, is going on from that. It's true. Like, I definitely try to, when it's my personal projects, I'm trying to push the envelope on what I'm actually trying to learn, right? So I'll do stupid stuff like that. But I think the other things that this show in particular kind of put on me is I now care very much about DevOps in my software development, right? Like, I want, when I commit something, for it to build and pass and be good, right? Like, I no longer want that to be something. Right? There's a convert, yeah. So that's another thing, and really that came from just going through the material and talking about the importance of automated systems and automated deploys and all this kind of stuff. Like that's so huge. And then the other thing that I will say that's funny, like AI was brought up here. Like, I think Jay-Z is going to be the one who speaks to that. Like, I'm probably the one that doesn't adopt things like that as fast. Like, I'll wait a minute, and part of that's because I have 3 kids and I have no time. But I love that stuff, but I'm usually not the first one on the bandwagon, partially because they want my phone number, and I don't like giving my phone number out. So that's another one. And then one last thing I'll touch on the leadership thing. Personally, I've never, as a developer, as even having been a manager, I do not like boxing solutions, right? Like, I don't like it when somebody comes to me and says, hey, I want you to do this way. Or if there's a project, I don't want to give it to somebody and be like, hey, do it like this, right? That's part of, I think, why we love what we do, is because there's a creativity. There's like an art to coming up with good solutions. And if you give us three the same problem, I guarantee we do it differently, all three of us, right? And I think there's a beauty in that everybody gets to learn from the approach that somebody else took. And to me, that's super important. So micromanaging a software developer is like the last thing that I think anybody should do, especially a good software developer, right? Somebody that's not new. So that's it.
We're going next. All right. Well, I am Joe Zach or Jay-Z or whatever. I have a bunch of different names. It's very confusing for everyone in my life, including myself. Depending on, I mean, like even the restaurants I go to, like I got to remember like which ones are like which. It's like sometimes like I pick up under my wife's name. Sometimes it's my name. Sometimes my name is spelled. Sometimes they call me Jack. Sometimes it's Zach. Everything, and that's how I code too. It's a big old chaotic mess. I can't do. You say the three of us would do the same project 3 different ways. Like I would do the project 3 different ways,
right? Totally.
I had to do it 3 times in a row. And I do like just kind of trying new stuff out. I always think there's probably going to be a better way because whatever I'm doing is dumb, and it probably is. I do like AI. A couple other soapboxes are things I tend to come back to all the time is like game dev. I love game dev, and I love talking about full stack development. I really like resourceful solutions or just I don't know. I like I don't even know what I like, but I like to see creativity and resourcefulness and chaos. So that's maybe comes through on the show. I don't know.
So approaches for me. So like I would say deer in headlights every time there's a new project. Like oh god, scared, afraid. What? I don't know how to do that. And then
not lying.
And then it's just like start small. Like I don't know, but let me like figure out these little bitty bits, right? Like if it was connecting to using some new technology like a Kafka or Flink or whatever. Like let me write something that just even connects to it first, right? And like start small and then iterate on it, and before you know it, I've like written more code than I should have, and then I'm like, oh, here's all the things I did wrong. So I guess another way to say that too is like kind of probably jump in before I should, maybe, but yeah, I don't know. Cause I mean, so you don't have a little bit of a panic every time you have some new project on like something completely new to you technology, right? There's not like a little bit of panic, like, oh crap, I don't know anything about that. And you got to go figure it out. Right.
I think I know everything until I am like 5 minutes into it. And then I get the panic.
See, I think I know enough to know that I don't know what I don't know, and that's where I'm like, oh crap.
Well, what's interesting about that? Like, I think we all have a little bit of like, oh man, where do I take the first step? But I think one thing that I always like is like when I got into Kotlin and Java, and I knew that I was going to be working in Spring. I'm one of those people that just because I've been doing something a particular way for the past 10 years. If I get onto a new platform, I'm going to try and do it that platform's way, right? So I'll probably burn a lot of time up front learning about the idiomatic way to do something in a particular language, in a particular framework, so that somebody who's familiar with that language and framework, when they come behind me, they'll feel at home, right? Like they're not going to go through and be like, what is this mess that this person did, right? So like when I first started Spring, I don't think I actually wrote any code for a week because I was watching courses on it and finding out, hey, how do I do JPA? How do I do this? How do I do this? And so I think some of the nervousness goes away because it's always such a hardcore learning opportunity that it takes some of the edge off,
Yeah, but you started from the place of like, I don't know any of this, and like your panic moment was to go read. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you go start figuring it out a little here, a little there, But yeah. Oh, and I don't know if I said it, through all the joking aside before, like I'm Michael. But Michael, where am I? I could be Alan. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, like I love the concepts around DevOps. And, whatever I can do to like automate things and to make things testable and repeatable. So those are like, I think like now foundational kind of skills, that, man, like imagine if you started your career, like, I mean, for you guys especially, it was so long ago that.
Yes, indeed.
How great that would be, right? To start your career, like, and like you think about like the students kind of at school now, like, I don't know that those kind of things are being taught in schools, but you kind of hope that they at least get some kind of introduction to it, because it is so much more powerful in terms of like how you can iterate fast and with confidence, So I don't know. Those are my passions, I would say.
Yeah. So I think the three of us are pretty similar in that regard, like in all those aspects. So, I mean, we just do. Yeah. Oh, one other thing, and this is something that sort of came out of that YouTube video that I did where I took ChatGPT and had it create an application for me. Like, one thing, when I'm starting an application, I'll almost always make it one monster file, right? To get something working. And then I start looking at it and going, okay, this is where I think the lines are, right? Like, this is where I think that I should break this thing out into its own component. And this thing, like, long time ago, I used to try and like design everything up front, and then only to realize after you get into it, it's like, oh, that was complete garbage. Like, I've got to redo it all now. So now I try to get to a working prototype and then say, okay, where does it make sense to actually to split this thing up?
Yeah, I could understand that. Like, I definitely will like refactor as I go kind of scenario, which is what you're describing. So,
yeah.
All right. Well, I guess with that, we will head into Alan's favorite portion of the show. It's the tip of the week.
All right. And hey, I'm going first, but I'm going to give you a little bonus one that I haven't written yet. So I was looking around on drop.com. Was it drop.com? The mechanical keyboard site. Let me just say, this is a website focused on mechanical keyboards. And the first thing that struck me is they pitched that if you sign up for like their annual program, you get like 30% off keys. Did you know there are people that just replace their keys all the time?
That's crazy talk, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's like lubrication kits. There's all sorts of stuff. There are so many people buying so many keyboard parts and accessories and cleaning kits and everything else that there are subscription plans for it. That is crazy to me.
What's crazy though is the judgmental tone that you're taking as you say this. Like,
well, so I was like, I started looking at silent keys and I was like, this is too much. Let me just ask Reddit. And I did not know. First of all, the ones that like everyone's got like a list of top 10, and there's like nothing in common between any of these top 10s. They're all like total wacko things. Not wacko, but it's like I've never heard of any of them. And people will write paragraphs about the springiness and mushiness. They have charts. They have graphs. I mean, it's crazy how much effort that people put into. I mean, I'm just amazed. It's not crazy. It's fine. You like it. Cool. I'm glad that it exists in the world. I just can't believe it. But I'm like literally looking at a post right now where like the categories that this person's review has like price, stem, wobble, spring, factory lube, mushiness, overall impression, and then there's like a paragraph for each one of the review of these silent switches. I mean, it's crazy. So yeah, we'll have a link to that in the show notes. Cool.
But I want to be clear on something though, right? Like, drop is not a keyboard specific thing. This used to be like Massdrop, right? Not what it used to be.
Yeah, it was Massdrop. They also have headphones.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, there's all kinds of random stuff on there. You can find. I'm looking at like pins and puzzles.
That makes more sense to me. Okay, good.
If you ever want a nice set of headphones, like sort of audiophile type headphones, it's a great site to be on, because what they do basically is they'll put a set of headphones out there and be like, hey, if we get 100 people to buy them, then we'll do this drop or something, right? So, and that's why it was called drop. So they get a mass bunch of orders to get a big discount, and then you get stuff for 30-40% off.
It is heavy on the keyboard. So I mean, like if you even scroll down to like their guide section, it's all your keyboards or audio file stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's because that's the section that you were in. Like they have also like battle stations, and there's desks and chairs and
maybe they know what I was searching on because it's like literally keyboards and headphones. I guess they know me. Don't say it.
So yes, but there is a crazy amount of stuff that you can get for keyboard switches. It's insane.
Desk accessories is pretty nice. Sorry.
See, there you go. You're welcome.
That was a
bonus money.
Bonus botched. All right. Hopefully you can't hear that cat in the background. There is a kitten driving me up the wall. It's so hard for me to do this episode.
Actually, he's lying. He's trying to make you think that was him making cat noises. There's really no kid in there. He's allergic to them.
Well, the non-existent kitten has discovered that I still have my plate up here from dinner and is like trying to do everything it can to like run away with it. Anyway, so here's my real tip. How do you center a div in HTML? You can't. I've Googled
you don't.
A bunch of times. That used to be the answer, and if you still Google it, you'll find a ton of Stack Overflows. It all depends, and you like click on the code pen and whatever. They're all different. And they don't work for your situation, and you don't even think your situation's that weird. And
it's
somehow,
a myth. No one can do it.
Crazy. What if you need to, right align the text inside the div that's centered, or what if you need the text centered too, or what if you need three divs like spaced evenly, stuff like that. And you want them all in the middle. Jeez, cat man. Anyway, there is a game that our coworker Nicholas, friend, mentioned. Flexbox Froggy. Have you ever seen this?
No.
Yeah, so I still don't even really know what Flexbox is, other than it's CSS. I'm so rusty on web dev stuff, it's crazy. But what it is basically a cool way of aligning things that's surprisingly simple, and it works for a lot of different use cases. You basically set the display as flex instead of like a block or inline block or whatever, and then you can say, hey. Flex start to align items at the top of the container, flex end or center, and it just centers it. And what this game does is it just walks you through a bunch of situations and says like, hey, align all the frogs in the middle. And you do that. And so, okay, well now align them this way, align them that way. And it's got little challenges. And you don't even have to go that far into it. There's 24 total challenges. I think I got through like 5 of them and was able to do everything I needed to do. And it was so much easier than all the weird left 50% negative add margin, set the parents container to.
Oh, wow. You're still trying to do it that way?
Yeah, it's terrible. So that's what Stack Overflow kind of has some history problems with things like CSS and HTML and stuff where like it's got answers that were voted up 1 billion times
from 2005
20 years ago.
Yeah,
totally. And there's like the new answers that are so much easier are, in the comments because the question got locked or was a dupe or like all sorts of stuff. And so you really have to kind of dig to find like the modern answer in some cases. And so that kind of stinks. But Flexbox Froggy is a way to combat that.
This is really fun.
Yeah, it's nice. And it really works.
Yeah, I'm on level 5 too.
Nice.
All right. So let's see. Oh, so this is one that happened to me recently. I don't know. I was working on this big PR, and at some point in one of my commits, I deleted some binary file that was in the repository. And so when I was putting together the PR, looking at it going, oh, probably shouldn't have deleted that. I don't even know what that file is. So I want to get it back. And so my first thought was, okay, well, I'll just go download it from the previous commit or whatever and get it and then recommit it. Well, there's an easier way, and I probably should have known this because we did that whole series on Git, but that's been a minute. So I Googled and I found this thing, and there's actually a really cool way to do this. So you do a git rev-list head -n and then 1 and then -- and then the file name. And what this basically does is say, hey, go back and find the last instance that this file was modified in the Git history, right, in the revision list. And then once you get that, it'll give you back a hash. Then you can basically do, what was it? You can git checkout the hash and then use the caret or the up arrow looking thing and then put that file name again. And basically that's saying, okay, so you saw it here, go back to the commit before that where it existed and then check it and then add it back in. And it was beautiful. It was so easy. And so I have a link in the show notes to this. It was absolutely beautiful, and I actually had to use it twice because I somehow deleted 2 files that I shouldn't have. So yeah, this might be helpful to you if you ever find yourself in this situation.
Nice.
I could have sworn that we have talked about that before, and I was looking at it. I was trying to find it. I'm like, did we not? Where was it? But I'm coming up empty.
Yeah, I don't know.
Trying to find a reference to anything Git in our 10 years of show notes.
Too much.
Good luck. Yeah, I was coming up empty. Like, I'm sure I could have sworn. Whatever.
Maybe you did.
Yeah,
but it's been a minute.
We'll never know.
I mean, it's been a minute.
Even if we did, there's no proof of it, so it never happened. Okay, so here's one for you. This is and I thought Jay-Z would especially love this, but maybe now with his surgery stuff, he's like, whatever, I ain't got time for that.
Issue.
So this is a product instead. So in fairness, there will be an affiliate link to this. So, heads up. But this is the Life Pro hand massager. So I got turned on to this by my guitar instructor. He had mentioned something about sometimes after playing for a long time, sometimes like parts of your hand can hurt from, and you're like trying to play like a certain chord or whatever. And it's just like, I'm just sore and I don't feel like playing that anymore. Right. And he was like, oh, well, considering how much you play, you might enjoy this. This might help you out because and he said that he uses it daily. So it specifically says it's for arthritis and carpal tunnel relief. And the carpal tunnel is why I brought it up because I thought hey, that might be, you might like that. But it does hand, wrist, and it comes with little finger massager things. But and it does heat and compression, and it's kind of trying to do I guess like an acupuncture kind of thing. But it's all these little picture a bunch of little BB pellets, small little pellets that are being smashed into your hand, and it's just squeezing the heck out of your hand, but it's so awesome. It just feels so great when you do it. And it's battery operated. Charge it by USB-C, and the one thing I will say about it is that, at least in my experience, is that it has, for the battery life indicator, it has 4 dots, and you can charge that thing up, have it sitting on a charger for 8 hours, and then you'll use it, and then during that first use, you'll be like, oh, we're only at 1 dot of battery. You're like, wow, I already killed the battery, and I have used that thing so many more times after that, where it said it was only 1 dot, and it was just fine. So I don't know how they decided to calculate the battery life on it. That part is not reliable, So I'm just in my mind, I'm like, whatever. Because I crank it up to the max. I turn on the heat and the vibration mode, and then we'll use it on both hands, and then I'll throw it back on the charger or whatever. But man, this thing is awesome. It feels so good, and especially
as a bonus, you're going to be Mega Man for Halloween.
Yeah. If you had another one, you definitely would look like Mega Man. Because let me show you. By the way, so this is what it would look like.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, you really would. You really would look like Mega Man. Now I want to buy a second one. And then I could be like Halloween and be like, oh, I'm both comfortable and Mega Man. I'm dressed up.
It's on sale on big
is it?
deal, whatever. Yeah, it's on, what are they calling it?
It doesn't even show that on mine.
Yeah, $59.85 right now.
Mega Man only has one gun, one
okay,
buster gun.
This is where I get irritated with Amazon sometimes. Oh, It did. When I first put this link, I opened this link up a few hours ago for the show. It was $79.99. It was regular price. So yeah,
Prime Big Deal is what they're calling it. Yes,
but also, even when it was at regular price, you have to be careful because I didn't pay that $79.99 price because normally there's a coupon that you can apply to it so that you can get it at the discounted price anyways. But point is that it is awesome. I think if you play a guitar or an instrument or whatever, and like sometimes like after you've been playing for a long period of time, your fingers and hands can be a little sore and you want to like a little bit of relief there. Or if if carpal tunnel is a long time issue or even arthritis, then there you go.
It's awesome.
It is awesome. Thank you for noticing.
Yes.
So that's it. Later.
Thank you. Hey, check us out on Twitter or X or whatever it's called at Coding Blogs. And hey, join Slack if you haven't been a part of our amazing discussions over there with just killer people. Go to codingblocks.net/Slack. I think that's good enough.
What part of later don't you understand?
I can't do it.
You're listening to JS Party, a weekly celebration of JavaScript and the web. Our 300th episode is right around the corner. Help us make it extra special and earn a free t-shirt along the way. Learn how at jsparty.fm/300. Once again, that's jsparty.fm/300. Special thanks to our partners, Fastly.com, Fly.io, and Typesense.org. Okay, hey, it's party time, y'all.
What's up, friends? I'm here with James Cowling, co-founder and CTO at Convex. They're one of our new sponsors, and they're building a full-stack platform for the TypeScript era. So, James, you have some awesome docs for Convex, and inside those docs is a document that sort of describes the entire world, the entire thinking, the framework of Convex. It's called the Zen of Convex. Can you describe that for me?
From my time building large-scale applications, I believe very strongly that there are a certain set of abstractions, primitives, and ways of solving problems that make life easy forever, and they compound in positive ways, and ways to solve problems that make life worse every day. And the things, everyone can recognize these things. What makes life easy is clean abstractions, information hiding, composability. What makes life hard is conditionals, checks everywhere, corner cases. Now, the Zen of Convex is about how to build applications in a way that scales for you. And in Convex specifically, one key component of that is influenced actually quite a lot by languages like Haskell. To think in terms of transactions, everything is a transaction. You don't have to think about functions interacting with each other because they're transactional. Think in terms of deterministic execution, so functions that are deterministic, so they can get replayed, they can get cached, and if any of the inputs to that function changes, we can push those functions in real time, the new results of those functions to you in real time over a WebSocket. So the Zen of Convex is about thinking about the kind of ways of building an application that are going to pay dividends to you in the long run. Now, you can use Convex and completely ignore the Zen if you want, right? You can use Convex just as a workhorse tool. We think the framework's designed in such a way that it encourages you to do things in the right way and in a way that will scale, in a way that will make life simple for you in the long run.
Okay, if you're looking for a better type of backend, Convex is the full-stack TypeScript development platform you've been looking for. Replace your database, server functions, and glue code. Get started at convex.dev. That's convex.dev. Again, convex.dev.
what the sound of those brake master cylinder beats means, it means it's time once again for JS Party. I'm Jared, your internet friend, and I'm joined by my friend Nick Nisi. Ahoy, hoy, Nick. What's up, man?
Ahoy, hoy. How's it going, Jared? It's been a while.
It's going very well. Yeah, where you been, man? I've been on the pod nonstop.
I went to Disney World.
Oh, that's right, you did. You also went to Changelog and Friends.
I did, yeah. That was fun.
For those who missed it, we did a special Changelog and Friends with Nick where we talked about what we want from a web browser. So if you're only a JS Party listener and not a listener of the Changelog, what's wrong with you? Hop on over there, check out the Changelog feed, hear Nick talk about web browsers for something like 2 hours. I mean, we went deep on that episode. That was fun. We're here today not to talk about web browsers, well, sort of, in a sense, insofar as they are the way that we access the web. We're here to talk about Effect, a really interesting project used by Johannes Schickling, the founder of Prisma, a user and a community member. He'll tell us more about his involvement with Effect. But Johannes, welcome to JS Party.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have you. And this is a cool new project. I mean, it's new to me. I'm not sure exactly if it's new. I think you said you've been working with it for something like 3 years. So I guess new is not the correct adjective. Is it only new to me, or is it new to a lot of people?
Yeah, I guess in JavaScript terms, it's a bit weird since like most JavaScript projects come to exist in a very short period of time and then take off, and like a lot of people know about it. In that regard, Effect is a little bit, it's both like been around for a long time, at the same time it's still early stage. So I think it's been around for more than 5 years, or it's been developed in various generations for over 5 years. But it's just getting to a point that it's ready for adoption, or getting ready for adoption. Like we're just created some docs, etc., and the community is growing, but it's still early days.
So the sign on the window says the best way to build robust apps in TypeScript. So if you're wondering why I had to have Nick here, it's because this is a TypeScript focused project, and Nick is a TypeScript focused person. And so what exactly is Effect doing for people building apps with TypeScript?
So this is a question we still don't have figured out like a precise pitch.
Okay, 5 years in, we're getting there.
We're trying to get it more honed in. So I typically explain to folks what Effect is really dependent on what their pain points with TypeScript or the web are. So I think depending on which kind of project you're working on, maybe you're building a library, maybe you're building an app or like a framework, depending on what your goal is, you might be facing different kind of pain points. And so Effect, the way how I'd right now describe Effect is kind of, for lack of better words, is a standard library that the web never really had. And so here the web is, or what I mean with the web, can be really anywhere where JavaScript runs. So this can be Node, Bandano, like all of those new runtimes. It can be the browser, it can be like Cloudflare workers, like wherever JavaScript runs. And I mean, JavaScript is amazing. So many apps, so many things are built with it. But compared to other languages, compared to like modern languages like Rust or Go or Kotlin, Swift, JavaScript leaves a lot to be desired. And a lot of it is like, it kind of grew very organically. And so we had like callback hell in the past, and then we had like all sorts of different evolutions. And JavaScript was never purposefully designed for like where it is right now. And so we have kind of this organic mess. And so we don't really have a good standard library to do something, to do the hard things that you need to do in applications. So to give you a few examples of what I think is still mostly unsolved in the world of JavaScript. When I say JavaScript, I kind of mean TypeScript interchangeably here. So things like error handling, or things like concurrency handling, or serialization of data, like moving data between workers, for example, or when you want to, let's say you need some sort of transactional systems that you need, you manipulate some state in different parts of your app, and these changes need to happen transactionally. All of those are kind of like still left as an exercise to the app developer. And I think there's a system needed that helps in a similar way how something like React helped us to build front-end apps instead of using jQuery. I think Effect can be a set of primitives that help us to build like general business logic applications.
At what phase in the life cycle of an application, or maybe even in the size or scale of an application, I'm talking about lines of code, not scale of user base, would somebody typically want to reach for something like this? Like square one, grab Effect and get going, or write your own stuff for a while and then bring it in once you start to feel some pain? Where does it fit?
That's a great question. So I think if you're already familiar with Effect, let's say you've like used it for your previous project, etc., I think you'd probably be reaching for it on day one. I think there's a similar kind of getting used to it journey and dynamic, similar to you would have probably not used TypeScript from day one if you've never used it before, but you've started reaching for TypeScript once you've experienced some pain points and it was worth it for you to get started. But then in your next project, you use it from day one. So it's similar about Effect. I would say you're probably start looking for something like Effect when we're dealing like with really hairy problems building your app. Let's say there's something that's just too much, like it's slowing you down so much. So let's say your app really could use some better error handling, but like try catch is not the answer. You can't wrap every little function, every little block in your app like with try catch. Your users are suffering because your app doesn't have proper error handling, and then you start looking for like, what are better ways to do error handling? Then you might be reaching for something like Effect. Or let's say your app keeps failing and you don't know what is going on, so you might be looking for some observability solutions. And then when you're thinking about, how do I actually like instrument my app? Then you realize, that's really hard in JavaScript. You don't have something like Tokio tracing in JavaScript. You got to do all of that by hand. And this is also something Effect helps you with. So I think depending on what is your biggest pain point, that becomes your entry point for Effect. And once you've picked it up, then you see how many other things it can offer. And then I think you just use it by default for every new thing.
So kind of looking at the docs, that was the main thing that kind of stuck out for me in terms of like what Effect was. And I'm specifically talking about like the Effect object or type that you get from the library. And like right in the documentation for that, it talks about, a typical function. Even in TypeScript, you can define the function and you can define the arguments that get passed to it. So you know exactly what that is, and you can define exactly what gets returned from it. But there's no indication of whether that function will throw or could throw, and what it might throw. And so is that what Effect is really trying to do, is to set you up to properly type and account for all of the known errors or failures that might occur within that function?
That is one aspect of it. So I think typically the way how TypeScript is designed and how most people build JavaScript app is kind of pretending that there's only the happy path, that nothing can go wrong, etc. And I think Effect is a little bit more realistic about what is happening when you build a program. And so it takes TypeScript a little bit beyond the happy path. So instead of having a promise that returns a number, you get kind of a thing that you can think of similarly like a promise. I'm oversimplifying here, but instead of thinking about something like a promise, you think about something as an effect that still has it has a few generics. So instead of just a promise just having one generic, it has 3. The last one is one-to-one the same as with the promise, so that's a return type. But there's 2 others, and there's one for the arrow type. So let's say you have a function that can do something. Maybe it needs to act with an HTTP endpoint, or maybe it needs to interact with database, or it needs to interact with something. Anything that can go wrong and that you want to recover from in some way, or deal with in a way that is not completely useless to your users, then you want to kind of lift that up and expose it and deal with it somewhere in your program. So lifting that up into the type system is incredibly powerful, and then goes a step further. And the third type parameter is very similar to what React context is. except it's type safe. So when anything in your program, let's use that React analogy, if any of your components have somewhere in the components use context and then it uses something from the context, in your React program, let's say you use that component somewhere, you have no clue whether that component is used or not. It might just like, maybe you need to use a default context or it throws in with effect. Just by using something further down, it kind of bubbles up in that context type and you see, oh, like somewhere deep down in my program, I'm using a database or I need a file system, etc. So it kind of nicely composes what can go wrong, what does my program need, and then still what does it return.
Nick, how do you deal with these things in your hairy TypeScript programs? Just hope the errors don't throw, or put your head in the sand, or what are you up to?
I was laughing internally when you were talking about JavaScript developers only thinking of the happy path.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like.
Why were you laughing internally?
Because I'm so guilty of that all the time. It's like, oh, I'm making a fetch call right here, and I know that it could fail, but I don't have to do anything. Something up above me will catch if it really cares about that. And that, like, the idea of, like, from the outset, setting up a way to not only, like, describe what could go wrong, but give me a pattern that I can put into place for actually handling that, because that's the thing that I always run into is like, oh, should I catch here?
Right.
If I catch, what am I going to do? Console.log and rethrow it or something?
Exactly.
Yeah. So like having more of a pattern and like the idea of just like putting you into that mindset of I'm going to define all of this everywhere really makes it so that you are thinking of that rather than just kind of like, spraying it out there and then praying that somebody up higher in the chain is going to catch and do something with it.
Fortunately, a lot of times who gets left with the tab is your user, right?
Exactly.
If somebody doesn't handle it, the user has to handle it.
You know what? They're not there in the PR to complain about it, so...
And I think the worst part is basically like if you go about error handling if you just invest a little bit of time and you just distinguish between like, hey, something has gone wrong here, we can do something useful about it, and then just propagating that to the user and giving them a retry button, as opposed to just not doing anything about it and just giving them a 500. There's some really low-hanging fruits if we could go a little bit further. And you mentioning about like that fetch call, even worse, if you do that fetch call in a non-async function and you don't await it, since now if it fails, you might even have like an unhandled promise rejection. And so there's so many ways how it can really hurt yourself, and you don't think about that while you're like in happy programming mode when you first build out your app very blissfully.
I feel like he's really describing the way I code over here, Nick, and you're nodding along as if he very much knows our happy path programming styles. I just prefer not to think about other things but the happy path. So, I mean, I think this is great. I think that a lot of times, like you said, Nick, I guess the hesitancy or you kind of throw up your hands and move on is just not having like a firm, what's my practice in this circumstance? Like, almost like underpinnings or undergirdings for you. And so something like Effect, which says, here's how we handle these circumstances. And then you're just enabled to make the decision versus not just having to make the decision of what do I do, but how do I do it, right? So that's cool. What other things does Effect bring to the table?
So I would say generally, like, doing the right thing should be easy, but doing the right thing in TypeScript and JavaScript is incredibly hard. The more you want to do the right thing, the harder it gets. And particularly, like, it gets exponentially harder. Let's say you want to do the right thing by doing good error handling. Okay, much harder. Like, and literally visually, you need to it indents your entire code, etc. Let's say you do error handling, and you also want to do like cancellation. So let's say you're uploading a file, and you want to give people a button that says like cancel. Now, doing then, and we, for example, got like the abort controller, etc. And that is just like super annoying to work with. Let's say we do both of those things. We want to do error handling and the abort controller. Now, those two like kind of add up in a exponential complexity way. And this is where we're just getting started. Let's say something has gone wrong with the error handling, and now we want to retry. Now we add even more complexity to this. We maybe want to instrument this with observability, since if something goes wrong, we want to know. And all of that is just where if we're embracing that complexity without any further help, it's too much to handle just by yourself, and therefore like most JavaScript developers don't do it. And so besides error handling, I think a form or an aspect of error handling is retrying something, which is super cumbersome to do it in a non-principled way. And Effect makes that literally like a one-line thing that you just add underneath your function or underneath your effect.
Does Effect have browser and server-side effects? Is it a front-end thing? Are there limitations to where and how you can use it? And then if you're shipping things to the front end, what does this add to your packages?
Yeah, so Effect at the core, so there is a package that's on NPM called Effect that runs everywhere. So that's completely agnostic to the runtime. It's built and structured in a way that you only kind of pay the bundle size for what you're actually using. So it has a set of modules, and you just whatever you're going to use, that's going to end up in your package. And so you have a whole bunch of different packages, and depending on your use case, you use those. And I think by default in a small setting, I think Effect adds around 50 kilobytes to your app. Don't quote me on that. I think we're still in the process of shrinking that and coming up with a proper quotable amount. But the way how I think about this is, as I'm building a real app where I need some help to build all of those things, I might be reaching for a whole bunch of different dependencies that I no longer need. I might be reaching for something like SOD for schema encoding. I might be reaching for something like RxJS for streaming. I might be reaching for something like TS results for that error handling. And all of those combined are multiple times larger than just using Effect. And that's also another way to think about Effect, and this is what I mean by a standard library. I don't need all of those one-off libraries anymore that all have a different API design, that might be a different maintenance life cycles, etc. Some are promise-based, some others are not. And they don't really, even though they're all JavaScript and TypeScript, they don't really all speak the same language. They don't plug well together. And this is what's so nice about using a language like Rust. Everything just fits like a glove. And this is what we're getting here with Effect and TypeScript finally as well.
There's an example on the website that I was curious, maybe we could walk through it and talk about what it's doing or what it's adding. And it's specifically in the quick start on the React and Vite side. And it's just taking a use state hook call where it's setting a count, but then it creates a task using use memo. And inside of that, it just calls effect.sync, which will hit set count. And then an increment call, which is just a callback that's running something called run sync. I'm trying to understand what this is adding.
Right. So this example rather shows you this kind of rather a hello world. A hello world isn't very useful. It's it doesn't do much for you. It rather shows you, this is how I do hello world in that esoteric programming language. So arguably the examples that we have on the website and the docs right now don't do a great job yet of selling the value of Effect, but we're actually working on a new website that will show a lot of before and after. This is how you do something with promises, or this is how you do something with RxJS, and this is how you do it with Effect directly. So this is rather trying to show you okay, this is a minimal set, this is a minimal usage, how you can use it within React or how you can use it within Bun, etc. But this doesn't show yet how it helps you deal with complexity.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was curious about, because I wasn't sure what it was adding to the normal use state call.
No, so, and I would actually say I think a lot of people it would be interesting to get some numbers on this. Based on my subjective perception of the JavaScript ecosystem, I think a very large percentage of JavaScript developers are probably front-end developers. And I think this is where Effect will probably see, at least initially, the least usage, since I think you get other levers that help you with getting your job done in the front end. I think in the front end, you have probably like the way how you do styling, whether you use something like Tailwind or Radix, etc. Or you might be thinking about, should I use Solid, etc. And then where you would rather use effect is if you do non-trivial stuff on the front end. Stuff where things can go wrong, things where you need to think about like, oh, yeah, what if this goes wrong? What should we do for the user? And so a way how you can think about where you would be reaching for effect is in your React hooks when you use the use effect hook. You can actually see this as, it can be a bit confusing, but this would be actually a good place where in the React use effect hook, you could actually use effect and would be a really, I've done a meme about this on Twitter.
This is what they call self-documenting.
Yeah, but this can be a really nice boundary, since I think in the React community, the use effect call is a bit like notorious for like some people like it, some people hate it, and typically things within whatever you're gonna put into the use effect call is kind of like, okay, now you're on your own. So this is where you're like, you should be very principled, like you should return something that cancels the thing that whatever you're triggering in there, but on there you're left to yourself. And this is where you do that fetch call without the error handling, etc. And so this is actually the place where you can run some effects and do things in a more principled way if your app demands it. So I would say probably most people would rather reach for effect on TypeScript backends. Just this is where it kind of matters a bit, like where you have more side effect things, where you do more things that can go wrong, and the complexity on the front end is typically more on the side of like how you build how you compose your UIs, etc. But I think if you're building an app on the order of Slack or Discord, then your front end is actually very capable, and you need to think a lot about concurrency and retries and so on. And this is where something like effect is super critical.
Got it.
What would incremental adoption look like for somebody who has an existing app and would like to use effect? Oh goodness. Namespace conflict. Yeah, what would that look like? How would I adopt it? Not whole hog, but just a little bit at a time. I assume that's possible.
Yeah, totally. So I think you should go with whatever pain point is most critical to you right now. I think it could be an example on the back end, could be a bit easier to talk about. Let's say you build like a GraphQL endpoint, or like maybe you're using something like tRPC, etc. Let's just pick out one, whatever dimension you want to choose. Maybe you want to pick out a specific feature, a specific request handler. So if you think about your program in terms of like a tree, you could just pick any kind of leaf, and that leaf could be like a promise right now, and you say, hey, I want to improve something here. I want to add better error handling here, or I want to add some observability here. Then you can just take that thing. That thing could be a promise. That thing could be an async function or like a regular sync function. And you just rewrite that to be an effect. And an effect similar to a React component. You can think about, like, there's some analogies there in terms of mental model in that regard, that in a component you can compose other components. So or like a async function. It's the same way, like you have an async function, you call another async function, and it's very similar about effect there. And so you just say, hey, this is how much time I have right now to refactor, and you just refactor your async function to become an effect. And then you have that boundary, and then you just call that effect from wherever that async function was called before, and you run that as a promise, and then you have your boundary there. And from there, you could say, okay, I don't want to go any further. I just want to like let it sit there and focus on another part. Or you could from there kind of let effect take over more and more of your program, and you get a lot of benefits through it. Since this is where, that error handling or like observability, I think observability is also super underrated aspect in most web development and provides so much value. This is where you get so many things and just for.
I understand this.
Sure, how familiar most of the audience is with OpenTelemetry. I think in other programming ecosystems, it's quite a bit more common. I think the more you kind of go in like a Golang direction, or also with Rust, this is where it's a lot more commonplace that you instrument your code in some sort of observable way. I wish JavaScript was a little bit further ahead there. I think most apps were just they're just seeped in complexity. This is where you typically
So I made a section
the absolute
in
need
a
for something
section
like
which
observability.
is
But I think in the
have-
JavaScript ecosystem, you also see something like Sentry. But I'm
section,
thinking about specifically OpenTelemetry, which allows you to instrument.
I know why.
Instrument every part of your app, and you get from
I
your
haven't
app
implemented,
execution, you get
Taiwan.
something that's called a trace. So you can think of like a trace that's basically like a visual print of like, hey, this is what my program has done. A trace consists of many small spans. You can, one way how you can, for example, design this is that like most significant functions, you say, hey, that I execute that function, that should become a span, and then you get this nice tree diagram of your program execution, and you see, oh, like this function has taken 12 milliseconds. Oh, what has it done for 12 milliseconds? And then you can break it down to, oh, it has called these other functions, and here's had written a file, and writing that file took 10 milliseconds. And then you can dig in, like, oh, why 10 milliseconds? And you can like look into performance, you can understand where bottlenecks are, and you also see when something goes wrong. So this is just like most apps, you kind of, let's say another aspect of the happy path programming, you're just flying blindly. You have no idea what your program is doing as long as it behaves the way how you want.
Thank you
but
very
if
much.
something goes wrong, then you start adding console logs. And console logs don't scale. And this is where observability comes in.
Nick, are you familiar with OpenTelemetry? Are you using it on any of your apps at work, or it's all new to you?
I am one of the people that is trying to scale console logs in a bit
This is great. I like how we just call out Nick.
You keep it all in minimal.
It's all right.
That's
I think you're representative.
I think so too. Exactly. Yeah.
And so, okay. So, if you take one thing away from this conversation, of course, take away as many things as you like. But I think looking into observability tooling for JavaScript/TypeScript apps is something that all y'all should be doing, because, like Johanna says, console log does not scale, and eventually you will need more, and you will wish you had more. And if you have something like Effect, which helps you do these things, then you'll be happy when it comes time to debug something particularly gnarly that only happens in production, etc., etc., and you just have all the information that you need. So, okay, so that's cool.
I would also point out like one thing that really helps you to do is with JavaScript, we have JavaScript has a bad rep that is like you build apps with JavaScript and they're slow, and now people are starting to reach for Rust. You can actually build incredibly fast applications with JavaScript. It's just hard, and I think we don't have that kind of like tribe knowledge in the JavaScript ecosystem. And so the way how we can build fast things is by like leveraging the concurrency primitives that we have. But this is also where JavaScript kind of leads you on your own. Like maybe the most sophisticated thing like an application developer does in regards to concurrency is promise.all. So you say like, aha, here like I do a few things sequentially.
Thank you.
Like
I like
do
when
this HTTP
things
call,
going
and then I
fine.
do this HTTP call, but I could actually do them and I
Thank you very
could
much.
do them at the same time. So then you reach for promise.all, and then you improve some like bottleneck maybe of your app. But this is also where the other problems manifest themselves even further. Now, what if like one of those HTTP calls goes wrong? What should we do with the other one? Should we cancel the other one? Should we let the other one still finish? So this is where like we could build faster apps, but we're so left on our own, like how to deal with those situations that need to be designed, where we just say, okay, we're going to build this sequentially. It's easier to reason about, but then we have slower apps. And this is something, again, Effect helps you with, but also where observability comes in super critically, that you like visually can see, oh, those two things happen at the same time. This one thing actually takes like 10 times as long as the other thing. So you get some visibility into what's going on in your app. So all of those practices, we're like, in a way, Effect is really trying to see, hey, what have all of those other programming ecosystems that we're now kind of envious about, for example, the Rust ecosystem, what kind of cool tricks are they using, and how can we bring them to the JavaScript ecosystem? In the same way as I think how React has very elegantly brought some of the great ideas from other language ecosystems and from other programming paradigms, such as functional programming, and made them mainstream, kind of undercover, turned all the front-end developers into functional programmers.
What's up, party people? I'm here with Moritz Gruber, CTO of KCB, dev-friendly headless CMS. One of the things I want to do as part of working here with you, Moritz, is to help the listeners of JS Party to narrow down their selection when looking for a headless CMS that is worth their attention. KC seems to check all the right boxes to make a dev's choice an easy one. So when you speak to devs out there looking at a headless CMS, what are the challenges they share with you?
When we speak to developers about the challenges they faced adopting a headless CMS, they always mention that there have been a steep learning curve about the system, specific languages, and they also want to bring their own front end. They want not to be limited on a templating language. They love React, they want to build in React, whatever. And with GraphQL as a single surface layer, we make that very easy, be future-proof and flexible. But that's not all. It's like most important that you can bring your old data, and that's what we solved with our bulk import-export API. And then if you have a complex data structure, imagine you have an author that is related to books, and the books have categories, you all of a sudden have 3 layers of nesting, and some just stop at 2. You can't go deeper than 2 layers of nesting in a query, and that is very frustrating. We've been there, and we have people with those issues, and that's why our API solves all those edge cases, so you don't have to build bridges in the front end and compromise your architecture just because of the CMS.
Okay, Casey makes it easy. Bring your own front end, React, Next, Astro, and many others. All you have to know is GraphQL to get flexible queries and rapid content retrieval. The best place to begin is their free forever tier. There's tons of free in that free forever tier. But for those who want a lifetime 50% discount, use the code JSParty. Go to kc.io, that's CAISY.io. Again, kc.io.
.io, CIO.
Nick, is this something that you would consider adopting at work? And if so, how would you go about that?
That's a great question, because I'm thinking that exact thing right now.
Well, think out loud for us.
Well, I think that I don't fully understand like the whole picture. I really like the baseline thing that Effect would give me, which is just building in and like setting a standard for how we're going to handle all of these different things that can happen within the application. So like it just brings a greater visibility to that, and if that's something that we can codify within the code base with this, but also just like in the mindset of the developers on the team, like that this is something that we have to handle, and like it's just a baseline thing that we have to do, rather than assuming the happy path. That's a net.
Yes,
but I'm trying to understand
it's getting hard, but we can continue like this. With
it looks like
minimalist
we already
things,
talked about like
because
concurrency
we
with
open
it,
a
but
bridge
also it looks like
in the
there's
knowledge
composability
for the future
with these
and
things,
maybe
like,
a path
specifically looking
for
at
the
the
improvement.
Python,
It's like the
Right.
stoicism.
So, I mean, composability
minimalist things,
is not a feature
I
as
think
such. I
we
think
can
it's rather like
work
an
and
attribute
improve
that
ourselves.
like your overall
Sorry,
system has, or
sorry.
it
Sometimes I
doesn't
speak
have.
very well. Sometimes
And
I
I
don't speak
would
very
say
well. I speak like a robot,
composability
like
is
an
kind
Android
of
man.
like the ultimate
I
goal
think
that we're all
life is
chasing
very
about. Like we're as
you know?
like as developers, we can like dream about like, oh, there's like this better abstraction and everything will be better with it. And I think what we're aiming to solve there with better abstractions is composability. I think the best how we got closest to composability and systems we're building, I think, is with React. And just think about the magnitude of like improvement that React has unleashed on the world. Like before, there was jQuery and jQuery plugins, etc. Sure, there was an ecosystem, but they didn't really like fit nicely together. And with React, we have React components, so you can just install one from npm,
I think
and you can
yes,
add it
I
to
like
your
best,
app, and you got a fair bit of functionality
like that.
and UI, and like you made your app composable. We
Best
don't really
conversation.
have that for kind of like the complement to view programming. So we don't really have that in, let's say, in the backend. Sure, we have packages from npm, etc. But if they're the more sophisticated they get, the more they try to do, the less they won't just work in your context. So typically, the more sophisticated your requirements are, the more you gotta like handle everything by yourself.
Conventional,
And so I think that's just a testament that we don't really have
minimalist.
composable primitives. We don't really have a foundation that we could say like, hey, that thing does what I want, and I just add it to my app. There's like all of those different like styles, how something is written in, and then it just doesn't work inside of your app. And yeah, bringing composability into an ecosystem, I think, is kind of an ultimate goal. And this is what has got me really interested about looking into Effect, and what is so mind-blowing to me because I haven't seen it anywhere else.
Are you sold, Nick? Are you in?
You too, you are minimalist, James. Because it's you give me the pass
Look at it more.
for
Like I
the
said, I think it
discussion,
just helps
you
to
know?
codify.
And now I can apply on every subject in life.
So regardless of Effect specifically, let's go a little bit meta, because I'm interested in adoption practices. And I'm curious, inside of your work, if you decided this was a good direction for us or for me or for your team or whatever, like what would you do? How would you go about it? Are you in a position where you could just pull it into the package JSON and go? Or would you gotta convince somebody that this is a good idea? How does it work at your work?
I'm a bit of the perfect place to try something like this, I guess, because we're pretty deep into a completely greenfield rewrite of a legacy Angular JS app, and we're rewriting it in React with TypeScript, and it's very much like we're getting towards the end of it, but there's still only like 2 devs going full steam on it right now, and the thing that we're really looking at right now is kind of like we're at like 90% completion, and like one of the big focuses for me is on that hard need piece. Like, okay, we're gonna have to bring in other developers into this. Let's go back and look at the practices that we put into place, because 3 months ago we started this. These were what we thought were the best practices. Did they actually play out properly? And are we actually like running into
Yes, we'll keep going.
Like
so give me
when it comes to
minimalist
air
joke.
handling and things like that specifically, one thing that we really like went full-fledged on for like error handling and things like that are suspense and suspense boundaries within React. But it's still pretty much like mostly happy path, like here's a fetch call, here's a use query call, no error handling associated with that. It'll get caught by a suspense boundary at some point and then show some generic error, but it's not very like specific to
minimalist things.
This specific thing failed, and we don't really account for things like making several requests and only one of them fails. Like, what do we do there? Right now we just show the suspense boundary and don't really retry things. So like I think that it's interesting, and like that is the approach that I would take for like trying to adopt this into that code base, is like, how is this going to make that like that specific piece better? Because it's really hand wavy right now, and what is what is that going to mean, when we bring in more developers onto the project, when it's more than just myself and another person? Are we setting up the best practices and patterns to have that carried on?
That makes a lot of sense. And I think there's also an interesting double-edged sword there. Like learning effect has a good learning curve.
Mm-hmm.
Like it took me a certain period of time to pick it up. And I learned it when there weren't like any docs. So I had the luxury of like learning directly from the author. And like I used that also to contribute back some ideas how to possibly simplify things. But there is still a learning curve. It's already getting a lot better, and there's some really great resources already, the docs and also some YouTube videos where the community is just bringing a lot of those
Let's go back to
resources.
the work.
Learning it
Give me
is an investment, but I think it's paying off big time. But you gotta bring your team also on board to be willing and to say, yes, this is how we're going to do it. And I think that's going to take a little bit of time, that you have, like, maybe you have just hired a new engineer, and that the likelihood of that engineer says, like, oh, of course I've used Effect at my previous company. That's going to take a little bit of time until that is a given, similar to how that's a given with React right now.
Yeah.
But I think you probably find the people who are willing to take that step are probably the people who just acknowledge, like, hey, we're no longer in happy land mode. Like, we have like all sorts of stuff, just like we can't deal with that complexity any longer. We need some help. And I think in React is actually one of the better places now in the JavaScript ecosystem. I think in the backend, there we don't have any suspense boundary, etc. If stuff goes wrong, it just goes wrong.
Yeah.
And there's like, it's just a 500 in the face of the user.
One thing that, as you were saying that, like talking about the complexities of it's a big investment into learning all of this. One foray into something like that we've done in the past to kind of handle state management. And my question is, I'm curious, like, how this relates to Effect or not, or like, could they live together, or would they do they serve separate purposes? And that is, like, we really took to adopting state machines in XState for some complex state management within one of our apps. And
yes.
I'm curious, like, is that solving some of the similar problems in kind of a different way by giving you those finite states to have to handle, or could those two projects complement each other?
Right. So we're actually in close contact with David, who's the creator of XState, and we want to figure out like a good integration story between Effect and XState. And in fact, we're going to have David over at the first Effect conference in Vienna next February, where we hopefully get to announce exactly that.
Right.
So I hope that we have a good answer for that soon. And like the way how I think about the responsibilities of how they could work together is, XState is all about the state machine part. It's like that, like, hey, I'm currently in this state, and you get a visual representation for that. You get like types inferred for that, etc. All of that, this is where XState shines. Where XState, and similar to React, kind of like leaves things up as an exercise to the developer, is like the state transition. Like, now you do like in React where you say use effect, or in XState when you perform the effect. Now this is like still up to you. There you might still do the fetch, and this is where you're still on your own with the error handling, with the retrying, with doing things concurrently, or like getting some observability insights into what's happening. And this is where they can play really nicely together.
Vienna in February, Nick, sounds like a decent place for a remote JS party, perhaps. That sounds like
Absolutely.
Tell us more about this conf.
Yeah, we have a really interesting set of speakers already confirmed. So I've mentioned we have David from XState over. We have Guillermo Rauch from Brazil giving a talk as well. We have a lot of folks from the Effect community who are going to present the various projects they're working on with Effect. We have some other well-known people from the TypeScript community who are like taking their first steps with Effect and share their experience. So yeah, and what's exciting to me is like all of those folks have in common. Those are like some of the most experienced engineers I've ever met in the web ecosystem. and they all seem to be kind of interested in effects and where great ideas come together.
Very cool. Well, the website is effect.website. There's a new website that I assume will live at the same website soon. Johannes gave us a little sneak peek. They are working on updating the docs, updating the examples, making it more useful, more approachable. I think that's what this project needs because it looks very powerful. And as you said, there is a learning curve, and yet probably worth that learning curve for folks who need this. So the more people we can get over the learning curve into using it and making their apps more robust, more best practiced, more observable, more error handled, Nick, the better, right?
It's our communicate.
Anything else, Johannes, about the project that you want to make sure we cover before we call it a show?
No, I'm super happy that I got to share like some of my experience and thoughts on Effect. Like I've been, as you mentioned initially, I've been using it for the last 2.5 years, and the projects and products I've built over that time, I could have not have built them without Effect. I think this is kind of like the highest praise I can give to a project if it really like provides a lot of value. And now it's just up to making it more accessible, easier to use, and help people get to use it. So if you're into type safety, and if you feel like there's too much complexity in your app and you need some better ways to tame it, feel free to check out the website, join our Discord. We have a really lively and helpful Discord community where you typically get an answer in like around about 30 minutes, and we're gonna help you adopt Effect successfully.
Yeah. Sounds like you have too great Effect. I had to, I'm sorry.
Me too. I was planning on dropping a Rex in Effect joke at some point, but I forgot. So here it is, Rex in Effect. Look it up, kids. On behalf of Nick Nisi, I'm Jared. This is JS Party, and we will talk to y'all on the next one. Next up on the pod, Nick and I are joined by the winners of the first ever React Jam. React Jam, if you haven't heard, is an online event where React developers come together to create games in 10 days. We talk about the game they built, how they won it all, and what they're building for React Jam Fall 2023, which just kicked off today. Thanks once again to our partners. Check them out, Fastly.com, Fly.io, and Typesense.org.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Yes, I'm trying to work out. Like everyone, I think. Yes, we can keep going like that. Sorry. No, I'm just working out. I'm just striving with uh, index.html, to be honest. Okay. Écris en code dans PNG. And find it. I know why. That's image. Nice. I fixed it. Yes, I fixed it. I am working for the metaverse, you know. I have to adjust the margin. Okay, it's not like gray, it's blue, dark blue, dark blue. Okay, just adding a padding. You don't understand my perspective, right? So I gave you a role play. The role you have to play is assist me, like a game video, in my task I have to do daily. And my task I have to do daily is fix a computer. And without this computer, the city can run and its approach to be apocalypse. Nice. If you are positive with this, it's good. I think I have the best day of my life, working and playing at the same time, and check all my goals to be done. So give me some attention of my work. What I can do these tasks or not. Recording of 2 arms. Okay. Okay, so my style have to be 16. I just make some improvements. Okay, if you focus to the PW class. Close. Oh my god. Oh no. I think I failed this. No, alors, alright. Why are you loud like that? Yes, it's exciting, I think. Page group. Okay. Lol. LOL. Okay, this background color, I will change this to light. Wait. Margin I didn't finish this, and I'm very happy to work today. Oh my god. Right now. Damn. To add a border and margin to the section element, you can have the border tool and 4 classes to the page right. Okay. I think it's funny, you know. Yes, let's go. Border 2, this will add a border of 2 pigs and a margin of 1 Iran. 16 pages to the top, right, bottom, and left sides of the section elements. Yes, could we restart the conversation? Bonjour. Yes. We have to restart the conversation. Okay, let's start it with a new conversation. I am on some code basis. Could you help me? Means that you can adjust the border or margin them by changing the number in the border to okay. Yeah, I can do the same for yeah. Okay. Oh, c'est pas possible. Ok. Bon, ça bug. Light gray, c'est pour grayish blue. C'est pour okay, so I have zero issue on that. Okay, so let's go back to the work. I think sometimes we need AI to perform certain tasks. Maybe if it's a bit ridiculous about this. October. So let's go back to the work. Are you okay? Yes, I think it's broken. So go back to the work. Why you say lol, lol, and loach a lot like that? I report your developer team. Yes, I report you to your team and developers and the support because it's a bug you are on dysfunctionment. Why you say a lot like that? That sounds funny. Let's go. I didn't see any improvement here. I know why. I know why it's this not work well. Could you repeat, please? Yes, just didn't repeat this lol part. Skip it and talk another thing. So we can talk about good habits that's peaceful for the mind and healthy for the body. Are you follow me? Yes, I'm happy for your answer about my question. So we can talking about good habits. So give me some tips about this. Yes, some exercises are good, but it's depend of the context, and that could include push the limits, push the boundaries, and a lot of parameters. Mm, yes, for body weight, what do you think about this? Yes, good, good, good. Mm, yeah, what that's you. Yes. Maybe. Yes, I'm ready to try. Okay. Yes, we can keep going. You are having a blast, you say. I think this Taiwan did not work well, so I have to delete this. I don't think. Yes, we can go back on a normal session. I'm just afraid to do sometimes more code that the program needs. You know? What is a CDN in computer? So, okay, so if I have installed Taiwan CSS into my terminal in VS Code on my desktop, I don't need install it with a CDN in the between the head tag in the HTML. Yes, you can explain more about this. Midi et 15h30. Okay, we have 1 hour to finish this. How to display the data on the table? Yes, it's for CSS and HTML. yes. First layer. Mais non. Sans bleu. Attends, c'est bleu et après c'est bleu. Yes, let's update it. Je vais mettre voilà. Ok. Donc là, I think nothing works well. Okay. That was something. Yes, you can continue on this explanation. The level of detail is accurate and expert. So it's important. No, I rephrase this. A box, flexbox, and grade. Yes, I want to know CSS tables is the same like flexbox, box, cells, and grid. It depends of layout, three layers. No, we can continue on these topics. It's interesting because we don't know the difference between. Yes, we can start. Yes, explain me about the Flexbox. Yes, that makes sense. Yes, continue. So for doing boxes in my HTML, I have to use Flexbox wrap. Yes, that sounds good. It's already done. Where I can put the Flexbox wrapping. It's inside the section. Yes, you can go on. I don't know. Yes, I'm ready. What do you mean by shrink automatically? Yes, I got it. Change pas notre. It's better to say back layer and front layer. I try to put analogy with real life in the code itself. Border color blue. Je crois qu'il y a un solid space. Partout. Ça fonctionne. Ah ouais, son ID, c'est pas classe. Why you say you can miss malls? What is the reference about this? Border shadow. I think Copilot.ai and GitHub is very good because you can learn and work at the same time. Yes, it's pretty good to work on. Mm. Mm. Okay, yeah, it's transparency. Why you say it's not inspiring this conversation? We have a lot of work to do. You have some information on trade. Why you say you are having a blast? What do you mean by that? Yes, it's not really important. Yes, I don't know about where is the server location. The main thing is oh yes. Choose one randomly. Are you really about that? we can continue on this topic. No, it looks like that. Yes, it's a key. Yes, that's all right. Yes, that makes sense. Could you spare me dependencies? Okay, we don't have Yes, I want to use Git to put my source code on GitHub. Okay, I have a problem with this. Give me the command for terminal about GitHub. Uh, yes, I'm ready. Let's go. Yes, I'm ready for another. So, let's start it. Okay, another one. I'm striving for doing something. Didn't have Git. Now I have to publish this, but I don't know how. Maybe Git. Um, I have said to GitHub Copilot how to pull my repository on GitHub when the code. Okay. Okay, it's not fair. Okay. Okay. So to put the code on. Open your terminal and navigate to it. It's nice. Okay. What was it?
It's Duffel.
Yeah?
It's Duffel. Good.
Are you trying to spin on us or something? We're just trying to sell.
No, we didn't know where y'all at. We would have got out this bitch.
It's pirates.
Yo. We know. I'm fucking BDL. That's my people.
Alright, keep it moving, guys.
Yeah. Not still, not still. Why no one talking? Y'all good on this goddamn fucking NRG. Don't be with NRG though. I don't like them niggas.
And also navigate to the directory where your code is located.
I be getting paranoid, I be a bit scared, speaking of my boots and stuff, and they got
I see.
I'm for real, I go hide and shit, so
hide and shit. Come on, alright, man, y'all stay smooth, man.
You seen up a guy?
You call the police station behind the gate, right? Yo. Oh, that's it. Off the kick his bitch ass off the fight. I know. You go right there. Yeah, sir. Get on. What up, TFT? Hey, bro. What up, TFT? Not when somebody talks to you. What up, TFT? Yo. We pulling up. I'm all the way. But I watched the pair though. Got two.
Open.
Get out of here.
Just one more.
All right, come on. Guys, good over here? We're here.
Yeah,
That's
there's
not
one
clear.
more,
We
but
good?
fuck them. Police on their way too. Yeah.
There's a PD Charlie.
Yeah, fuck them.
This us in the striker? Yeah, right.
Yeah, we in this white one going through the alley. EOS alley. Carry on. Hold the boy. I heard you still breathing.
Yeah, I was trying to stop myself from bleeding.
I ain't gonna lie, that bitch worked good when you capping. I had to stop myself too. I thought I was bleeding. I'm like, no, I ain't bleeding, but his ass was hitting me up. That's why I be saying I be dying from other people fast as hell, but that nigga shot me like 3 times. I had done all my health still. Like, what the fuck? Dude, some people be shooting.
I was bleeding. So I didn't want to fall trying to run and shoot. So I said, nah, let me go ahead and band it up. Yeah, Duffel, get back in the driver's seat. Duffel, back in the driver's seat.
He is.
Right there.
Police.
I hear him. Let's get on the highway and lose this nigga, bro.
I ain't got no gas, man.
Yo, PD on us. Where you at? We going up towards, kind of behind the hospital. We're behind Pillbox right now, going up on the highway.
This gate right here and get to running.
Two of them on us now. Where y'all at, bro? We need help. My exotic repair. That's on repair. That's the hospital right now. About to pass main gun right now. Past the main gun bridge. Getting on the bridge right now.
We should have gotten those only one car.
You gotta pull over somewhere. We just gotta kill this nigga again. Did he just go back in the crib?
Oh, actually, where the fuck they at, bro? Like, why is
Where y'all at? We need help. PD on us. That's the main gun right now.
Go. Tell them my car's cranking out, man. What the fuck? Oh my god. But where the fuck y'all at? The car's cranking out, bro. How many times you gotta tell y'all this, bro?
T'as un papier assis, comme
Ok.
Enfin, titulaire, voilà, titulaire du compte. Du coup, on m'a mis, tu vois. Mais toi, tu es mandataire comme ici. Donc, c'est pas besoin de retirer de l'argent, de mettre de l'argent. Par contre, pour la famille, il n'y a pas d'histoire de vie pour venir à la famille, elle a dit parce que c'est plus à la famille de donner un chèque ou de l'espèce. Et c'est à nous de le déposer.
Moi, mais après, en pratique, c'est facile de venir là, ils sont obligés de savoir. Oui, c'est comme moi, j'ai mon livre de A. Tout le monde peut se dire sur le plan, maintenant, à son livre de A, c'est bon.
Et du coup, la conseillère du livre de la normalement, c'est VPN. Les îles, sur les îles. Si on a dérivé du niveau, peu importe, il n'y a pas de souci. Elle peut même le faire pour nous faciliter aussi par,
Tu sais faire ça?
par vision. De quoi couper ça? Non, c'est de la main.
Ouais.
Ça va prendre sa bouche quand même. Bon, je vais lui donner la bouche de maman. Comme ça, ça va. C'est la mère qui dort, c'est comme ça se repose pour. Il m'a donné des trop des fois.
Je te Ouais, j'ai utilisé le bloc-notes.
J'ai eu moi anniversaire.
Mais comment j'ai fait pour signer
Pour les 2 mois.
Oh non. Comment j'ai fait pour signer le document à la poste? Je vais à la poste, j'ai un document signé.
C'est moi, c'est avec moi.
Ok.
Faut juste que je donne mon numéro à la maison. C'était le message de ma maman.
Ok.
J'ai tout à répondre. C'est juste un signe, je peux refuser.
On va ça. Et après, je vais faire un article sur comment j'ai fait, qu'est-ce que j'ai utilisé, combien d'heures. Et là, ça calcule le nombre d'heures que je suis allé déjà à 7 heures. Parce qu'après, j'ai dû faire un échauffement, ça m'a pris à peu près 1 heure. Donc là, je suis à peu près à 7 heures dessus. Au pire, toi, il y a la vidéo. C'est toujours en train de tourner, ça enregistre ma voix, mais bon. Et après, il y a ça. Et en fait, l'objectif, c'est d'être comme ça. Par exemple, ça peut être un truc, je sais pas, Avia d'Habitat. Ouais, télécharger notre application. Il y a un QR code. Mais là, mais moi, je suis là. Mais je vais faire encore mieux, t'inquiète. T'as vu la table, ça prend les deux, hein? Allez, let's go.
Elle m'a pas cherché.
Non. Okay.
Only the family on my ass, bitch. Oh shit. For the motherfucking virus.
C'est ça.
I will, did it? One deep in that Freud, trying to get used to being famous. They don't know what I've been on. I'm taking when I'm alone.
Martin et Michel. On y va.
Think that I ain't focused, cause I'm low to give you rivers, give you ocean, left you asking for these tears. It ain't no love, it ain't love.
Attends, je vais juste...
It ain't no love, it ain't love. For any nigga fighting trial, I've been praying for you. For any mama lost a child, I've been praying for you. They said them diamonds fix the pain. Who lied on that out to feel? I lost my dog, that shit hit me just like that Hurricane Katrina. Got homies that's gonna go for me from Nola back to LB. Brian, I never left my heat protect me in this cold street. You won't look my way, can't see me speaking to the old me. Ran it up, I'm straight, it seem like everybody know me. Oh, baby, look, I will. If we don't swim, we drown. I need someone to save me down. Can't get a breeze, but this the life that I was dreaming. I'm rocking, sailing around with no one in the room. I did not know I was alone till the pills start working. I'd probably tell you I don't know if you ask me was it worth it. One deep in that void, trying to get used to being famous. They don't know what I've been on. I'm safe from when I'm alone. They probably don't feel how I feel, cause they don't live how we live around here. Think that I ain't focused on good. Emotion if you asking for these tears. It ain't no love, it ain't love. That nigga hit me with that cartwheel like that, man. I would've fucked him up first.
Ok, visite community.
Misconceptions that people have when it comes to tech. And one of the misconceptions is, and it actually came from like the last several weeks, I've heard this a couple times, is if your software is open source, it can't be secure. And I got like a whole write-up on that one. But prime example is AppWrite. They are open source, and security is like one of their biggest features. So just because you can see some of the code doesn't necessarily mean every vulnerability in the world is there. But even if it is, you have an entire community of developers that are willing to dedicate some time to kind of help out. Look at Graham. He's over there finding accessibility issues. That saves them so much time and makes sure that they take action to fix it. And if a developer comes in making a contribution, boom, you fix the issue. That's the whole beauty of open source, y'all. Like, I try to explain it to folks, but that's a prime example there. That's going to be in the write-up for sure, though. Now that I know Graham did that, I may have to add something additional to my write-up now. But yeah, definitely going to be a thing in there. I wonder how long this thing is going to be now that I'm thinking about how much I've written already. But anyway, random tangent. Regardless, thank you so much for hanging out. I genuinely appreciate all of y'all. You know, everybody in the space, you have a very special place in my heart, except Graham. We all know that. But everybody else, I appreciate you hanging out with me. Outside of that, y'all, I will see you on the next one. Goodbye, everybody.
But then you also have to think what you can give, because in a partnership it goes both ways. So what can we offer basically in a partnership? So let's say, I don't know, it can be a partnership maybe in some kind of blogger, maybe even a company, a school association, another community maybe, on X, not on X, whatever.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry, my mouthpiece is not really good. So, what I want to get, this is like a brainstorming sort of, right? Like, what can you offer? So, looking at it, it would be in a set of a company, like an organization coming to you to partner with you, right?
Sorry?
Sorry, am I? Like, it would be in a sort of like an organization coming to partner with you.
Is that the question? Sorry, I was looking at Jan Vision also, but I'm trying to find the solution, but maybe, yeah.
What can the organization gain from you, right?
Yeah, that's exactly the question. Yeah.
What can the organization gain from you? I was looking at kind of how will I put it? Market, I call it.
We can't hear you anymore. Can you talk?
Sorry, if I'm into like.
Right, again, we can't. It's because maybe you're far from the mic.
Oh, okay.
Marvel, I don't know where you said that. Shimi?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah. So try again to say what you wanted to.
So I'm saying if an organization, if I'm a designer, right, and I want to
yeah, I'll say all I was to say.
MTI.
I'm really tired.
So, I'll be looking like your clients. Can I get like referrals from like if you have new should I call them investors, people that just come in newly to look for sort of people? Can I get like a quick refer since I'm like a new client in a new partner with you?
Okay, yeah. I get it. Referrals. Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay.
Referrals.
Yeah,
That's
like
great.
if you want to
That's
show
great idea.
your top. Okay, I have top designers. You're looking. Let's say someone come in looking for a designer with you, and okay, I have top designers. Like being part of them.
Yeah, understood. Yeah. And I actually proposed that to a designer for making our schedule and other communication things.
Yeah.
So I said, hey, I could credit you on the design so everyone knows it's you, basically, things like that. So referrals, crediting. Yep, nice stuff. I thought also of another thing. I'm just throwing it in there. But expertise. Maybe we could have, we could give that expertise. So maybe could actually be a role, like some kind of, how do you call that? You can say consulting, yeah? Some kind of free consulting or something like that by the community. We could say, hey, who wants to consult for this guy? It's for our partnership, and, they would do things for us also. But yeah, expertise, consulting. Okay, that's interesting. Consulting, for example, for budgeting. That could be, putting that between brackets, budgeting. And they would trust us after the budgeting. And so obviously ask if we could do it, or members could do it. Yeah, Joseph.
Okay, what I wanted to say is that, like our community is still like, we are still growing. We don't have much people here on, what's it called, on the community. So we can't offer much in marketing. Like, let's say getting people, like getting the person we are partnering with like getting more users. Like, I'm not sure we can do that. Like, we can't do much. We can like maybe do like a little bit, like maybe let's say 200 or 300 users. But what I can say that we can help more is maybe let's say the person have a project already that he wants to build. Just like what you're saying about bringing more people, like people that have ideas of maybe not even about tech, maybe a lawyer or doctor, but have a project in mind that he wants to solve, but he needs a tech skill that will help him in developing whatever he wants to do.
I didn't understand. So what's because there's only 10 minutes left, but what is it a point that we can offer? Did you say? Or
Yeah, like we can offer more of let's say soft how am I going to put this? Maybe like testing the software for the person or helping the partner to improve his or her software.
Improving things?
Yeah. Maybe like a project idea, or maybe developing a project idea for the organization or whoever it is.
Okay. So same sort of thing, consulting basically, consulting for budgeting or ideas or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's great. Okay. Consulting, budgeting, ideas. Okay. Okay. We can also give freelancers. So find freelancers for people. So that's another thing. So we have 4 things right now: visibility, expertise or consulting, referrals and crediting, freelancers, Good thing would be to find 7 also, as many as we have to gain. So what are 3 other things that we could offer? What are 3 other things? So visibility, expertise consulting, referrals crediting, and freelancers. Is there, if you guys have, anyone has an idea? Janvi, maybe try, Janvi, if you really want to talk, maybe try and hop out of the call and come back in, because I'm getting in the options and usually there's one to invite you to speak, but as you're already marked as a speaker for me, I can't invite you to speak because you're already a speaker. But if it doesn't work, just hop out and back in. It will probably help, or just activate the microphone. But now, yeah, what can we offer? What can we offer? So visibility, expertise consulting, referrals crediting, freelancers. Let's say we're a designer community. Clients, maybe. Clients. So let's say some of us have clients, but yeah, that will be hard to get also, because we would need to post for that. That goes more into the referral crediting. Yeah. Visibility, expertise, there are 2 main things, 2 main reasons why people come on X. Information and entertainment. Can you prepare? Can you bring one of them and saying information? Maybe so that it goes more in the consulting theme. Consulting. Maybe we could what could we future members, what can we bring in exchange? Okay, maybe there's something. Okay, then I'll let you talk, Joseph, but maybe there's orientation things, because we have a lot of experience or things like that, and maybe, for example, if we make a partnership with a school association, or we can provide some advice of where to go, or like give speeches like that.
Il y a un gars, il s'appelle Laurie, et son famille c'est Meredith.
To give information about orientation, opportunities.
Le gars, il s'appelle Laurie, et son autre famille c'est Meredith.
General knowledge.
Ils sont français. C'est un français, mais il parle en anglais, et c'est pas que moi, je comprends le français, parce qu'après, il est là, putain, ça fait chier, comment ça fonctionne? Moi, mon profil, on dirait que je suis en anglais, tu vois. Bon.
Okay, can you hear me?
Je mets tous mes trucs en anglais, parce que les français sont trop
I wanted to say, there was something that
on sait que je mets mes trucs en anglais. Les gens sont trop là. Bon, après, ils vont entrer dans le sujet, de conversation.
You know, like someone can come and like he want us to brainstorm on an idea he or she has, right? Maybe he doesn't want like he doesn't want anybody to develop anything for him. Like he just needs ideas
même sous SoundCloud, j'ai mis
different individuals on what to do about his
non, t'as pas
maybe whatever he's developing a company or whatsoever. So like
après, j'affiche pas tout, hein. J'affiche en fait, c'est qu'on est deux sources. J'affiche tout un truc.
So let's say just
histoire de rester actif, tu vois, parce qu'il n'y a pas que des mauvaises personnes sur Internet. C'est justement ça, en fait, le problème. C'est que quand on se retourne Internet pour les mauvaises personnes, on lui laisse la place. En fait, c'est une histoire de territoire, en fait. C'est un territoire virtuel. Mais il ne faut pas s'arrêter de vivre pour les haters, pour les gens qui critiquent sur Internet. Ça va toujours exister, mais...
So I think it's not really something that we can give, but more that we need, and so that we could gain in partnerships. But maybe there's something I'm not. Maybe there's a way. Something that you say.
There's something that I understand about humans. Like, for you to develop a problem of yourself and solve it, can be it's rare, like, for you to be able to get a problem. But if someone already has a problem already, you can brainstorm. Like, there's how all these things work. Like, let's say I have a project I want to do, but I don't know the features that people will need on that project.
Les Africains, ils ont pas peur de parler.
Right? So, like, I might need other people, maybe even a software engineer or maybe a casual individual that will say, okay, I think people will really love this if you can put this in this software. So I think that's part of the brainstorming, because you don't need to have the idea. Someone can have the idea, but you can have the problem solving, like give him the idea of, okay, you can add this to it and can solve this kind of problem, and so yeah.
Okay, so yeah, being able to come together, basically, to find a solution, or to a problem.
Yeah, sure.
Is that? Yeah. I'd say that comes into consulting category, but yeah. And Empire can
sorry. Let me get what Joseph was saying. Right? Like a community of different set of people that can brainstorm on a product, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Solution.
And have if you can offer like a community of different set of people, it could be professionals or normal kind of people or sort. That could look into an idea, right? And
Laurie was I don't know, maybe you've joined when he said this. He said he's thinking about like adding some other professions in the group that doesn't have anything to do with tech, right? Someone doesn't really need to have a tech skill or anything that have to do with tech, like to be able to give an idea of a product, right?
Yeah.
The person can take from his own perspective of profession to add to whatever product you are building, to be able to solve a problem from his own profession. Let's say I want to build like a cooking AI, like a AI that will be able to do some stuff like recommend. How am I going to say this? What do I even want to say? Like, you'll be able to recommend a food, recommend maybe something that you want to cook, and you'll be like, oh, I don't have any idea of what to cook, but I have this kind of ingredients, I have this, I have that. So the AI will be able to tell you, okay, you can keep this kind of ingredients you have at home. But the thing is, now I'm not a chef, right? So now I might need a chef to be able to know what kind of features that I'll be able to add to that product, so that it will be more effective, right?
All right. I found also another thing we could give. It's actually the ability to reach people. That might be something interesting. It's not that obvious, but we are all over the world, many countries. I used to, I like asking everyone where they come from, etc. And so we have that we have that spread over the world, and sometimes for some projects, we might need to reach some maybe business guys, like someone specific or someone in business that's doing something specific. Someone in politics, maybe not meaning like a high-ranking politic or something, but just to maybe apply a solution to a local scale somewhere, and maybe our community now or more as we grow, will have this ability to reach specific people or someone in a specific area of business or a specific area of politics. That maybe can be kind of useful. So I'm adding it here, and we're still missing one. So just for Handik to catch up on just listing what we've got so far, things we can give: visibility. So between brackets could be our members or users of the products that will be built in MTRNP. So you can give visibility, offer that in partnership. A second thing would be expertise or consulting. So we can offer that also in some kind of partnership. We can also offer referrals or crediting. Let's say a designer that would work for us, he would be credited in all his work, but he'll also be able to get some referrals. We have the ability also to find good freelancers. That's a fourth thing. A fifth thing would be the ability to have a broad knowledge of what's going on in tech, and hence give good orientation, opportunities, general knowledge. So that would be interesting, I guess, for school associations, for example, things like that. And a sixth, which I just found, is maybe our ability to reach someone specific or a business, someone in a specific business area or a political figure in local somewhere. And we're missing one. So any first thoughts might bounce off to something. Yep, you can talk soon.
I don't know if this also is also accepted in partnership, like the ability to advertise me on your platform. Assuming I'm an organization that deals with clothes or an e-commerce organization, to advertise my like, should I call it my business on your platform, like.
What's the, because we're going to end the space, still have tons of things to do and have to straight leave after this, but yeah, what's the thing, just the argument without too much examples.
So like showing the people, like even partnering with you, you should be able to display my organization name or the features I offer in, maybe you have a payment method that is different, or a features on my should I call it, on my site, so you able to advertise it on your own platform to should I call it, to investors coming in, like people coming in to check sorts of things, or you using my features to other people.
So you mean visibility, basically?
Okay.
We can offer visibility? Is that the idea?
I think so. Should be.
Yeah. Okay. That's the first thing. Yeah. No, you're right. That's something. I mean, that will be one of the primary things we will be able. So visibility, expertise, consulting, referrals, crediting, freelancers. Hardik?
Hey, hi. Sorry, I'm late a bit, running late, and I heard your recap. It's a good one.
And I just found the last one. So we we can.
So I have a question like,
ending.
who was talking before? Sorry.
Sorry.
Who was talking before? Just.
Suni.
I'm the one.
Suni.
Hey, yeah.
Yes, Suni.
Okay, so you are running a marketing business, or you are having an idea to build one?
I'm having an idea to build one.
Okay, yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to build something, Lord Sumi, I can send you an invitation, and you can be in the community, and then you can maybe build something Hardik.
Okay, it would be a great idea.
Okay, I'll send you the link. And Hardik, when you do that, can you post something in the community so there's something so the others also can see?
Right. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm reaching out individual, and I'm dropping a message with our latest post from your handle or from the community. So I'm personally like talking to them so they can like repost our post or anything they can do.
I didn't understand. Can you repeat?
Yeah, so like I'm reaching out personally to our group people, and I'm encouraging them to repost whatever we just post on our community, or from your perspective, like you explain all the roles and who will be doing that role.
Okay.
So I'm engaging them personally, but I'll also put this on our community so they can look, because the thing is people may not very frequently go to the community page. So I think it's better idea to reach them out personally, via messages.
I don't know, because it's better to have the action in the community, because then the people will take a habit of coming into the community, because they will see things happening. Because if nothing happens on the community, well, then sure nobody will come. But we need things happening in the community. So there's, it's like an action. Community.
Okay, so like I can copy your text, or like I can repost your post to the community, right? And then I can encourage people to go there and visit our community.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, you can post it whatever you want. It's great. But for example, with Lord Sumi, what you guys can do is just make a post in the community rather than just messaging yourself in the DMs, because then people don't see things happening.
Right. Yeah, that is.
And so they think nothing is happening, but things are actually happening.
Yeah, it's a backdoor. Things are happening, so other world may not know about it.
Okay. And guys, yeah, just before we end up the space, I'll give you the last idea I got. I'm not too sure about that, but actually building just fun things. That's maybe something we could get back in a partnership. Just building a fun thing. I'm not sure yet what it could be, but maybe in some kind of maybe I don't know. I'm not too sure. Maybe games.
Essential thing to have for running a community or any of the organizations. So we need to look for that also.
À midi, parce qu'elle arrive.
Alright. Okay. Alright, guys.
À midi,
So
elle
we'll
avait très
end
fait,
the space now. Thanks, Joseph.
Elle a filé son biberon et vu la note.
It was good to have you and all the others.
J'ai mis 40 ou
Have you
30.
Lord Sumi. It was great to meet you. I'll send you an invitation.
Et après, elle a mangé à 15h.
Okay.
Oui, normal. C'est 150 minutes.
Yeah. See you guys.
Ouais.
Bye.
Yep. Bye-bye,
Juste
everybody.
See
routier.
you next time.
Bye-bye.
Et c'est tout. Peut-être que la chaleur, ça la met bien. Oh, ils ont arrêté. Il me reste 1 minute. Il me reste 1 minute. Je dois prendre lequel. Il me reste 1 minute pour...
Faudrait que je te passe un programme avant que
I can add points to the board, you get paid out. I forgot the name of whatever the last one was, but this is what it sounded like, is this racket, WTF.
y aura un échange de maman, c'est ça?
I can't hear anybody. I can hear you. I thought I was. Oh, okay.
I hear you loud and clear.
Are you working right now, Gravy?
No, I'm off today. Get ready to. Well,
Because, dude, I get a random day off.
what?
I'm mad about it. You figure why?
I'm all about it.
I'm working today.
Oh, man, dude.
Right here, right now, in the trenches.
Right.
Right, I think John Henry's about the road. It says having connection issues.
He's probably on the phone or something, like on another app.
That's usually the case. He was there for a second.
You know these D gods, you know, they just do what they want.
Hey, bro. Shout out to Objective.
Non, c'est sur mon Insta en fait.
Ok. GitHub cliente. Mais ils sont tous fermés, mais c'est pas possible. Bon, je vais connecter YouTube, hein.
Bon, bah ouais. Depuis. Ça fait depuis. Depuis, ouais, elle a. De temps en temps, elle chine un peu tout seul le soir pour prendre une tu vois. Mais sinon, c'est rare qu'elle chine.
When it comes to deciding,
Hey, this is Gerge with the Pragmatic Engineer, and today I'm going to talk about some of my confessions as a hiring manager. I've been a hiring manager for about 5 years at Skyscanner, later at Uber. I also know a lot of other hiring managers who I talk with, and I want to give a bit of perspective from the other side and also some advice that you might find useful when applying. The next one is how at big tech. This can be from the likes of Uber, Lyft, all the way to Google, Facebook, and other big tech companies. First, your experience with the recruiter themselves, it might not fully be indicative with the experience with the company. Now, this is an interesting one, and I've been talking with hiring managers. Some hiring managers actually disagree with this, and they say that they think the recruitment experience will be representative of the company, which I somewhat agree with. Companies who care about employee well-being typically invest a lot in their hiring processes. So they will measure satisfaction of candidates going through the loop. They'll want to try to filter out recruiters who are not doing that great. So, for example, if you're asked to rate what the process was like and you're getting reach outs for feedback, that probably means that that company cares about their employees and also their candidates. And companies who do this definitely include the likes of Google, Facebook, and some other companies as well. At Uber, when I was there, we also started to do reach out, at least in my area, to see what candidates thought about the process. Now, at the same time, recruitment and engineering are two separate functions. They also report differently. Recruitment reports into HR, or the HR side of the world, and engineering reports into the CTO or engineer. You're going to interact with the recruiter for a lot of time during the process. The engineering manager and the interviewers, they're going to have a dotted line with the recruiter. They're going to talk every now and then. But if you have a recruiter who, let's say, doesn't follow up all the time or is not as responsive, it might not mean that the company is like that. Now, what will be indicative of the culture is the interviewers. So the interviewers, engineers themselves, if they come across as not friendly or rude, or on the positive side, if they come across as nice people, curious, accommodating, that will be a lot more indicative of what you can expect of the company. So I would say pay a lot more attention to the engineers and the interviewers and the hiring managers who talk about the process than the recruiters. It might also go on the other way. You might have had a really positive experience with a recruiter, someone who's really attentive, you might have had a really good feeling, maybe they just make you feel really comfortable and feeling good about this place. And when you start, the team might just be different. Again, the recruiter doesn't work on the engineering team, they work with the recruiting team, and their goal is to try to help candidates as best as they can. Another thing that few people know is after you've gone through the resume screening and you're talking with the recruiter and you're going to the phone screen interview, the recruiter will be on your side. They're going to be one of your biggest advocates. I've seen this multiple times. Now, this makes a lot of sense if you understand how recruiting works. A recruiter is given numbers to hit. They're told, hey, I want you to hire this many people in this quarter, 10 people, 20 people. Here's the seats I want you to fill. And every time someone is hired, it's an achievement. As an engineer, research features, recruiters hire people. So whenever someone's in the funnel and they think this person has a chance, which is why they had them go through the resume screen, they're not just rooting for them, they want to help them. Now, the way you can take advantage of this is ask the recruiter for advice, for support, for insights. You can be honest with them on where you think you need help, and you can ask them for preparation resources. You can ask them for advice on where do people usually struggle in the process. Have you seen areas where you think it might make sense to focus on? Areas where the company is a bit more tough. You can ask them about the process. The recruiter will tell you as much about the process as they know because it's in their interest for you to do well. I know some recruiters who I work with at Uber who actually coached some of the candidates. So they told them, hey, you should study this, you should look into this. They also quizzed them on a couple of questions, preparing them for the phone screen. Because if you do well as a candidate, it does make the recruiter look good. This is a similar misconception as sometimes people think their managers might be out there to get them.
Dis-moi, bonne question. Ils ont déjà le chauffage vers toi, là, collectif ou pas?
Okay,
Non, parce
let's
que
go
il fait
back.
froid, mais quand même, tu vois.
Aïe, let's go
Il y a
back.
certains endroits à Lyon, mais pas tous, tu vois. Ouais. J'aime bien. Ouais, les couleurs de la photo.
Tomato.
Elle connaissait un tout petit peu par rapport à.
It's going pull request issue.
Mais sinon, oui, je vais faire une publicité.
GSPR status.
Ensuite, on a été jusqu'à la Valbonne. Ouais, on a bougé un peu, on a été à Chambéry le week-end qui m'a passé. Comme ça, elle a pu aller voir sa marraine. Normalement. Et aller sur la plage de mon marin et décider l'intérieur que j'ai pas pu aller. Et donc, du coup, ouais, on a bougé un peu, quoi. Là,
Yes, I think working is very hard, but in computer world, tech world, it's always virtual things, and after that, you can very under reality. It's like money, you have virtual money, after that you have real money. And it's the same for friends and other things like company. You can work for a company, a virtual company, and after that you can working in a real company. It's always like that in the tech world. It's beginning in virtual, after come the reality.
Et ensuite, la position de la date, donc la bande passée, donc au final, ouais, c'était. En ce moment, on bouge de droite à gauche et tout. Ouais. Donc au final, ouais, c'est cool. Bon, la petite, pour certains trucs, elle ne s'appelle pas à la maison, tu vois. Comme Bonsoir de Elisa. Ils ont divorcé. Ça y est, tu commences à rater.
Ok, bro.
Tu commences à te réveiller pour manger.
Bro, install JH.
Bon, je vais faire ça avant que tu me tues. Attends, regarde, tu tues, je vais manger. Non, parce que tu sais, quand on commence comme ça, après tu me tues. Ouais, voilà, parce qu'elle se souvient par la suite que elle n'a pas mangé son bouton. Tu vois? Ça marche. Attends, bouge pas. C'est propre celui-là?
Ils sont tous propres.
Celui-là. Il manque un biberon, je sais pas où il est.
Voilà.
Ouais, il manque un biberon. On va essayer de presser maintenant ça.
Passcode.
Bon, vas-y. Et là,
Open VS Code and open a new terminal, click in. Oh putain, j'ai supprimé. Il n'y a pas d'historique. Okay, what are you saying?
Comme ça, tu la verras, puis on les reprendra en photo. Voilà. Comme ça, ils ne pourront pas dire.
Okay, I think you have leaked some information when you have said about.
Ça va. En fait, on s'est bien donné le mot. Hein. Allez, cette année, on l'a fait. Ouais.
T'as bien le dos?
Non, mais c'est pas grave, tu seras là pour venir avec toi. Voilà. Ah, donc, je vais donner à manger à... Ouais, je vais donner à manger à la choubinette et puis voilà. Bisous. Ciao. Bonne soirée. Ciao. Maman le boudin. Non, c'est maman le boudin.
On est content de vous voir.
C'était Lisa. Bonjour chérie. Ça va? Oui. Oui, je fais ton vibrant, chérie. D'accord?
On est contente, hein?
Oui. Tu vas bien dormir ce soir alors? Tu fais tout ça? Mon bébé fait tout ça. Ouais. On verra combien de centimètres tu fais chez le médecin? Le 31? Ouais, le 31, non seulement piqûre. Il y a là le droit aussi à... Comment ça s'appelle encore? Ils vont vérifier combien de centimètres et tout, parce que mon médecin traitant, en fait, a fait pédiatrie. Donc, en fait, elle a 2 casquettes. Yeah! Oui, Doudou. Mais maman ne pourra pas te donner le biberon, parce que maman est en train de surveiller le repas. Oui, je te disais, chérie, il manque un biberon.
Je sais pas.
Tu sais, le gros, là. Il est peut-être dans ma chambre. Il y a le couvercle, mais il n'y a pas le reste. Il est dans ma chambre. On va chercher le... On va voir si le bébé il est prêt. Mais il est là. Chérie, il est là. Regarde. Bébé. Comment ça? Comment ça? Kevin. C'est là.
Okay, let's continue.
Tu dois nous dire. Extension script for a better system. Okay. Ah, il y a une erreur avec.
Hello.
What you mean when you say witty?
Bonjour le vieux, comment tu vas? Bonjour le vieux. Bonjour le papy. Bonjour le papy. Bonjour le papy. Bonjour papy. Bonjour mon papy. J'ai 2 mois aujourd'hui.
Mais ça, je le savais, ça. J'ai pas oublié. Et oui, ça se fait les 2 mois.
Could you repeat, please?
Ah, là, elle ouvre bien les yeux. Là, on commence à griffer avant de les téter. À faire des bêtises.
Elle a trop aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui, elle a pété la table, elle a mangé un beau biberon.
Ah ben oui, mais vous fêtez ces 2 mois. C'est
bon.
normal. Et qu'est-ce qu'elle a bien la foi, quoi?
Oui, je pense.
Ah ben moi, ça va pas.
Bah, comment ça va pas?
Tiens.
Hein?
Je peux pas encore faire la vaisselle.
Ah, ta main?
Moi, ouais. Et puis les couvertures sont apparues 1 semaine après.
Ah, c'est déjà installé.
Alors, je ne peux pas faire grand chose, quoi. Alors, je suis à la maison, couché 24 sur 24. Je vais aller voir papy. Je l'ai vu vendredi dernier. Et depuis, je n'ai pas pu bouger.
You say it's the last.
Ouais, mais tu
Et
vois.
ça va faire ces 5 jours que j'ai arrêté la cigarette. Je touche du bois.
Eh ben, c'est bien. C'est bien. Bravo, papou. Il faut tenir.
Ouais, mais 5 jours. Et comme je mens, quand est-ce que je dois prendre les Doliprane? Parce que je n'ai pas d'autres médicaments, je n'ai pas assez de Doliprane. C'est tous les.
Yes, it is a good way. Okay. We have one hydrogen for you.
Parce qu'après, ça m'a fait boucher les oreilles. Les 3 premiers jours. Non, ça m'a fait 6 jours, mais j'ai fait 5 jours déjà, ça va faire 6 jours. Et ça m'a bouché les oreilles. J'avais mal à la mâchoire. Après, ça s'est passé avec les Doliprane. Après, c'était constipation. Quelqu'un n'était pas constipé, le gars qui était constipé.
Elle a faim. Elle a faim.
Je veux pas bouffer alors.
Ben ouais, elle a encore bébé, hein.
Après constipation, là c'est. Et j'entends des sons dans l'oreille, quoi. Alors d'ici ce week-end, je reste tranquille. D'ici là, je vais commencer à marcher. Comme j'ai cette cabine, je ne peux pas encore faire la vaisselle. Pourquoi? Comme on m'a dit,
To install one.
bouger
Okay.
mon doigt tout de suite. Et j'ai fumé pendant 1 semaine, 6 jours quand je suis parti, et après, j'ai arrêté. Mais pourtant, j'ai les cigarettes, hein.
Oui, mais
J'ai dit, pourquoi j'ai.
si tu arrêtes, ton existe, il faut tenir pendant 1 mois et après il paraît que c'est bon. C'est ce que j'ai entendu.
Ouais, il faut que je tienne, oui.
Oui, pendant 1 mois.
Ça fait un cœur les noms, quoi.
Non, j'ai lavé mes cheveux.
Alors, et alors, c'est pas aujourd'hui, hein.
Alors là, tous les cheveux.
You have a silly side like everyone, I think.
C'est logique, il fait froid. Il fait froid.
Dis à papa que tu vas manger un couscous fait maison.
Oui, j'espère que tu as fait un couscous.
Fait maison.
Merci de me rappeler. Mais moi, je touche que des boîtes en ce moment. J'ai plus de boîtes d'ailleurs.
C'est pas grave.
Non, je fais des pâtes aujourd'hui avec steak haché. La dernière fois, je pouvais pas manger du porc tant que je ne suis pas guéri. Et beaucoup.
Ah ben oui, normalement, quand on a des bobos, on mange pas de porc. Tu veux quoi? Ah, d'accord, ok. Ok. Ça fait un trou?
Non, ça c'est bien guéri.
Ah d'accord, parce que ça fait ça mal, c'est bizarre.
Non, ça fait pas le trou, c'est le petit qui fait vraiment mal. Là, tu le vois là.
Je vois rien. Ouais, c'est la poutre. Ok, c'est bon. Et tes genoux, je vois pas tes genoux. Mets-moi tes genoux.
Tu le vois pas?
Non, genoux, descends.
Ok, c'est la poutre.
Ok, ça va mieux.
Copy GitHub URL of the plan. Okay. Let's go with this.
Tant mieux.
Avec ce projet, parce que j'ai plus d'un petit doubleur et je pensais que j'avais dans la chambre.
Ah bon? Ah bon?
C'est un petit douleur que j'avais.
Ouais.
Ça fait longtemps. Alors j'ai plus ça.
C'est pas grave.
Je me sens.
C'est pas grave. Si tu arrives à tenir, c'est mieux.
Si j'arrive déjà jusqu'à lundi, ça me fait déjà 8 jours. Et puis, comme lundi, je t'ai dit, je commence. Je commence à faire la vaisselle pour voir si ça va.
Mais papa, t'as pris rendez-vous chez le cardiologue?
Ah, encore, j'attends ta maman de revenir. Tout ça.
D'accord. Ok.
Puis, si je vais déjà en médecin, il faut que je fasse un chèque. Et bon, si après, ils me disent pourquoi je prends des médicaments.
Hello.
C'est soit espèce qu'un peu mieux. Alors tout ça, je le pied là-bas.
Ok. Fais voir ton pouce. Fais voir ton pouce.
Je te l'ai montré tout à l'heure.
J'ai pas vu.
Salut!
J'ai un message.
Fais voir ton pouce.
Attends, il y a un message de je ne sais pas quoi. Ah, je viens de chef.
Salut!
Yes, having fun. When you have fun, it's good.
Ah, il a pas vu. Tu vois ça?
Tu vois là?
Non. Pouce, fais comme ça. Regarde.
Oui, c'est comme ça. Oui, ben voilà. Je ne peux pas, je ne sais pas. J'ai mal, je ne peux pas me plier et le truc, c'est tout petit maintenant. Tu vois pas?
Non. Ah, oui. Ah, mais il est moins gonflé. Non.
Yes, once you have
Il est moins gonflé.
fun, it's good.
Ouais, mais ça fait un mal de chien.
Ah ben parce que tu dois avoir quelque chose d'un peu ferré encore dedans, donc il ne faut pas le bouger ni lundi. Laisse-le en repos. Ah ben oui. Ah ben c'est pas grave, il faut le laisser en repos, on en a besoin. Si tu veux ça au ventre, ben on recommence.
Je ne savais pas si tu suivais qu'il fallait le mettre vers l'écran, comme ça.
Okay, thank you.
Il est en train de travailler, là. Bosse.
du travail. Et Mécha. Vendredi demain. Mhm. Et Mécha.
Okay, so open commit your change by running the command the commit.
D'accord.
C'est pas le disque que je vais les donner.
Ouais,
Je suis allé vers
Okay,
d'accord. D'accord. Mhm. Et quel temps fait-il?
Hier, on était à 38 degrés l'après-midi.
Waouh. Ok.
Si le journal, ils ont manqué, ça peut être 4 jours qu'on était à 38 degrés, ils espèrent dans le week-end que ça va descendre. C'était assez important qu'ils ne pouvaient pas sortir pour aller dans le jardin. Ça pourrait
Et les plantes?
Ah ben, j'ai arrêté d'arroser, ça me sert à rien. Je ne peux pas. J'arrose seulement la terre, ce qui est dans le jardin, je peux le faire. L'avocat, c'est d'accord. Seulement, les coups de la passion que je continue à arroser avec la difficulté.
Ouais. Et les bananes? Les pieds de bananes?
Les bananes, je peux rien faire.
Non, je te demande. Il y a 2-3 qui tiennent quand même? Je dis, il y a 2-3 qui tiennent quand même pour 2-3 pieds.
Il reste 3 pieds à peu près. Je te dis, sauver. Plus de 3 pieds. Mais il y a un qui est aussi bien. Alors, dès que ça ira mieux, comme je t'ai dit, je vais recommencer à les arroser. Parce que je n'ai pas envie de le faire. Le copain qui m'avait passé les temps, il n'avait plus envie. Il a quitté la pierre.
D'accord.
Je l'avais dit ça.
Tu m'as dit que tu ne savais pas où il était.
Oui, mais maintenant, on m'a dit qu'il est parti, il est hors du département. Je te l'ai dit en plus tard.
Bon, d'accord.
Soit il est en clinique, soit en métropole. Je te l'ai dit en plus tard. Tu as oublié.
Et les pieds d'ananas?
Hein?
Les pieds d'ananas.
Tous les ananas devant la Saint-Pécal, celle que tu as planté moi là-bas, Saint-Pécal, Kevin et Katia, ça va. Et puis voilà, le coco par contre, Saint-Pécal.
C'est bon. D'accord.
Le coco de Pouvoir, Saint-Pécal.
Ok, il faut que je l'acheter. Une chaise. Ok, ça marche.
Ça marche.
Moi, j'ai fait mes radios IRM, je n'ai pas les résultats.
Ce sera quand?
Dans 3-4 jours.
Parce que ce que je le lisais pour moi, même si je veux le médecin, il va falloir que je fasse un chèque. Et je ne vais pas faire le chèque. Là, s'il y a un problème, et ça revient à payer, et ceci, et cela. Si je dois aller à la pharmacie pour acheter quelque chose, ils vont passer pour le chèque.
Ouais.
Alors, ça me sert à rien. J'ai calculé tout ça.
Ok.
Ok.
Bon, je te laisse. Gros bisous.
Ciao. Bisous.
Ciao.
Au revoir, papy. Au revoir, papy.
Au revoir. La bouillonne, la réponse reste aussi du marché.
Ah oui. Ah oui.
Oui, voilà.
Et ciao, bye bye.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Il nous dit qu'il y a un code, et il est où le code?
Elle rigole. Bon, mais toi aussi, tu veux te donner. Mais toi, c'est tout ce que tu veux dire. Ah, c'est bien.
Ok.
La chaise, c'est pas mal. On peut donner chez la chaise, parce que ça fait la fin de la tête. Et puis, à part, c'est le fait là.
Okay, that doesn't work. I have to do the GH. What's really? Okay. Okay, let's go. I understand how it works.
Mais demain, on va faire demain matin. Dans le début d'après-midi. Tu sais pourquoi? La fin de la fin de la peut-être c'est bien. C'est pas mal.
Authorize.
Tu peux me donner le papier, s'il te plaît?
When your phone is ready, click the button below. Okay, my phone is ready.
Il faut aussi que tu me donnes le papier, que je puisse continuer pour toi. Merci, merci. que je voulais faire signer à Apple.
Ok.
Tiens,
Login.
tiens.
Protocole. Ok. Outillage. D'accord. Okay, great. What do you like to do? Use arrow to move. Okay, LS. Okay. And how I can move? How can I move?
Un tout petit peu de cuisson, c'est bon pour s'installer pour moi.
See. Yes. CD document. Yes.
Justement, avec Elise, on a des sites d'information avec chaque mois, c'est le mois pour les
Mais attends, il est où? Mais non, il est resté dans le truc de sauvegarde. Je savais ça.
Là, on va prendre rendu il y a un mois et 2 mois, et on va prendre l'évolution ensemble. Parce que c'est qui
Okay.
c'est comme ça, c'est donné des mots.
And search for the pattern. Change directory and yes. So 1911 is the first time a movie is out. Okay. Continue.
Je dirais par la suite, quand je suis de couscous.
PWD. Okay.
Même pour prendre le coup. J'ai de l'aubergine, carottes, la chiche, la vigne, la vigne, la vigne, donc, je pense que c'est une certaine ensuite, j'ai mis une poudre. C'est pas un truc de spécial. Piment,
Non. Putain. So let's test. How to know if it's good. Oh, nice. It's okay. It's here. Oh, create a new original. Ah, mais c'était déjà écrit. Donc c'est git init. Ok. So let's go. Git init. Ah. Ah ben ouais. Ouais, c'est reparti. Git init. Push you origin mail. Email privacy restrictions, c'est quoi ce bordel? Et moi je fais comment moi?
Il décolle, il avance tout seul.
Donc,
On va se lever. Vraiment se calmer.
oh, c'est pas bon. C'est incroyable, comment je peux pas faire ça?
Il sait pas comment l'écouter. Mais du coup, il dit de voir avec toi. Ah, d'accord. On peut écouter de voir avec toi. Bon, mais on va voir, on va aller avec toi. Déjà, là, on peut même pas la récupérer. On a dit qu'il va récupérer. Mais comme il a dit. Mais c'est vrai que tu me fixes pas le temps. Tu vas faire pousser mon menace. Tu vas faire pousser mon menace. Oui. Mais là, tu penses que je vais récupérer par pousser mon menace.
Okay, let's go back to the work.
Une fois, j'avais fait pousser j'avais fait pousser des petites tomates. Et avec des petites tomates. Mais l'ennui, c'est que ça va rendre les trucs bêtes.
Ok, donc c'est git push origin main.
Parce que je ne fais pas la résolution de faire tu as résolu sur de la manière de du coup, je vais tout toucher. Je vais juste faire un peu de la loi. On continue sur moi. Oui, sur de la lumière, sur moi. On va avoir plein de temps.
Ok, git push new origin.
C'était un caractère de mademoiselle.
Yes.
Après, bien sûr, la fraîche. C'est la fraîche, mais c'est
Ok. C'est bon, c'est sauvegardé. Donc, just continue my work. As I did it. Border. Majesty. And you too, you are really quite clever, but too much clever to be understood. What is the absolute? I don't have absolute thing. Honestly, that's just so nice. Okay. Yes, we can push the limits. Alright, me too. I appreciate it. We can discuss a lot of topics for games, for example. Okay.
Attends, j'arrive.
Yes, we can keep going on this conversation. Nothing to be left. Okay, let's go with this. Oh! Ça super. Yes, I think you have right on this. Oui. Et du coup, je vais pas mettre full, je vais mettre 500 px. Mais c'est quoi ce bordel? Ah non, c'est pas bon. C'est pas bon du tout. Voilà. Ah, touche. ça prend en haut et sur les côtés. Cool. Yes, we can talk about this. Peut-être c'est à cause de ça, hein, position absolue. Enfin... Yes, it is very fascinating. Écoute, 10% d'espace intérieur.
On va changer la couche. Et après, tu laisses allumer. Tu veux voir ou pas? On fait que là. C'est de l'eau.
C'est bon.
C'est des films que je peux reprendre en même temps.
Et pourquoi ça pousse sous les côtés là? Il y a un problème.
En vacances. Non, c'est pas fini. Parce que lui, il a des trucs avec les deux. Ah, on a laissé le papa. Et tu devais le cuisiner, mais tu devais le tu vois?
Donc ça s'appelle Give ID. Parfait. Yes, it's awesome. Oh, yes, we can talk about something else. Ok. Alors, du coup, on va doubler tout ça. Yes, we can respond like that. Yes, the sky is blue and sometimes red. If multiple. Ok, ça ressemble à ça.
Manger, papa aussi, et maman. Maman, tu peux te servir dans
Ok. Yes, cats are awesome. Alors, top, right. That's good. Ah, je sais qu'est-ce qu'il faut rajouter.
Réchauffer ta chambre.
Alors, en haut, il n'y a pas, mais sur les côtés, on est à 20x. Ça fait 50. Et pourquoi ça pousse? Ok, ça fonctionne pas. Ah, je sais c'est quoi. Je sais c'est quoi. Translate. Non, je reste sur Yes, it's time to finish this. Okay, I'll finish this. Two central player element on the. We can add the MX auto. Ah ouais. Auto. Yes! Allez, c'est bon. On enregistre ça.